I'm ready for that day.
Master 2?
The general store has a drink that's matcha latte. It's supposed to be like a healthy caffeine. There's like a store that's a day, like that's how they advertise it. I had it.
Dylan! Yo, I'm over here.
Good.
What is it called?
Alright.
We're gonna get people started. So yeah, it's about 15 minutes to it. People are starting to come through. So if we can just have like 1 or 2 people at each door to help funnel people through, like the front building door and the back door, just so people know where the building is. And yeah, generally for the rest of the events, I think masks are optional with the current COVID mandate and everything. Do whatever's comfortable. But yeah, thank you again for helping out. I represent the team and thanks for our help. Yeah, do it.
Jake wanted to go outside.
Hey, last thing.
Distribute accordingly,
Last couple things.
It's good to get. How you
Hey,
doing?
what's up? Hey, all of our interns, can you all get into the phone booth? I'll talk to y'all later.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Just like real quick.
What's good, man?
He's gonna be like, alright, I need you guys to do some crowd vocals.
You need you guys to ad-lib this whole master class.
Just gonna say,
Dude, you gotta hype it up.
It's nice, I can't remember. Did you sign the raffles? Did you guys do that one right here?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
You guys can do it again.
Get that second entry.
Get that second entry. Just say no and then
Yeah, dude, that's that shit.
It's like, when you show your hand too early, it's like, I might have like,
At Ralph's, fresh groceries are hard things, so we check their delivery order for freshness at every step from farm to store. You can pack every veggie and break it over there, because we actually ignore the way we don't want to.
Hey, what else? Okay, sweet.
I'll go.
Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
I'm out in Sacramento. I drove all the way from Sacramento. I worked in and I drove out here.
we do not have enough drive. This guy has all the drive.
Oh, I had to, bro.
Yeah,
That's nice. That's good.
That's
It's like planning all your buildings.
I don't even got one yet. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna come here and do it after.
Are you coming outside with me now?
You?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, no.
Shut up.
I'm busy.
Yeah, we could go outside.
Yeah, as long as someone's at the front and the back door, we should be alright.
I already did it.
Oh, good, yeah, that's great. Just recess. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's like the rap scene's real big outside. Yeah.
Alan,
Bro, it's like hot.
Yeah, have you guys had the rap already?
Yeah.
Awesome.
What's up?
No.
Yeah, one of my friends is on that scene real hard right now. He just opened up at the Neutron show.
I was gonna say, I feel like a lot of people
I'm from North Dakota.
Yeah.
I just moved out here the last year.
awesome.
No, he just his beats are dope.
I was gonna say, like, it's not that, like,
I'm in LA.
Ship it out.
Yo, DK. TEEZIO here.
Hi. How are you?
What does this like?
My boy.
Hi, Ignacio. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nah, you're good. We're chilling. No. Well,
I'm down with it.
plus all of our interns.
I don't know.
I got Mark. That's how it started.
Oh yeah, actually, like I know he was here doing.
Oh yeah, why?
Like they recorded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
What do I do?
Is it gonna be here?
Yeah.
Got it.
Is there enough chairs for everyone?
Oh, great. Everyone who's at the event, you can go ahead and start seating yourself. Yeah, anywhere there's room, just plop a button.
What's up, guys? Y'all good?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Chilling. I'm going. Untitled TEEZIO.
Yeah, let me know. I'm gonna pull up the events actually.
How y'all doing today?
Hitting it up?
Early, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sometimes you gotta get up early. Luckily, sessions probably will never happen at this time. Like movie shit.
That makes sense.
Right now, people are still up from last night.
Word.
So,
Yeah.
we'll be going home right now, actually.
Right.
But shit, everyone here, like, y'all recording, what do y'all do? Produce?
Engineer, record.
Engineer,
Yeah,
produce?
engineer.
No.
Hell yeah, for sure. And then how many of you guys worked in like, what's it called, commercial studios?
Like,
Paramount,
yeah, I've worked in there
Conway.
before.
I mean, Conway's like one of the crazy ones, but like there's Chalice, Conway, then there's a couple in Santa Monica. But have you guys been like the main engineer at that when you guys worked in there? So you were like assisting
Yeah.
when you were working or interning? in the studio?
I've done both.
You've done both?
Yeah, same.
Yeah, because that's some stuff we're going to talk about is kind of like the roles that the engineer versus the assistant versus the runner has in a recording studio, along with other things like template and stuff like that. But definitely good that some of you have worked in a studio, so when I'm telling you these things, you'll start realizing like, oh, I remember the assistant was doing this or whatever, or the runner was not coming in, you know what I mean? Like there's certain things that you'll recognize from being in the studio. But is this everyone?
More.
I think there's one more.
Is this everyone?
Yeah, we can do like introduction and whatnot. I think we're still missing.
We're missing one that was supposed to be with that was supposed to be hard to move. No, he's like 5 minutes out.
That one's like
Not here yet. Yeah, so we could start without him.
Yeah, I should have like introduced you.
Or how Mendy doing it too, but it's an interesting book.
Yeah, I bet. You always read?
Yeah, I
Me
always
too.
read.
I'm the same.
But I always be reading like books like this, like where it's like, yeah, it's like self-help, but like
Yeah, no, same, bro.
Same.
I just read the
How's your Fairchild?
I just read that shit, bro.
That's cool, bro.
Bitch, you did not just tell me that, bro.
Look.
No, which one did you? I read the Go
You
Give
get better
Verb.
every day, damn near. So
yeah,
you might look
it's,
3 months
like-
back and be like, man, I can fix this.
The influential one.
Yeah,
Right
thanks.
now?
The green one.
So
Yeah.
whether you want to
No,
start.
I'd rather.
Bro, I'm tripping. That's literally the last book I just read right now.
That's wild. Yeah, I read that one. I just finished Atomic Habits.
Y'all smoke weed?
Oh, I have to read
That
that
one
one.
was fire.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of.
Yeah, I just like my favorite.
So
series,
if y'all
Pastime
do,
Library.
let's
Oh,
keep
bro,
it to
you're
papers
fire.
only. If that's cool.
Oh, I'm not smoking blunts, only papers.
Okay, sweet, thank you.
At Paramount, you can do whatever you want except don't kill anyone and don't kill yourself. If you're good with that, you can do anything else you want.
That's facts.
So what's up, man?
Is it available?
Ivan pulled up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where you from, Ivan?
I'm from Russia.
Got you.
No, we're good, man. Thank you.
Good to meet you.
So let everybody sit down.
Can we get a ashtray?
How's your Fairchild?
Amazing.
What's up?
I love it.
I've been wanting to hear one.
What's good, man?
You
Like,
know,
there's
for me,
something.
I feel like the VT5, the EQ that I have on the master is better.
Is it?
The
Yeah,
Hazel
it's
rig.
more like I would throw, like if someone was like, you gotta throw one away, I would throw the Fairchild.
Really?
All good, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Oh shit, are you serious?
Oh, everyone pulled up? D, everyone pulled up? Looks like 3 more people walked in. Yeah,
Yeah, those are my people. These don't count.
Okay, those are
Yeah, studio people don't count.
And something to celebrate. If you can remember.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on like 1 or 2 more officially, but honestly, I would just go ahead and start. Yeah. Let me just move this microphone over.
Good Spotify. Squarespace website.
So I basically wrote down like mad shit, and we're just gonna go through those points and elaborate on that. And I want to take questions, whatever questions y'all have, I'm gonna answer every single last one of them as best as I can, obviously.
But one regrets.
Let me find this email. Alright, bet. So, a couple things we're going to be talking about today is like studio etiquette, the roles that engineers have in the studio, what else? Templates, obviously, and just all the questions you guys have just based on anything that, you know, happens within the recording or mixing process of a record. The first thing is studio etiquette. So, let me see the shit order of events. Oh, you know what? This is the wrong fucking one. This is it. Bet. Alright, cool. So, obviously, number one in the studio, no food or drinks by the equipment, right? That's like the simplest, dumbest thing. But that's like one of the big rules, just because once the equipment gets fucked up, it's over, and you're gonna be paying for it too. Another thing too that's super important that I was thinking is be early rather than on time. So not we'd rather be early than late. It's we'd rather be early than on time. Just because as the engineer, when you're on time, meaning the time the session starts, meaning the time the artist shows up, that's a no-go. Because you're going to get there, and then the artist is going to get there, and then he's going to be like, yo, I got this record I want to cut. And you're like, hold on, let me set the studio up. Not what you want to be doing. So always be early rather than on time. I usually, when I would work at Paramount with Chris and stuff like that, I would show up an hour early, and I would expect my assistant to show up at least 10 minutes before me to try to kind of get the room up. Maybe the console wouldn't be off, but like maybe the computer's off, or maybe they have one of the screens, like the screen here, it's on the console instead of on the desk, so he's gonna bring it over there. He knows that I work in this fashion, whatever. So the assistant always shows up before me. I show up an hour early, and the reason why I show up an hour early is because I can't tell you how many times shit just doesn't work. Like you'll get to the studio and they'll hook up the mic, and of course there's no signal. So then it's not just like, oh, get a different mic. There's something wrong, right? So we got to start breaking down. Okay, is it the microphone cable that goes from the power box to the tie line? Is it the tie line that then goes to the patch bay that then goes to Pro Tools? So they got to figure all that shit out, and you have an hour to basically do it. So there's been many times when I went to work with CB, and like I get there an hour early, and of course the microphone hasn't showed up from the rental house yet. So we're calling them like, yo, y'all gotta. So we hook up everything else minus the microphone last. It'd be 7:50, and we're just getting signals through. The headphones work 10 minutes before the session's supposed to start on paper. You know what I mean? And one thing about CB is he's never on time. But the one time that motherfucker was on time was the time nothing was working. You know what I mean? And that's just how it works. So it's always best to be overly prepared for this type of shit, because these people aren't like if someone comes in and your shit's not ready, they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, man, do your thing. No, they're gonna cuss you the fuck out, and they're gonna be, because they're already going, you know what I mean? Like they already have these things in their head where they're an artist, they expect everything to be done for them, all this stuff. So that's why you gotta think ahead with all this shit, and be super on point with being in the studio. So the first position I want to talk about is a runner. How many of you have been a runner at a studio, which is like where you run and get food? You're not really in the studio, right? You're kind of, unless, like at Paramount, for example, and we'll just use Paramount as an example, because that's one of the main studios. That's one of the main studios in Los Angeles, right? So with Paramount, the runner, he's not hanging out in the room. He's not like fucking talking to the producers and shit. That guy right there is keeping the studio clean. He's helping anything with what anyone needs. So like, let's say someone's in the hallway and they're like, yo, can you grab me some sugar for my coffee? He's got to go and get the sugar. So he helps with whatever's needed. When there's time to get food, the assistant, which will run into what the assistant does, but the assistant would call, the engineer or the artist would be like, I'm hungry. So that now the assistant engineer would call the runner and say, hey, we want to order food. So then the runner walks into the room now with a note and paper, takes down the food order, and then leaves. And that's it. So the running position involves helping people with anything they need, getting food, and then also there's an etiquette of like not being like talking and asking too many questions. Just listen and learn. Your only job as an assistant is to listen and learn. The next job that we have is, and does anyone have any questions about any of this? Y'all good? So the next thing that we have is the assistant. So the assistant engineer is basically, his job is to assist the engineer. The engineer's focus is on the artist, right? So the assistant has to take care of the entourage, which we know all about the entourages and how they are. But a lot of times there'll be 10 people sometimes in the room. It'll be the artist and 10 people. You know what I mean? So the assistant has to make sure that he's taking food orders, getting blunts, getting papers, getting lighters, getting everything that all of the people need, minus the artist. You know? The engineer is going to deal with the artist, and if there's something that needs to be grabbed or gotten, he'll tell the assistant. So everything kind of works within a hierarchy of it, and I'm sure you guys have seen it being in these studios how it works. And you won't see the runner, who's the guy that has the gray Paramount shirt on. He's not going to be hanging out in the room. He's going to be outside of the room, or he might even be sitting outside of a room waiting for something. You know what I mean? But that's part of the whole thing with the structure of a studio and stuff like that. And I'm glad that a lot of you have been to a studio and kind of seen that type of hierarchy happen. Alright, so the recording engineer, obviously, is to record the artist, right? That's his only job. His only job is to make sure that the artist's takes are being captured correctly. Something's happening that a lot of times, and this happens all the time, you'll be engineering and cutting, and one of the friends will be like, "Hey bro, what's the Wi-Fi password?" And your headphones on, like cutting vocals, and so the assistant has to be able to see that shit. Like, yo, you need I got you right here. Boom, here's the Wi-Fi password. Seeing like, okay, he's engineering, he's handling the artist. That happens all the time. As the engineer, they're gonna ask you for everything. They're not gonna go to the assistant first. That's another thing too. The entourage will see you as the engineer, and they'll be like, "Hey, bro, where do I get coffee, or where do I get water? How do I order blunts?" And then you'll be like, "Assistant," and then the assistant will step in. So it gets kind of complicated, but the recording engineer's job is solely to record vocals and capture the artist in what they're doing. Any questions on that? We should talk about stuff if you guys want to ask questions, because if not, we're going to be running right through this shit. Y'all ain't got no fucking questions. Bet. Another thing, the last thing is treat everyone with respect. So one thing about studios is you're going to see a lot of people getting treated like shit. You may have been on the other side of being treated like shit, right? So the artist, there's nothing we can do about the artist. The artist may treat you like shit. That's just going to happen. But what we can do is, starting from the recording engineer all the way down to the runner, we can try to put in some sort of like respect thing, right? So like, if you're a runner, you get the same respect as the engineer as far as like how you're spoken to and, you know, whatever. Obviously you have different jobs, but that's the main thing, and I've seen it so many times, and it really hurts me to see a runner getting their food, and maybe like they didn't have something. Like one time, I'll tell you a story about Busta Rhymes that I had one time. We were working at Paramount at American, which is here in Hollywood, North Hollywood, and we went to this pizza. There were like, one of the assistants, he wanted pizza, so the assistant went to this bomb-ass pizza place. You guys remember that pizza place that used to be like Lancashire and Burbank? By any chance, where's Lou? Lou left.
Just NoHo Pizza?
No, there's one that is like super fire. Like the pizza was like handmade, like the dough. I don't even remember the fucking name. But anyways, they got Busta this pizza, and the assistant like, whatever, he brought the pizza, and Busta opens it. He's like, "That's not a fucking pizza," because it wasn't like perfectly round. It was like kind of like handmade pizza. And the assistant almost had like a fucking anxiety attack because he didn't think he got him a pizza. And I'm like, "Bro, that's a fire pizza. Like, it had lobster on it too." I was like, "Trust me, if you don't eat it, I'm eating it."
Is it berries?
It's kind of like berries.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of like berries, yeah. It was that good. So this Busta was just cussing at this poor assistant, and I'm just like, "Dude, he got you the best pizza he could have ever gotten you, bro. He could have gotten you Pizza Hut, bro." Like, and this was fire pizza, so he didn't want to eat the pizza, and I was just like, in that moment, there was nothing I could do, right? I'm not gonna step in and be like, "Yo, Bus, you can't talk to the assistants like that. You're gonna slap the shit out of me." So with that, I started to see like, bro, I wish people would respect other people a lot more, because it's difficult doing this shit, bro. It's difficult to be a runner for 2 to 3 years of your life and not be in the studio, like working, and then you become an assistant and you're still not cutting vocals. You're still doing the assistant job for another 2 to 3 years, maybe 2 years, and then if someone needs an engineer, now you have your chance to become an engineer. So this job is difficult. I mean, it took me 8 years to get to Chris, you know, and now I'm 6 years into Chris. So, but those 8 years, I just ate shit for 8 years, you know? You'd get your little jobs. I worked with Busta Rhymes, I worked with Fergie, but I didn't have nothing. Barely was getting paid, you know what I mean? That's another thing too, is like trying to get paid in this industry is fucking a nightmare. A lot of people, they just want to kind of look over your value because they may not know of stuff you worked on, or they don't know someone that knows you, so they're just kind of like whatever. So that's another thing too, is the payment thing in the whole thing. Y'all got questions about that? Y'all got any issues with payments with people? You do?
Well, I mean, I feel like everyone.
All of you do, right?
I feel like everyone here
it's
has
difficult.
had
Motherfuckers, you know, I got you, and then they don't answer the phone after that. Trust me, that's.
What's the best way to not get burned?
So a lot of times, obviously, the best way is to take money up front. But a lot of times, people won't want to give you the money up front because they'll feel like, well, if I give you the money up front, what if you don't give me the song? And you're like, bitch, what am I gonna do with your song? I can't buy food with it. I'm not gonna steal your song. Like, I'm clearly gonna give it to you. But a lot of times, getting paid up front is the only way. Sometimes you can do like a half up front, which will help you because at least if they do burn you, you didn't get nothing. You know what I mean? And so that helps too. So, D, it helps when you throw in these little things too.
Yeah.
It helps keep the conversation going.
Yeah, let me real quick, for the if there's any questions that you want to ask, we really heavily invite them. We're gonna ask some questions from the stream as well.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good too. Yeah, because we have
whatnot.
time and shit, and it's really like I just want to chop it up with you guys and kind of just give you like my thoughts on everything and allow you to kind of like figure out what you want to do with that information, right? So it's like I'm gonna give you the whole lowdown, front to bottom of what it is to be all the positions in the studio, including the recording and then even the mixing engineer. I wouldn't consider myself a master mixer. I would consider myself more of a master recorder, which is why I'm kind of stepping out of recording. Like, no one could really fuck with me on the recording part, but on the mixing, I'm a student right now. You know what I mean? I feel like a student just because it's new to me. Even though I've been doing it and I have crazy credits doing it, it still feels new to me. Versus the recording is something that's like, I've got that down pat. I'm just trying to now move on to mixing. But that's why I'm here to pass on the recording stuff, because we need good recording engineers. Because at the end of the day, the recording process fucks with the mixing process. You know what I mean? When shit's not recorded right. Do you have any questions from the stream? D?
Not yet. No.
Not yet?
Oh,
damn. Yeah, go ahead.
So, what is your standard for a good recording engineer? Like, what makes you feel like you've like mastered it?
Okay, so as far as mastering it, I would say that part of it, and you guys will notice, is you'll be working with an artist who's super impatient, and you'll notice that he's not fucking cussing you out. That's a good sign. When I first started working for CB, he would never cuss me out, but it was more of a communication thing, because I was always fast at Pro Tools, and I'm still fast now with CB. The thing is, communication is what is the problem. So there's multiple things. First is being fast, right? That's number one. You have to be fast. Number two is communication. So how well can you communicate with this artist? Me and CB have great communication because I've known him for so many years. But you guys are going to be working with people sometimes the first day. So there's going to be zero communication history with you guys. So you're going to be learning this person, which is another thing that we can talk about is, as an engineer, how do you act when you have a brand new artist versus an artist that you've been working with for 3 weeks or 3 months or 3 years? You know what I mean? 3 weeks is still enough for you to be already kind of buddy-buddy. I mean, I've gone from like one nervous session to the next session we're like buddy-buddy and chill. You know what I mean? Everything's cool. We've gotten to know each other over that one session. So that's one thing. As an engineer, you might be someone who like talks a lot and likes to hang out and laugh, but when you're working with someone new, you're more observing to see what kind of person this is. You know what I mean? Like, some artists are really quiet and weird into themselves, and they don't really want to have a conversation and laugh. So then you know, okay, I'm gonna chill, do my thing, I'm not gonna overdo this, you know what I mean? With some artists, they're gonna come in and they're gonna talk to you the whole time, and they're gonna just be talkative the whole time, you know what I mean? And that's like, now you can open up and you can kind of, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like gauging the room, and knowing how to do that is really important as well, with this shit. Any questions on that? Yeah, go ahead.
There's a couple questions from the chat. One, Sleuth from Twitch asks, what would an off-the-bat rate for starting recording engineer be? Do I just do shit for free at the start? Question mark.
That's a great fucking question, because I've had to do shit for free, and even to this day, to win over contracts at labels, I'll do shit on spec, which means that I mix it, and if they love it, they pay me, and if they don't, then no feelings hurt, right? So to this day, even at the position I'm in, I'm still doing shit for what you would consider free, because I could get burned and they could be like, we don't like the mix. You know what I mean? So, back to the question, is the starting rate for what, recording?
Yeah.
So, I don't know what it could be now with inflation because everything's fucked up. But when I first started, I was charging like $300 to $400 to record. But a lot of times I wasn't even getting paid. So I might catch the couple sessions where I'm getting paid $300 to $400. I might not. I might get it for free.
Was that more of a day rate?
That was a day rate, right. So a lot of stuff was done in day rate. So someone would be like, because they didn't know, a lot of writing sessions, they don't know if they're going to be in there for 12 hours or... So they'd rather give you a rate instead of paying you per hour. Because if it's per hour, they're going to be like, shit, it's 11 o'clock at night. If we work for 3 more hours, that's another $150. You know what I mean? So if they give you a rate, $400, and you're there for 12 hours, that's good with them. That's what, $30 an hour? Yeah, 30. No, 3 times, yeah. Is it? Is it 30? Who does math here?
3 hours, 150.
Maybe 360.
360 for 12 hours at $30 an hour.
Yeah, 360.
360. Yeah, so it's almost that. So that was kind of the starting rate. Now the rates have obviously increased. A lot of people that I know are charging $500, $600. Some people are charging hourly, $50 an hour, $60 an hour, which is cool. You could do a minimum. You could do $60 and then a 4-hour minimum. So they have to give you at least 60 times 4, right? So that's a good question about the pricing because, to be honest, at the end of the day, it's like we all love music, but if we can't pay our bills and we can't take care of our business, then we can't stress-free do this job. It's already stressful enough doing this job and being in the room with these artists and shit like that, who sometimes are not nice and sometimes they are cool, whatever. It's difficult. So imagine, like, if you're not getting paid, you're not going to be really feeling like you want to come to the studio, or not even be able to get to the studio because you can't pay for this damn gas that's so high. You know what I mean? Like, so right now, of all times, is the real time where you want to start making sure you're getting paid, because we're living in a totally different world than I was living when I was coming up. Like, we got wars happening, we got all types of shit, and then we got gas prices going through the roof, so it's like, everything's kind of fucked up. But that's a good question about prices. You have another one?
I have a question about when do you feel comfortable to ask for points on your mixes?
Whoa, I'm barely getting it, bro. So the points thing is difficult because the points thing is like this. So the point thing, if you get a point on something and that shit does, like, let's say you get 1 point on a song, right? And that shit does 1 million streams, which by the standard, what's up, bro? By standard, 1 point on a song is pretty good, but it's only pretty good if that song's getting 1 billion streams.
Right.
Because it's 1% of the master. You know what I mean? So it's like, so that's the thing. If a song is streaming 10,000 times and you have a point on that, you're not making any money. If anything, it costs you more money to print the piece of paper out of the printer with the contract. So that's the thing about points is you don't, and a lot of times points have to be done by lawyers. You can't just be like, oh, I'm getting a point, and they put your name down like point. A lawyer has to make a whole draft that says, if the artist recoups the X amount of money, then we will pay you X amount. Like, it's a whole contract that shows how you're going to receive this royalty. So my lawyer, for example, he charges $2,000 to draw up a contract for a point. So imagine, fucking, you do a mix, and then you're getting points on every song. You're not making any money. You know what I mean? So you choose them how you can. So, like, for example, on the Lil Nas X thing I did, the only reason why I wasn't able to get a point was because Kanye was involved on the production. So a lot of times the producers might say, no, we're not giving anyone points, because a lot of times the label will pull the point from the producer or from the artist to give to the engineer. But if the producer's like, nah, we not doing that shit, then we not doing that shit. That's just how it is. And you kind of, for me, it's more about the opportunity. Like with Jack Harlow and shit, it was like, I didn't ask for a point on the first one just because for me, it's like, let's get the foot in the door. You know what I mean? Right. A lot of times when you ask for too much in the beginning, people kind of get thrown off by it, and they're kind of like, if you walk up and you're like, yeah, I charge $600 a day, you know what I mean, and that's final, then they're gonna be like, okay, you know what I mean. But if you're like, hey, you know, I normally charge $6, but I'm willing to work with you, let me know what your budget is, then they kind of feel like, okay, I'm getting someone who's worth this, but they're trying to give me a deal. You know what I mean? So that's the thing is in this industry is fucking, yes.
What do you mean by point exactly?
So point is a mechanical royalty essentially. So there's two sides to how money is made on a song. Well, there's multiple sides, but I'll speak about two, which is the ones that I deal with most. There's publishing, which is the writer's share. So everyone on a song has publishing. The producer has publishing, the writers have publishing, blah, blah, blah. Then there's the mechanical master points, which the label owns. So when you hear, yo, an artist has a deal where it's a 20-80 split, where the artist gets 20 and the label gets 80. That means that 80 points are the labels and 20 points are the artists. Because when they're talking about those things, they're talking about the master. The label doesn't make any money from the publishing. The publishing is completely for writers and producers to make money. The label is making the money off the master sync, off the master of the song. So that's what we're talking about when we get a point. It's great. If you get a point on a Justin Bieber song, you're out of here. You know?
Just 1 point?
Just 1 point on the album. On an album that sells, 2-3 million copies. An album, though. We're talking about 1% of an album, not 1% of a single.
Okay.
1% of a single is a little less.
And the 1% comes from the artist, right?
It usually comes with the artist. Obviously, every situation is different. The artist might be like, fuck you, he's mixing it, and the label's giving him the point. And if the artist has that type of, if Justin Bieber wanted to say that, he could. He could be like, yo, y'all gotta do it. And then the label's kind of like, well, it's fucking Justin Bieber. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it, we'll just give the guy the point or something. So that's kind of like, every situation is different, and usually when the artist is really big, that's when they're able to make that decision themselves. Usually, if not, the label makes all the decisions. And that's kind of the fight that we always have, right, with labels, is like, they're the ones in control of everything.
I got a question. How do you feel about artists, like, when you're in a session or talking to you any way that they want to?
You gotta take it. I know it's difficult.
But I mean, do you feel like sometimes, like, I personally been in a situation and like I felt like I didn't really care to work with that artist that
Definitely.
much.
No, I mean, to be honest,
like, I don't appreciate him talking to me like that, and I'm like, I'm helping you. Like,
totally understood.
How have you dealt with?
So I usually, like, I mean, it's been, I'm embarrassed to say it, but you just gotta take it sometimes. Like, it's no way around it, because it's gonna go one of two ways. You can get up and punch him in the face. I've seen that happen. Not me, but I've seen that happen. And like, so there's one way of handling it. The other way is you could try to have the conversation with that person, like, but chances are you're in a room full of people. Like, if me and you're a room full of people, and then I'm like, man, you're not gonna talk to me like that. All of you guys are gonna be looking at it, right? So there's multiple ways of going about it, but usually the way that most people do, especially because right now you might be like, man, if someone said that shit to me, I'd punch them in the face. But it's like when you're in the moment and you're like nervous, you're recording, and there's other people in the room, you might not react like that. You might just be like, all right, bet, I got you, my bad. You know what I mean? So most of the time you gotta take it, and that's just what it is. Like, there's a lot of artists, and to be honest, Chris is like one of the easier people to deal with. There's a lot of artists that are fucking animals. Like, you're like, dude, he didn't even do anything. Why are you cussing him out? It wasn't even him, it was the computer screen went out. Like, and they just on him. Like, the computer, oh man, the computer fucked up. We'll fix it. Bruh. Like, it's not even my computer, it's the studio's computer. So, there's been stuff like that. You guys can handle it how you want. But I'm gonna tell you right now, when you're in that seat, you probably gonna let it slide. Just because, especially if it's a big artist, you got, let's say you have the chance of your life. You're recording with fucking, I don't know, Doja Cat. And I'm not saying Doja Cat's probably the nicest person ever, but it's the only name I can think of. But let's say you're working with Doja Cat. She can say anything she wants to me. Shit, I'm mixing that album, boy. And I'm getting that point. You know what I mean? So a lot of times you take it only because you know that the opportunity is not worth losing. Now, if you in a shitty ass studio and you with some shitty ass people that are trying to give you $100 for a session and they talk to you, shit, pack them out with the studio staff. With the studio staff. You know what I mean? Because it's like, but when you have an opportunity, you don't want to lose those opportunities. You know what I mean? So like, you're gonna take it sometimes. That's just what it is. You know?
I have a question. When it comes to invoices, because right now there's this publishing company called what's it called? And I completely forgot what the production company is. It's I work at the Neighborhood Watch.
Okay.
It's this publishing company called. Anyways, it involves invoices. I engineered a few sessions since February, and I sent out my invoices, but I haven't heard back from anyone.
Even when you reach out and you're like, yo, have you got my invoices? They don't hit you back?
Yeah, they don't even hit me back. And I've talked to the A&Rs and the artists, and they're like, hey, bro, just email this person, yada, yada, yada. And I email that person, and that person gives me the exact same email that they told me to email in the first place, and that person hasn't even got back to me whatsoever at all.
I mean, there's two ways of going about this one too. Like, you can either call the A&R every day.
Okay.
Hey man, they haven't responded about the email. Hey man, just keep calling them every day until they're like, bro, let me get this paid before you fucking drive me crazy.
Okay.
Or you could let it slide. It just depends. You might not be in that position to be like, I'm not letting that slide. It might be $2,000. You're like, I'm not letting that slide.
Yeah, because they've been asking me for everything, like the files and everything.
Don't give them nothing.
I'm not too sure if I should send out the files.
Don't send out files. Be like, I haven't gotten any reply from the label about getting paid. I can't send out files.
Okay.
Just hold the files. They'll pay you faster like that.
Okay.
I mean, but again, every position is different. Sometimes, like, I've been in the position where I was like, they haven't sent me a PO yet, but they're like, we need the file. We got to release it tonight. And I'm like, how the fuck y'all got to release it tonight, but don't even got the budget open at the label? That don't even make no sense.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a lot of storytelling from people about trying to get you to, like, hold off and, oh, the budgets aren't. I went through it recently where I mixed this whole record. They were rushing me the whole time. Hey, man, we need it by Monday. I got it to them Sunday because I'm like, all right, I'm going to get it done for you. And then I will go to get the PO on Monday, and they're like, man, the budget's not open yet. And I was like, how the fuck are y'all releasing the song then? Someone's lying. Y'all lying here. Like, and it finally got then pushed through and approved because I was like, y'all made me rush to mix this record, and then you don't have the budgets open. That doesn't. How'd you pay the producer? How'd you pay the lawyers with no budget? So you're gonna have a lot of storytelling. I would hold the files if I were you. You're in a good position right now that you haven't given them the files yet.
Yeah.
D.
Yeah, we got a bunch of questions.
Okay, let's run through some.
The priorities are here, so.
Yeah, no, are you guys good right now? Shit, these questions that they're asking might help you though, to be honest, because they might ask some shit you didn't even think of.
So first off, there's a bunch of comments about how this is already better than any music college course anybody's ever taken.
Fuck, I should go to college.
But Chazzy on Twitch asks, I'm from rural Missouri doing online courses for music productions. With no studios around here, how do I find my way into the industry?
To be honest, bro, it's a rough word, but you won't have to move. Like, you can learn as much as you can in the place you are, but unless you move and you get to a place where you're gonna have like-minded people, like these people in this room, it's gonna be difficult. One person can't. This whole music game is not a one-person thing. Like, when someone's like, I produce, I write, it's not a one-person thing. You gotta have a team of people. Oh, man, that guy makes fire-ass beats. That guy's a dope-ass writer. He engineers. Oh, you know what I mean? Put a team together. I would say, to be honest, is move to the next biggest city you're able to. Maybe they have family in another place in the South, like in Atlanta or something like that, and they're able to move somewhere like that. Because it's far to move from, where do you say, Missouri?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to move from Missouri to LA, but you could probably do Missouri to Atlanta a lot easier, you know what I mean? And it wouldn't be so much of a culture shock as LA. LA is just on some bullshit, for real, compared to the South. So it would be a lot less of a culture shock if they went somewhere like Atlanta, you know what I mean? And that's just real, because yeah, you could be like, man, just keep doing your thing in your city, but it's like, it's difficult. And are you guys is everyone here from out of town?
Yeah, I'm from North Dakota. So
that's even worse than Missouri.
What?
And what did you do?
You
moved.
Yeah, I had to move.
That's what I'm saying. You're not gonna find nothing there.
Nothing.
It's gonna be nothing to record. Not even cows, bro. There's nothing there. But in Missouri, you could move to Atlanta. Who else is from out of town? Where are you from? Sacramento. So Sac isn't too bad. You could still do some shit. But even in San Francisco, there's not really much there music-wise. They got Empire up there with Ghazi. So you could, but that's one opportunity. If you don't land that opportunity, it's over. Because Ghazi and what's it called up there are like probably the biggest things in San Francisco. Empire. They are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're a San Francisco artist, your dream is probably to get signed to Empire. And if you're an engineer, you're probably like, I want to work at Empire, right?
Yep.
So if you can do that, cool. But that opportunity is not always going to happen. So moving to LA was your next best bet, right?
Yeah, facts.
Because you're not going to move to Atlanta.
No, definitely not.
Hell no. You're going to come to LA, you could drive right back to Sacramento.
Exactly.
So a lot of times you got to make that move. I'm lucky I was born in LA. I was born in the suburbs of LA. I lived in Memphis for about 1.5 years with Juicy J when I worked for him. So that's why, like, for me, I was really acclimated with the South because I lived in the South for a while. And being from LA, I would have never known nothing about out there. You know what I mean? Like, it's so different. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be hard for him to come to LA, D. Atlanta's a good place to start. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give me another one.
Another question. I'm going to change up the wording a little bit. From Braden Flint Mastering. He says, hey, big CB fan. Curious how you got linked up with him and also linked up with other people that have helped the most with your career. Like the common denominator.
I don't, you know, that's a good question, because the common denominator is such a weird, because I can't place it exactly what it is, but it's definitely like me never wanting to be complacent. Like there's a lot of engineers right now that work at Paramount that have worked as an engineer at Paramount for 5 years. You know what I mean? They haven't, and the point of working at a major recording studio is to catch an artist. That's the whole point. Like, okay, there's a guy named Chris Dennis, who's my boy, who started working with this rapper. Who's the rapper with the light eyes that he rapped? What's his name? Motherfucking...
Oh, Roddy Ricch?
Roddy Ricch. So Roddy came in for a session, and Chris Dennis, my boy, he was like the engineer at the house engineer. Roddy liked him so much, he works directly for Roddy now. He does not work for the studio anymore. And now he's Roddy Ricch's engineer. So the point of working at these studios sometimes is to catch an artist, to catch a big artist, and now you're their personal engineer. That's going to give you the money you need every month, you know, because working at a recording studio, it's like if they don't call you because there's no sessions or there's other engineers that are going to take over, you're not making no money that month. But if you work directly for someone who's currently in the music industry and working big, you're going to make money, you know. So now that guy Chris Dennis, he has a PO from Roddy's label every week for all the recording and all the mixing and shit. So, well, D, what was the rest of it, what he said?
Yeah, just how you met everybody.
Oh yeah, so CB. So the whole thing with CB worked like this. So I was working for this guy named Lewis Hamilton. He's a Formula One race car driver. So I was working for him for years, and then Lewis wanted to mix his music. No, you guys don't know that he does music because he hasn't released any, but he does music apart from racing cars. And so I recorded him for years, and he was like, I want to have someone mix these songs. And at the time, Purpose was out with Bieber. Yeah. So, or I think it was either Purpose or the one before. And he's like, I want the guy who mixed this to mix it for me. So I was like, okay. So we met up with Josh Goodwin. Now, Josh Goodwin at the time was mixing Bieber shit and recording Bieber shit. And this guy Lewis really liked his mixes. So he's like, yo, take the files to him, blah, blah. So I started to take the files and shit to Josh Goodwin. And me and him became friends. Like close. I'd pull up, we'd smoke, we'd chill, talk, whatever. So after that, I guess CB's old engineer, Brian Springer, started to try to find new engineers because he was leaving. And they both worked out of, what's it called, Record Plant in Hollywood. So Josh was in the back room, and Brian, Chris's old engineer, was in the front room. So they knew each other. So when he went to try to find a new engineer, everyone sucked. Chris kept kicking everyone out. He was like, blah, blah, whatever. So finally, this guy Brian went to Josh. He's like, bro, I need to find a fast engineer because Chris is not working with any of these guys I'm getting him. So Josh, having known me and knowing how I used to cut Lewis. So the way I used to cut Lewis is he would sing the same line over and over like that, right? And I'd grab this, and I'd build the line in the front using all the takes. So it was like I was playlisting it, but I was doing it horizontally. It's a lot easier to do it vertically, right? Because you just pop up the letters. I was grabbing it on the grid. So if I was on the second note or like the 2, I would grab it on the grid from the 2, and then I'd bring it to the here. I'd put it on the 2 again, and then I'd pull the fades and clean it up. So when he saw I was doing all that extra work for Lewis, he's like, yo, maybe you should work for CB. So I was like, I don't know. I remember I almost didn't even take the job for CB. I was like, I don't even know, bro. Because I was at Paramount all the time. I'm like, these motherfuckers trash the studio. It's a party. I'm not working for CB. And then finally, my girl's like, no, you need to do this shit. Because it's like, it's an opportunity, right? If you don't like it, you don't have to keep doing it. So I went to work with CB, and ever since then, we kind of took off. Like, that's how it started, you know? And he loved me in the beginning, and that was all that was needed. Because he hated all the other engineers, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, because I was like, bro, if I got to come behind a bunch of engineers that suck, like, what about me? What if I'm fucking even worse than them? I don't know who they were having in there. You know what I mean? It could have been Manny Merrick winning that bitch, and then he was getting cussed out. And I was stepping in there like, what the fuck?
Do you feel like you got a lot of your jobs because you were, like, a lot of the mixing gigs you got through being a really good recording engineer?
I would say that it wasn't because of one. It's like, becoming a really good recording engineer got me to work with CB, right? Okay. When I started working with CB, that put me on a platform, that put me on a pedestal to be seen. Now when we released an album, instead of working with a small artist who was only doing 20,000, 30,000 copies first week, I was working with CB who was doing 100,000 plus copies first week. So my work was now being elevated to a place where people could see it. When it got to the time where CB now was doing features, he didn't want us to just send his raw vocals to them because it could have been anyone. You know, it could have been, lack of a better artist, but it could have been, for example, Fetty Wap, who's not hot anymore, but when he was hot, it could have been him. I'm not sending raw files over there, you know what I mean? So we started to mix everything ourselves, and what ended up happening was, if we did a feature for someone, I would mix the whole song for that person with CB's feature. And that kind of led to one thing or the next. So the first thing was Heat with Gunna. When I mixed that, Gunna was like, yo, I want the guy who mixed Heat to mix my album. So then I mixed Wanna. Then after Wanna, I started to do a little bit outside of that. I started to do like Kid Laroi. And then with Kid Laroi, the same A&R for Kid Laroi is the same A&R for Lil Nas X. So that's how these things start to kind of pile up on top of each other. You know what I mean? And I take it day by day. I don't go like, oh man, I just wish I could do this, or if I go here, then I can go there. I just do what I'm doing. I'll mix this record, and then 3 weeks later, they're like, yo, we heard you mix that record. Can you mix this other record for us? You know what I mean? That's just how it goes. And that's just, the music business has been good to me because I'm patient with it. I don't fight and like go too far looking for shit. Like with labels, I don't bug A&Rs like, yo, we got any work coming up? I'm just trying to sort my schedule. Like, that type of shit is kind of putting too much pressure. Like, you don't want to go to like Nordstrom shopping and the guy's behind you like, what if you try this one? And I tried this one. You're like, bro, leave me alone. I'm trying to shop. So you want to leave people alone and let them come to you at one point. Obviously, in the beginning, you don't have to fight for shit. Do shit for free. That's just part of it. I still do shit for free, like I said. You know what I mean? If it's the right thing. There's some artists where like, I'm trying to think of one that I did on spec recently. I don't even know. But there's a lot of stuff that I'll do on spec, and I'm just like, and usually I kill it, and they love it, and it's just like a couple notes away from what they wanted it to be. The thing is, when I mix, I completely reference the rough, so I don't change the song from what it used to be. A lot of people will take a mix, and they'll be like, oh, I know how it's supposed to sound. It's supposed to sound more like this. And it's like, you got to go by that rough, because the rough mix is what the artist has listened to 10,000 times. I've seen it. Chris Brown listens to his music so many times, bro. Like, hold on, let me see if I can see, because we have like an app where it shows like how many times motherfuckers play a song.
There's an app for that?
No, well, there's like we have an app where I put all the music, and then he can listen to it.
Oh, so you can
But
see how many times.
there's some songs like he'll listen to the same song 1,200 times.
Oh, Jesus.
Over the course of, 3 months. That's 1,200 times. You know what I mean? The same song. So if that shit don't sound like that and it sounds different, the vocals, the snare, for example, is completely different, or now there's reverb on the snare, they're going to notice immediately. The producer's definitely going to notice. You know what I mean? So, and some engineers take it in their own hands to even replace sounds. Like, oh, no, that kick ain't hitting hard enough. Go ahead.
I got a question. Are you still at this point receiving like shitty songs before you mix them, or like at this point you're doing more label stuff? So the songs
So I'm doing more label
good
stuff
coming in.
If there's an independent artist that wants me to mix a record, I'll listen to the song first. If I like it, I'll mix it. If I don't like the song and I'm like, bro, I don't even like this song, I'm not gonna spend 3 hours mixing the song. And I get a lot, but before it was different. Sometimes, like right now, y'all just gotta mix what you can get, just because you need the practice, you need it. You know what I mean? Even I have my assistant here, Ignacio. I have him fucking mix random shit too. You know what I mean? Because he needs the practice to do it. But there comes a point where you're like, all right, I'm not finna spend all my time doing this shit that I don't want to do. You know what I mean? In the beginning of this shit, you got to do all the shit you don't want to do, and that's just part of it. I had to do all the grunt work and all the bullshit, and then you get to the point where you're now delegating these things. So now Ignacio does all my stems, all my setups, which is the work that sucks the most, because you have to sit there and wait for that shit to bounce in real time. The kick, the snare, the hi-hat, and you're just in front of the computer. You know what I mean? So now I delegate those things to Ignacio, but he needs the what's it called, the practice with it. He needs the practice of making stems over and over and over again, to the point where he's doing it as a second nature almost. And that goes for everything. With recording, record so much that it's second nature. You're not even thinking about the quick keys. You're just moving. You know what I mean? You're talking to the artist. I have a foot pedal so that I don't have to take my finger. That's one thing about Paramount. And I was like, at the beginning, they didn't have no foot pedals for the talkback. So you had to take your hand off of the mouse or the keyboard to click the talkback. And that slows the whole process down. You know what I mean? So I told them to implement. Go ahead.
Did you go to school for audio?
I did go to school for audio. But it didn't teach me anything. I'll be honest. Everything. But to be honest though, if I didn't go to school, I wouldn't be here where I was today, because of the relationships that I made and places that I went through doing that. Does that make sense? So like, even though I didn't learn too much at school, I got my first job for Juicy J while I was in school.
Yeah.
And I was on, there was no Instagram, there was Facebook, and there was this lady who was mad rich, and she's like, I'm building a studio at my house, and I need interns and all this shit, and Juicy J's coming to my house to do a party. So I hit her on Facebook, and I was like, yo, I'm trying to intern at your studio, I go to engineering school right now, blah, blah, blah. She's like, oh yeah, come, whatever. So I get there, and then one of Juicy's musicians is like, hey man, are you an engineer? And I was like, yeah. He's like, Juicy just fired his engineer. Do you want to be his engineer? And I was like, sure. But he didn't say Juicy, he was saying Jordan. So I was like, who the fuck is Jordan? So finally, I go to Jordan's house, and it's fucking Juicy J. And I'm terrible at fucking engineering. There's one thing that I know how to do, which is how to take a loop that's 2 bars and stretch it so it's 4 bars. And it's half the speed. That's one thing I knew how to do now. He told me to do that. Because he, like, with Juicy, he was like a heavy sampler. He loved sampling shit. He would play shit out of the record player. I'd bring it in and I'd line it all up and stretch it, whatever. So he's like, all right, make that loop twice as long. And I was like, bet. So I did it. He's like, you're hired. And I was like, oh shit. Nothing else. So that was like super lucky that I just got to do that. And I was terrible, man. Juicy used to cuss me out every fucking day. But I was 18 years old. I didn't have a job. I wasn't do nothing else but music. So I just stuck with him. And he stuck with me, luckily. But that was a fucking long road, man. Working with Juicy was crazy. Because it's like, I should have definitely not been 18 years old with no experience working for someone who had just come off winning an Oscar 2 years ago for Hustle and Flow. So it's just like, it was definitely a little early for my ass to be in there. But everything happens for a reason, right? Like, you just got to go through the motions of life. And a lot of times you'll find yourself in a place where you don't think you're ready for it.
100%.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I feel like when you put yourself into those positions, like, even though you're scared, you don't know anything, but you learn from
That's when you learn.
Yeah.
That's when you learn.
Really,
you don't learn when you're
truly
comfortable.
grow.
You
Exactly.
learn when you're uncomfortable.
Exactly.
And that's just part of it. D, you got some more?
Yeah, a bunch more. Here's a good one. In the middle of a session, this is from Ricky Tunes on Twitch. How do you handle unexpected technical difficulties, such as a computer crash?
So that happens all the fucking time. All the fucking time. Usually, like, I'll give you an example with CB because he's really cool about it with the computer, because that does happen. He has an older trash can, and occasionally the computer will just fucking fart, and then it'll just turn off. And then I'll just be like, yo, the computer kind of fucked up, let me fix it. He'll just come out and be like, oh yeah, do your thing. Like, he's super chill. You'll have some other people that are not happy because their vibes are being taken. It's like, there's nothing we can do about it, though. If it was the engineer, okay, cool, slap the shit out of him. But it was the computer. Like, what are you going to do, fight the computer? So a lot of times, that's totally okay that happens. If anything, it gives you a moment to kind of breathe and get, like, while the assistant fixes the computer or figures out what's wrong, it gives you a moment to kind of recalibrate. And if you were fucking up, let's try not to fuck up again when we get the computer back on type shit. So it's kind of a blessing and a curse sometimes if the artist is not happy about it. Sometimes you'll get, like, the entourage being stupid and be like, hey man, this is your first day? I'm like, shut up, bitch. You don't even know how to do this shit. So that happens all the time. And another thing is, you'll notice, like, sometimes I keep saying entourage because that's just what we call them in studios. But they're like, they're way more assholes than the artist all the time. You'd be like, bruh. You know what I mean? And I've seen it too. You'd be like, bro, all these people have no jobs and they try to be just like the artist. Like, what's gonna happen when he not an artist anymore? Y'all gonna be fucking in the hood. Like, this is gonna be nothing left for y'all. And I see it now, like, with a lot of major artists. I see these big crews around them, and none of them are artists. None of them have jobs and shit. They run their little plays. Like, hey, you know, we can get Thug on the feature. Just give me like 10 bands or whatever. Like, they run their little plays, but yeah. So just be careful with that. So we got more?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. When it comes to you recording the artist, usually when there's people behind you, say for instance, like the artist is in the booth,
yeah,
in the control room, there's people behind you and they're partying. Do you usually put on headphones?
Yeah. So if there's a party going on and you're not in the position to be like, yo, stop partying. Like with CB, I could be like, yo, I can't hear you, bro, and he'll tell everyone to shut up. You know what I mean? But in some positions you can't. Like in some places, like the artist doesn't care. They're like, man, let my people do what they got to do. You got to put on headphones. Okay. And sometimes it's better to go on headphones just because there's going to be a lot of talking happening in the studio and you're not going to hear, like, even for me today, like, I'll be engineering and I'll have, like, a writer who's in the room and they'll start singing along the melodies and doing harmonies, and I'm like, bro, I can't hear what he's singing. I'll just hear you out of my left ear. So sometimes you got, and I'll tell people like with CB now, like I won't even tell him. I'll just be like, yo, I'm just trying to record him. I can't hear him. You know, I can't hear what he's saying. What the fuck? Like I'll say that now. But in some positions, you're right. You can't say anything. You don't know them. You don't know the artist. Maybe it's your first day working with them. You just gotta do all your shit and don't even try to bring it up to them. Let it slide. Because it's not worth it. Okay. You know what I mean? They go, if anything, they go laugh in your face when you turn around and tell them to shut up. For sure. D. My guy.
Were you like trusted to mix CB's records off the rip, or like?
No. So Jason Joshua was mixing everything, and I remember the way that everything changed was we did that song Undecided. So we did that shit, and Jason mixed it. And the mix came back like all distorted, and it had like no reverb on the vocals. So then Chris was like, "Nah, we gonna do shit all ourselves now." So from that moment, I took that record home and mixed it, and I had like a laptop and I had like PMC speaker. I was in no position qualified to be mixing a record at that time. Definitely qualified to engineer, to cut vocals and shit, but to mix, it was now. You know, everyone in this room could say like, oh yeah, I mix records. Like you blend records, you get them right. But to mix on that level where you're now having to deliver this shit for DSPs and mastering, it's a whole different level. So I was definitely scared, but it was like, CB was like, we doing our shit ourselves now. And he's really like that. Like the whole team for CB is literally me as the engineer, his manager, and then him. And between all three of us, we do everything. So his manager will handle the business, I'll handle all the music stuff. Files, deliveries, you know, sending the music to the guy for the live show. I send the stems off to his guy. He prepares the live show stuff, which he's doing a show this weekend. So I had to send him Iffy, the stems to Iffy, and then he put Iffy inside of his little like thing with all the other songs, and then whatever, you know what I mean? He'll take out his vocals. CB doesn't do TV tracks. So a lot of artists have a TV track, which is where there's no verse and there's a hook, right? And so they sing along, but he doesn't do that because CB likes to have certain parts where he comes in and out. So we need the full stem so we can pull stuff in and out. Also, they add live elements to it too. So his engineer will add like a live drum set so it feels like when they're at a show, there's a concert happening and it's not just like a playback from a DJ. You know what I mean? What we got?
Yeah, this is a good question, kind of following up with the guy from Missouri. This is It's Kids Beats on Twitch. Says he's an engineer in Kentucky and he's moving to Florida.
Perfect. Miami?
Yeah, and so, in Tampa, Florida.
Tampa still has some music.
Yeah, so he's like, any advice on how I should start getting work in bigger cities? Now that you're in the big city, how do you start?
Doing it for free. I think doing a lot of stuff for free. I mean, obviously, if you have $0 in your bank account, it's going to be difficult to do shit for free. But if you can at least go there with some savings, a lot of times, sometimes you got to put the work in. He might have to work a year in Kentucky to save up enough to go to Atlanta or Miami or Florida, and spend 6 months, maybe not making a lot of money, but doing hella work for free. You know what I mean? That's just part of it, because you have to show your value to people, and you can't tell value. You can't be like, yeah, I record all this shit, I do all this shit, especially when you don't have any credits. What have you done? I recorded this guy in Kentucky named Mike. Like, I'm like, who the fuck is Mike? You know what I mean? I don't know that person. I don't know how good that is, right? So a lot of times, just do it for free. Trust me, an up-and-coming artist, if they got to pay an engineer to do something and then someone comes and like, I'll do it for free, they're going to at least try it with that person for free before they got to pay this guy, because they don't even want to pay this guy. They just got to. You know what I mean? So a lot of times, doing shit for free is the best thing you could do. There was this writer named Lil Eddie that I used to work with. He's from New York. And he used to bring me to his major sessions, like little J-Lo writing sessions, all this stuff. He'd bring me as his engineer. No one knew that he wasn't paying me. I would just show up. They were like, oh, that's Lil Eddie's engineer. You know what I mean? And when I started working, they're like, man, can you come cut my vocals? And I'm like, yeah, I charge this much money. Eddie wouldn't tell him that I wasn't charging him. Wow. He would just put me, because I was good and he loved me. So he's like, I get to work with someone I like. I don't have to pay that person, and you get to get more work from the room. So that was kind of our little, like, our play that we ran. You know what I mean? And that got me in a lot of doors because no one knew I wasn't getting paid. So whatever price I told them, they thought that that's what Lil Eddie was paying. You know? And that's another thing about this business is that crosstalk with money, it doesn't really happen. Like, I have different prices for different people that I do shit, just because some people are my homies, some people are labels, I hit them over the head, you know what I mean? So, that's just what it is, because A, they got the money to do it, they got more than enough money to do it, and then that allows you to then give a break to other people, you know what I mean? Like, I charge all these major label rates, and now when I work on an indie artist, I can charge a lot less for them because I'm good over here. I want to help this person out. I like this music. I want to be a part of it. And then you never know. That shit blows up. You on that next train too. You know what I mean? Imagine if you were working with a Doja Cat who wasn't blown up yet, and you're cutting her vocals and shit, and then she blows the fuck up, and you're right there with it.
100%.
That's how it happens these days. You know? Go ahead.
Since you're mixing now, a lot more now.
Yeah.
When do you feel like you're getting like a bad recording engineer and like a good recording engineer?
So I've had that. There's a lot of stuff, especially a lot of the indie stuff that they work in like shitty studios. I get stuff that is horribly recorded, but a lot of times there's nothing you can do about it. Like I can take out pops and clicks, but like distorted vocals, there's nothing you can do about it. And most of the time, like I did this one project, DC the Dawn, who's like signed a Rostrum. He signed a Rostrum, and the stuff would come in like a total mess. Like I'm talking leads with backgrounds on the same tracks and ad libs. It was just like. Did you guys ever see an Instagram post where I did? It was a session. It was just like fucking audio everywhere.
I saw that.
Yeah, so that shit. I took a picture of it. I didn't air him out, but I was like, bruh, because it was so bad. I was like, I don't even know. Ignacio, were you with me when we did that?
Yeah.
Bro, I had him to try to like sort things out, like put all the verse leads on one track, put all the hook leads on one track. It was just everywhere. So, and that was not the artist's fault. That was the engineer's fault. They were working with some guy who was probably shitting his pants and just throwing cuts everywhere on the fucking playlist. You know what I mean?
So, say you're not like able to work in a big studio or something like that, and like you're working with Chris out of the hotel or something. How are you going about getting a good sound in that hotel?
So that's going to be more difficult. With Lewis, I was working in hotels, and that's kind of what prepped me, because when Lewis would travel around the world on his plane and record and go to all these races, right? So we never had a recording studio. It was like we had a nice ass hotel that he would have, and then in his room I would build a makeshift studio. So I'd order up, you know those beds that come on wheels that are like, they just stand up? Mm-hmm. So I'd order like 3 of those beds and I'd make a booth out of it. And then microphone hooked up, I'd have my laptop. We'd have like a Telefunken 251 because obviously he had money. So we had a nice ass microphone. We had a Neve, we had a CL1B. So we had everything we needed. The only thing we didn't have is a studio space, right? The good thing was, a lot of times if you can get like what we made with the beds, that was perfect. We didn't really need, the whole floor was carpet, right?
Yeah.
The hotel room had mad curtains on the windows. You know how they have like mad curtains and shit? You could pull like 3 different layers. So we'd close all the windows and it was almost dead in the room.
So no reflections from
So there was not a lot of reflections, and he was inside of the beds too. So it's like, you can do it. You could do all types of shit. I saw one person, there was a chandelier. They hung the microphone from the chandelier and it was just hanging. It's probably not the safest thing to do, right? But, yeah.
In major studios, I see they have, I think it's called a baffle, like behind,
the baffle, which is what I made,
which is behind the artist,
right?
And then they have like pop filters and stuff that go. Like shields and stuff that go in front.
In major studios or in not?
No, in not.
In not. Okay, yeah.
So, is it better to have it behind or?
So you like, kind of want the way you really want it to be is behind and on your sides. So that's why I was saying like. It's behind and on your sides. In this case, because we were in a hotel room, I actually had it on the sides and in front.
Okay.
But in a recording studio, because the rooms are tuned and they're properly made, you can have, I don't know if you've ever seen like the pictures where it'll be the glass, and then on the other side it'll be the artist sitting and he has a baffle behind him and then 2 on the sides like that go out like that. That's normally how you do it. But if you have a case where maybe you have a wall in front of you, like in a hotel room, you would just do the opposite. And then what you could even do is you can hang a blanket on the 2 side pieces. You can hang a blanket that goes over to seal them inside of it. So there's tons of things you can do. We've done all types of shit. Put a sock over the microphone, all types of stuff. In Tulum, to be honest, the worst recording process I've had, and the worst to date has been Tulum with CB. So we went on vacation with Chris to Tulum, which is in Mexico, and we had a house that was on the beach, like, but there was no electricity on the house. Like it was solar house. And you couldn't flush toilet paper down the toilet or anything. It was like a sanctuary for turtles. So in order to run the studio, we plugged all the studio up, and the guy from the house is like, y'all juicing up the whole house. The power's gonna start going out for the air conditioner, because we were using the studio, like we had hooked up all the equipment up. So they had to bring a generator truck. You know those like trucks that drive with a trailer and it's a giant box as a generator? They brought one of those joints to the house, and we had the studio plug the extension cord going out to it from the room. So the room we were working in was all tile. There was no carpet.
Oh god.
And if you hear the recordings, there's a couple songs that are going to come out on Chris's next album that were recorded in Tulum, and you'll be able to tell immediately. But there's a vibe, right? And at the end of the day, the artist really doesn't care. If their vocal sounds a little bit like this or a little bit like that, they're not really tripping. And I've told CB, like, we're obviously not in a fucking studio. And on top of that, we don't even have rugs or carpet. It's just echoey in there. And so I had the shield. We didn't have a pop screen, so we used, like, a fucking sock and a hanger that we, like, made into a pop screen. It was like horrible. And this is like Chris Brown, and we're literally like, can we get a sock? Like, can we? But we're in Mexico though. There's nothing. If anything were to have broken, bro, it would have been over. Like if the microphone broke, it would have been over. Then on top of that, I was doing a live for McDSP when this happened. A storm came, a big ass hurricane, and the person who owned the house is like, y'all gotta leave. Like y'all gotta go inland. He's like, just take the studio stuff and put it up against the wall so the water does, because the water is meant to rush through the house essentially, because that's why it's all tile. There's no rug in the house. He's like, just put the studio stuff up there. It won't get wet. I was like, bro, are you crazy? I put everything in the van. I was on live with Baines, and I was like, we gotta go. The palm trees are flying. And in the background, you can hear Chris's manager's like, Chris is still asleep, and I'm like, bro, get that man out. We gotta go. So and my wife is like, and I'm on live, and I couldn't like walk away to the car because I'd lose the signal. My wife's like, we gotta go. If you don't go, I'm leaving you here. And I was like, I gotta go, guys. She's leaving me. We drove the car inland, and then the storm hit and shit. And I was like, bruh.
I know you guys use the 251 a lot, right?
Yeah,
like
251 is his microphone.
So, I know that's like 10, 15.
Yeah, it's $10,000-$12,000.
What's something that's more lower budget that you're like, yeah, this mic is the shit?
You know, I bought one recently for my house, which is the Telefunken. What's that series? Is Lou here or no?
He's out
Deep.
there.
Oh, he's out there.
Lou is here. He's outside.
There's a Telefunken that came out. It's called the something series. It's like the Alchemist series, I think. And they're like, it's like the Telefunken 251. There's a U47, I think. They're the copies of them, and they're like $2,000. So I have a copy of a 251 that's like a lot smaller. It doesn't look exactly like it, but supposedly the tubes are the same. So I just bought that, and I just like cut demo vocals at my house, or I used to more. But that works. Huh?
SM7.
SM7. So SM7 is probably the one microphone I would tell you not to use. I know a lot of people do. Kanye likes to use it. Pooh Bear, the writer, he likes to sit in the back of the room with an M757. With Pooh Bear, it doesn't matter. He's writing the song. It's not going to be his vocal anyways. But as an artist, you wouldn't want to record on an SM57. It's going to make it like really difficult for the mixing engineer. Oh, SM7.
Yeah. It's like the Black Pocket.
It's even worse. Yeah. It's going to be difficult. Yeah, it's got to be like a built-in gate. Yeah. It's good for podcasts and talking and stuff like that, but singing, tone, Lou.
TF51.
Huh?
The TF51.
The TF51, the Alchemist series, right?
Yeah.
So that's a great microphone.
I know it's all like pegged. My bad.
That's a great microphone, and it's $10,000 less than the main one, and you're at least 60% there with it. Like it's definitely a better microphone than most for that price range. So definitely a good place, and that's something you can get on Sweetwater for like 6 payments, right? So if it's $2,000, 6 payments, that's like $300 a month, something like that.
How do you feel about the what's that name called? The Spear 22.
L2.
Yeah, the L22 Spear. Yeah. It's like one that you can like, it models different.
Oh, you talking about that shit that what's his name came out with?
The Slate?
Slate.
Yeah.
It's a Slate shit. So you can do that shit.
Townsend.
Oh, the Townsend. Yeah. So the
yeah.
Townsend, from what I've heard, Baines uses it a lot. He used it with Gunna and used it with Thug. It's a great microphone. Apparently, there was different settings on it that allowed him to deal with the shit in Jamaica. So he was recording, most of the one album was recorded in Jamaica. So like in the takes on my Pro Tool sessions, if you listen to Gunna, there's like crickets in the back, all types of shit happening. And so he was like, there's like different settings that like lower the noise floor and shit like that on it. So it's a great microphone. Yeah. I haven't used it though, personally.
We'll do one quick one and then one that's going to take a little bit longer. Zay Ortiz on Twitch says, how do you feel about the Slate mic?
So the Slate mic, I haven't heard it, but supposedly it's really good. I would say it's a great starting microphone, especially if you have a studio at home or you're starting a studio and you want to have different sounding microphones, but you can't buy a bunch of different microphones. So the best thing to do is get something like the Slate, where it allows you to change between different models. That's like the best you can do. A lot of times when you're starting out, you're not going to be able to get the Telefunken and stuff like that, but you can get things that are made, like I feel like Slate made that microphone on purpose because the way the music industry is moving, it's no longer in all major studios. Now we have studios like this, we have home studios, I have a home studio. So if you don't have the money to buy 10 microphones so that you could be like a commercial studio, what do? You buy one microphone that can emulate 10 microphones, right? So I think it's a great product to a certain extent. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be going and recording fucking Chris with this microphone necessarily, maybe, unless I tried it and the Telefunken model sounds better than the actual Telefunken. But it's a great microphone, I would say, all the way up until you get to those commercial studios where you're able to have a 67 or whatever, 87.
Honest feelings about Sony C800G.
So I think they're a little bit abrasive. I've used the C800G a lot. It works for some people, it works for others. It doesn't work for others, sorry. So like Chris, he sounds too mid-rangey on it. So we don't use it for him.
Interesting.
He needs more top end because Chris is already nasally and mid-rangey already. Like when I'm EQing him in the mix process, I'm taking out a lot of 4K. A lot of fucking like mid-range and shit like that. Even lower, 2K all the way to 4K. So that microphone's going to boost that area. You know what I mean? The Telefunken's just going to give it that top, which he needs. I'm adding that 10K and up on his vocal. You know what I mean? So that's why it's best for him. Go ahead.
Yeah, another one on Twitch. Luke Baker Official asks, "Hey man, I live in LA, but my girlfriend is from Argentina and put me onto Kea.
Oh, yeah.
I love how you mix his vocals. What's kind of your go-to plug-in vocal chain?"
So plug-in vocal chain, I usually always start with a Pro Q3. And I start taking out, I don't really add, a lot of people will like add frequencies, they'll start adding. It's all about taking away. You can make a vocal bright by taking away. You really like, someone will be, recently I was mixing a Jack record and they're like, can we get a little more brightness on his vocal? I didn't add brightness to his vocal, I just shaved the bottom slightly. And that caused the emphasis to be pushed more towards the top end. So a lot of my EQ moves are reductive. And that reducing makes it, I can pull down the top end, it makes it darker, makes it more low end, right? I can pull out the low end and it makes it brighter. It's not that it's actually getting brighter, it's that by cutting out certain frequencies, you're heightening and accentuating and focusing on other frequencies. So, start with a Pro Q, all reductive. I find those frequencies that are poking out, start pulling them all down. After that, I'll add a little bit of 10K. So now that I've pulled all this stuff that I don't want out of there, I'll just give it a little drip of 10K. That'll just give it a little air. After that, I start compressing. So I'll do one round of compression, which is the main one, which is I'll use an 1176 Silverface from UAD. So I'll have that compressing, cool. Then after I've done that, it's time for more EQing. Now I'm pulling out the Neutron 3 EQ. And I'm starting to, that's a very musical EQ. I can get really good with like, you start doing these broad bands where like it's kind of low endy, you just do a nice scoop. I'm not doing notches with this. So the notches is happening with the Pro Q, which is where I'm taking out bad resonant frequencies. After that's done, now I need to figure out what broad strokes I need to do. So I start bringing down that low end, it's going to clean up the vocal on the top. Maybe the top's really mid-rangey. Once I pull that down on the Neutron, that shit goes away. Boom. After that, I might need some soothe. A little bit of soothe on the vocal, because now after I've added 10K and I've reduced more of the frequencies with the Neutron, the vocal's gotten even brighter. So now I'm going to do a little bit of soothe, de-essing, and then the final level of compression, which is a C2 that I use, and that kind of just squeezes everything together. So that's pretty much it. And all the settings change per artist, obviously, but I start with those pieces. Go ahead.
Do you use a de-esser plugin, or do you use
So I use multiple de-essers. A lot of times, bro, it cannot be done with just one. A lot of times you have to EQ to get that DS out, right? That S out, or whatever that frequency is up at the top. And then I'll put one de-esser. Right now, so one de-esser, and then it's still S-ing, mad, like at the top, really high. So I put the super de-esser from Oxford, from UAD. That's another level. And sometimes I even still have more. So I'll put the D, like DE-esser, like the waves one, and that one's really aggressive. So once I put that on there, everything kind of just goes away. There's obviously, and not by goes away, I don't mean there's no more S's, I mean the bad stuff. Because if you don't have an S, then they're going to sound like they have a lisp. But S's, to be honest, are my fucking biggest nightmare. Because a lot of times S's aren't just like an S. Like there'll be weird ass frequencies in there, and I have to go clip by clip and do audio sweep. So I'll pull up Audio Suite and I'll see it's going like this. I'll just yank that shit down like 5 dBs and then commit it. Just to the S though. And then you have to lower the volumes too. It's a nightmare, bro. S's are really difficult. You get lucky when you get someone that doesn't have an S problem. Artist. Yeah.
Talk about the limitless too.
Oh, the limitless, yeah. So we just recently started putting the limitless at the end of the vocal chain, and that kind of just like pushes it up and gets like that fucking the top end up on it. It's crazy. It's a good little move. We just bought it like last week.
Is that from DMG?
DMG, exactly. They make other good plugins, De-Edger too. So De-Edger is a great plugin you guys should get. Whenever there's a vocal that's like too mid-rangey, but you're not trying to like scoop that shit out or like get rid of it, use De-Edger, and it's essentially like a de-esser, but it works on bad frequencies instead. It's like I would call it like a multi-band compressor kind of, where it just has, you choose the frequency that the problem's at, and you just hit de-edge, and then you pull it back. But it's pretty good.
Have you ever used a plugin called Verb? It's not like the reverb, but it's like
Verb, like takeaway verb. I actually recently had to use it because I got a vocal that was wet, and of course, idiots. Can you take some reverb off the vocal? And I'm like, y'all gave it to me with the reverb on it. Like, what am I supposed to do? So there's a plugin called Verb, and it actually, I don't know how it does it or what the algorithm is, but it takes the reverb away. It essentially just cuts the tail off.
Would you think that would be good to use when like people are recording in bad rooms?
Yes, actually. If you're recording in a room that's really reflective and there's natural reverb happening, you could definitely use that. And just dial it though. You don't want to kill it too much because you'll start fucking with the vocal. But if you just dial it back a little bit, you'll notice. Like, we got a clap, remember? That clap, it was like, and then now it's like, you know, it was like perfect to deverb it. And that happens, you'll get wet vocals all the time. You'll be like, can I get the vocals dry? And of course they send them to you wet. Why would they send them to you dry? You didn't ask for it. But that's literally the story of my life. Go ahead, D.
Chazzy on Twitch asks, is being a producer a realistic goal for someone that's married, has kids, and currently a full-time job on top of music school?
So I'm not gonna kill anyone's dreams because I'm gonna be honest. I've seen people make it with a lot more on their plate. You know what I'm saying? Did you want to add something? Or I've seen a lot of people make it with a lot more on their plate. Like having kids, having a wife, having a job is no excuse. If you love doing music, take whatever time you can to do it. I'm not saying that he's going to be all of a sudden able to pull up to sessions and do sessions all night because he has responsibilities. But if he loves doing music, he should take the amount of time he can out of to do it. Because you never know, like one beat can change your life. You might wake up one day and make one beat. And so you send it to your boy and he happens to be in the studio with so-and-so and they play it and all of a sudden he's like, man, so-and-so caught on your beat, but I don't even know. I was playing it on my phone to listen to it and they heard it. You know what I mean? So that can change your life in 2 seconds and you never know. Like in the music industry, it's like that. Like I've seen people wake up with their lives change. I had a friend named T. Coles who wrote Turn Up the Music for Chris Brown. And he told me the story. He's like, bro, I was living in my car 1 week. And he said the following week, I had a publishing deal and I was living in an apartment. It changes that fast because as soon as Chris cut that record, he was now able, and it was going to come out as a single, he was going to be able to now get a publishing deal, right? Which is an advance. 100 grand up, 200 grand, whatever it be. Imagine you go from living in your car to living in a fucking nice ass apartment. Your life changes that fast. You know what I mean? So definitely keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's more on that topic too. Just like I know, like I'm sure everyone in this room is aware, like this industry is very unpredictable and it requires a lot of sacrifice. Despite that, like you're still going like strong with it. Like, what would you say is like the main thing that keeps you going? Being like, okay, this is what I'm grateful for to do. Like this is what I look forward to when I wake up to do this. Like, what's the main thing that keeps you? Like,
Shit, it's a couple things. Part of it is that I don't know anything else. Like, I don't know how to do anything else. I couldn't fucking work a regular job if I tried. I'd probably show up smoking a joint. They'd be like, you can't smoke here, bro. You're not even allowed to be smoking. I'm like, bro, I'm smoking. So there's definitely a lot of things that I don't know what else I would do. So that's part of it. I wake up every day like, this is what I do. You know, I don't really think too much about it. But what inspires me to keep doing stuff is continuously getting better. So like, one day I figure something out, and the next day I'm hyped to keep doing it. Like when we found out the Limitless, I was like, shit, we got to go on all the songs now and add Limitless on everything. You know what I mean? So it's just like that drive of, and it helps to be doing good. It helps to have records that come out and do well to continue to push you further, right? Obviously that helps. You're not always going to have that. You know what I mean? In the beginning, you're not going to have records that come out and they're top 10 on Billboard when you're in the beginning of your career. So for me, during that time, it was like that's all I knew. Like I didn't know anything else. If I went to go do something else, I'd be starting over. I didn't go to college, like college, you know, to like be able to do anything else. So it was all I had, you know. So it was kind of like it was no looking back. You know, if I fail, then shit, I'll just go live at my mom's house or some shit. You know. So there wasn't. It's definitely unpredictable, like you said. There's not really one thing, but for me right now, what inspires me is continuously pushing and getting better, and then getting more work. So like, when I got the Jack Harlow thing, because I did basically the Jack thing came from Lil Nas X. So I did the Lil Nas X song, which had Jack as a feature, and then the song that just came out also had trumpets in it. So they were like, we want the guy who makes Industry Baby to mix Nail Tech. So me and his engineer Nicky went in the studio together and we mixed the record together. You know what I mean? It helped to have Nicky there because he's Jack's engineer. You know what I mean? It'd be like me going and sitting with Jason and I'm Chris's engineer and I'm like, no, you gotta. It's like a little thing, you know. So Nicky would be there like, no, his vocal needs to be a little bit brighter, da da da. So like, it was helpful to have him there because when I was sending V1, that shit was like almost there for Jack already. Because I had someone in the room that was able to guide me and be like, nah, we should do it more like this. Or I remember when we were in the room, we wanted to put more emphasis on that line, but we were going to do it in the mix process. All that helps me. It's almost like a cheat code to have someone in there kind of telling you, because when you mix a record for an artist, you don't know, you weren't in the room that night. So you're mixing the record off the ref, and you're just going off that. But if you have someone that was in the room like, nah, we was thinking about doing something like this, we want to make sure we did some emphasis on these lines, how can we get them to come out more, having that helped. And it got me that much closer on mix one. You know what I mean? What else we got, D?
Yeah. There's other questions before this, but I want to ask this one first because we're already on a roll. But this one, Obscure Asian on Twitch asks.
Shit, I thought that was the question.
I'm apprehensive to go to audio engineering school, but a lot of internship positions I've seen require you to be in a program. Are there any other ways I can get my foot in the door with the studio?
So, it seems like the studios he's trying to go to will not hire him without him going to school, right, D? So I would start going around the studio and trying to reach out to clients directly, producers and stuff like that directly, just because if the studio's not willing to hire you, and obviously there's reasons why they're not willing to hire you, could be legal issues, you don't have a certain degree or whatever the case may be, or you don't meet requirements, do that shit on your own. You have social media. I didn't have that shit when I was coming up. Like, Instagram came out in 2011, I think. And so I was working for 3 years before that already in the music business. There was no Instagram. Facebook was cool, but it wasn't like you were on Facebook all day like you're on Instagram all day. And on Facebook it was more like, I don't know, like old people, I guess you could say, type of shit. Whereas Instagram's like young people shit, you know what I mean? So social media has completely changed the face of how you guys are able to meet with clients and reach out to people. You could message someone could be in their recent request and see you like, yo, I got beats for you. And they're like, fuck, this guy's trying to give me beats. You know what I mean?
That actually happened to me.
So, you see?
Yeah, I was just like recording myself and doing things like that. And I had heard a song from Sway Lee. And I was like, who mixed this or who's the engineer? So I like did some research and then I went through his followers and I found his engineer and I just DM'd him like, what's up, man? Like, you know, this is what I'm doing, da da da. And it turned out like he was like, well, let's meet up, and he ended up living like 3 minutes away from me.
Right.
And then like from there he like started to teach me like all type of stuff.
All that shit happens.
I never knew. I just got lucky and just DM'd
and you randomly messaged him.
Yeah, I just randomly messaged him. Like,
definitely. I mean, the way I met Ignacio was I was at an auto-tune party, my assistant, and he was like, yo man, do you need an assistant? And I was at that time where I had just done Industry Baby, and I was like, okay, now I need an assistant because I need someone to do all this shit. And Industry Baby was a massive fucking song, so doing the stems was not fun. But he's like, yo, do you need an assistant? And I was like, you know what, maybe. I was like, maybe. Hit me next week. And then he hit me. He was definitely like, yo, we meeting up, you said today on Tuesday at 9. You pulling up? I was like, all right, bet. So then he pulled up. And what's crazy is he's still in school, but because the only reason he's in school because he's here from another country. So he's here on a scholarship. So, but he knows how to use Pro Tools better than anyone probably at his school. Obviously, he's working for me. He's really good at, but to come here to the United States, he had to come on a scholarship. So he's in school right now. But as soon as he's done with school, he's going to be then continuing to work with me. But he's do stems. He can do notes for me. If I'm like, yo, the vocal needs to come up a dB, he'll run it. When I'm mixing, I'll literally be mixing. And then I'm like, all right, bet, bounce that. So I'll get up, he'll sit down, make the playlist, he'll bounce it, put it in the bounce folder, he'll send it off through the text message to whoever needs the bounce. So he's starting to handle more and more. And that all came from him just approaching me and putting himself out there. You know what I mean? Like, that'll happen to you guys as long as you put yourself out there. Right now, you're not in a position where no one knows you. So it's like, if you embarrass yourself and 5 years down the line you see them again, they're not even going to know who you are. You'll be good. You know what I mean? So just put yourself out there. Offer yourself to do stuff. You know what I mean? And you're going to be good because people want that shit.
I wrote this down before I came here, and I heard credits can sometimes be hard to come by for engineers, even at top studios with top engineers.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes they slip through the cracks. How does this happen, and what can be done to avoid it?
So basically, the short answer is labels don't give a fuck. That's the short answer. They just don't give a fuck. Like, when they see your invoice, they do this, and they go, just throw it. I swear to God, that's what they do. Because I can't imagine any other way that my invoice doesn't end up getting paid after I emailed you 10 times. So, getting credits is probably harder sometimes than getting paid. Because getting paid is like you could sue them. But the credits is like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, they're not really going to get in trouble for it. Getting credits is difficult. If you work for a studio, it'll be very difficult for you to get the credits because the studio's not going to reach out to the label and be like, hey, we had our engineer Mike working on this song. Is it coming out anytime soon? Like, that's not going to happen. So what needs to happen is the engineer needs to somehow make contact with someone on the team, not with the artist. The artist is even less fucking knowledgeable about that shit. They're not going to give a fuck. So you go to the manager, the A&R. If there's someone there from the label, you're lucky because you can get their info. Hey, I'm going to be cutting these vocals. You don't even have to say, hey, I need to make sure I get my credits on this shit. You can just be like, hey, can I get your contact for the files? You know what I mean? Now you have their contact, their email, and they know you personally. That's another thing too, is when the motherfucker got to look you in the face and lie to you is different than when they're on the email. Because I don't know a lot of these people at the labels personally. I don't even know what they look like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it makes it easier for them to kind of turn their head on you because they don't know you and they don't care. But if you know someone personally and you're like, bro, who's in the studio the other day? You're not even going to respond to my emails? Like, I know you. I know what you look like. So make contact with the team. Sometimes it's the homie. The guy who's just like, you'll notice like one of the homies is the one who's kind of like keeping everything in check. If the artist needs something, he's the one kind of dealing with it. You can make contact with that guy. And you kind of get their contact. And once they know you, you're like, I'll be hitting you for credits and files. You just say files a lot because they want the files. And then you slip the credits in there with it too. You know what I mean? If you can get in contact with the label, that would help too. Labels are usually, like right now, if I have a missing credit on, let's say I worked on an artist for RCA with where Chris is, and I didn't get credit, it's another artist. I would just reach out to my person at RCA and be like, hey, I did this song, can you reach out to that A&R and have them credit me? So if you know someone at a label, like Atlantic, and there's another artist you did someone there, you can always reach out to that person and be like, hey man, I need to get in contact with so-and-so's A&R to get my credit. And usually if you know that person, they'll try to help you because the labels aren't that big. Like everyone kind of knows each other.
Yeah.
But credits are the biggest thing that I hear people have problems with. Mixed by LD is trying to fix that right now with the engineers platform. Are you guys on the engineers platform or trying to?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're trying to like open it up. Obviously, it's not easy to have a company like that coming and having so many people onboarded, and it's like it's difficult. Like when I went to Ali's studio to look at like how they do the website shit. It's like 10 fucking coders in there on computers just coding shit. Like that shit
in a warehouse, right?
It's in a warehouse, yeah. It looks difficult. I'm in there like, bro, I don't know what any of this means. I feel like when I'm a new person going into the studio and I see the recording engineer like, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing. That's how I felt in the coding.
Right.
But definitely, I'll definitely talk to Ali and shit and be like, yo, we got to start onboarding a lot of these younger engineers and stuff like that. Just because that is creating a great platform because now you're getting paid for sure. And your credits are through that. So when major labels start booking through engineers, they're going to have your credit. Everything comes in together. So they really don't have an excuse to not credit you. You know what I mean? And that's why I really fuck with what Ali's doing because he's really trying to help the people that don't have the opportunity to get to that place. You know what I mean? And a lot of these guys are in rural. That's another thing, D. Like if you're in Missouri, try to onboard on engineers. You know what I mean? Try to get... Or there's another one called Sound Better too. I don't really fuck with Sound Better, but if you can't get on engineers, fuck with that. And just try to get, because that's going to allow you to get work outside of where you live.
Mm-hmm.
The internet is a powerful tool. A lot of what I do is internet based. Like we get files through an email, I mix it and I text the fucking reference back. I don't ever make contact with anyone. So everything's already internet based. So we might as well just keep it going. you know.
Yeah, real quick pause here. What we usually do for these seminars is for lunch, we go and get Costco pizza for everybody. Are there any vegans here?
Behind you.
Just one? Anybody else? We're good with dietary needs? Any allergies or anything? Jenny? Okay, that's the only thing that I want to confirm. Another question here. We're going to take a pause around 12.
That's fine.
Pizza when it comes. But another question here. How do you feel about the Moog EQ4M? Are you a fan of the Airband? If so, what do you use this on the most? If not, what piece do you use instead?
So I do use the mag. Fucking Ignacio was like, oh, you should use the mag. So it's like 40, the 40K band on it, it just gives it like a total like air. Like a lot of times I'm missing, like the vocal sounds great, but I want that last bit of air to just make it shine really bright. You put that 40K band, and I call it the Iggy Special. This fucking guy. What's up? So before, what was I using before? So I would use the Ruby.
Gem dopamine.
Oh no, that's for vocals though. Oh yeah, for vocals. So there's a plugin called Gem dopamine, and I don't know what the fuck this plugin does, but it doesn't do anything normal. You just put a setting on there, and you mess with the wet, it makes it super bright, like super bright and clean. It's weird, but I fuck with it. But then I started using the mag too. The mag's good. Sometimes one artist, it sounds good on their voice, you try something else. Like I might pull up the mag and be like, it's cool, let me try the Gem. Pull the Gem up, yeah, that sounds better. Cool. So then I'll use that. So it just depends. It's always good to have a couple tools that do the same thing, because some stuff sounds different than others. So you want to make sure that you're able to like go towards whatever the artist needs.
What do you use for the sauce? I remember
ad-libs. So a lot of times like you get all your vocals. So when I mix vocal like leads, for example, they're clear and bright, right? When I do the backgrounds, I don't make them as clear and bright because I need some definition between them, especially stacks. Like if you have a lead vocal and then you have stacks on that vocal, if they all sound the same when the stacks come in, it's just going to come in just as bright and just as... You want to have like a blend so you can tell, oh, those are the backgrounds, that's the lead. So I kind of make things sound a little different. When I get to the ad-libs, I've ran out of things to fucking make sound different, right? So I put the sauce on there, and that just does crazy shit. It does like a 4-minute... Have you guys used it from DJ Swivel?
Yeah.
So DJ Swivel's a good friend of mine, and he has great plugins. And he has 3 of them. One's called... What's it called? Noctonal, which I use on my kicks.
BDE.
A lot of times you'll get, the BDE too. A lot of times when you get a kick or a bass, you'll have those frequencies where it's like on the 808, and it's just like no. So you take the noctonal, and it actually does it. It does it musically, right? So like, if you're in a certain key, it just knows that the frequency bands that go, the harmonics of it essentially, and it pulls down all the harmonics on it too. But it's really dope, and they're cheap plugins too. One thing about Swivel is that he's tried to make things affordable for. They're not $200-$300 plugins.
Right.
You know what I mean? I think they're like $60. So it's something that's worth the investment. And a lot of these plugins have trials. So you could try it. If you love it, cool. If you don't love it, don't. There's been plugins that I've gotten the trial for, and I'm like, it's cool, but it's not worth buying it. I can do the same thing with so and so, and then you move on. You know what I mean? And that's the great thing about plugins too. Is like a lot of them have trials. So if you don't love it, you know, I got a song one time that came from Korea, and they had all types of weird plugins that I didn't have, and I had to go buy them because the problem was the trial may not have been long enough. The trials are 14 days. These K-pop songs, they be giving you notes. That shit looks like a book. Bro, these notes, Ignacio knows, bro, the notes, they're not just like 223, turn up lead. 230, turn this back. It's like, this record, we were trying to make it feel like it had more rhythm, and the rhythm section just needs to come out. You're just like, bro, you wrote me a whole story. Like, turn the snare up, the kick up, what do you want up? Tell me. Because the song doesn't have enough groove, doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how to make it groove more. Like, you want me to add music to it? So I get that all the time where the notes make absolutely no sense, or it's something that's out of my control. Like, how am I supposed to make something have more groove? Do you want to add more instruments to it? Like, what are we supposed to do? So definitely, notes are a bitch. Yes, sir.
I remember in the podcast with Lou, you said you might have a session to pull up for today. Do you have one of those today?
So I brought my drive. I'm trying to think. I could pull up. I'm gonna pull up my template because I want you guys to see the template. I want everyone here to get an idea of what a template's supposed to be. Go ahead.
Alright, I have a question. I know that you record, like you print your auto-tune.
Yes.
Why do you, I'm curious on why you do that.
Multiple reasons. Have you guys ever had, 50 fucking auto-tunes in a session.
Yes.
It's not fun, is it?
Right, no.
And how about when there's a key change and all of a sudden, or there's like a note that needs to be added in? You know how when someone's singing, there might be like one note that's not in the key, but it's still in the key, but it's not in the auto-tune. You got to turn it off so they can sing it. Imagine that, and you got all those. You got to go switch them all. So with Chris, and a lot of people don't print auto-tune, but with CB it was kind of like he did it from the beginning, and I understand why his engineer started doing it, because it's a bitch, because Chris might have 80, 100 tracks in a song, and you have 100 auto-tunes. You know what I mean? So the computer's not having fun, you're not having fun, the computer's moving slow as shit already, so it's kind of fucking everything up. That's part of the reason. The second reason is, if anyone were to ever get a hold of CB vocals, they would never hear them without auto-tune.
Right.
That's the biggest thing. Also, if we do have to send vocals out to someone and there's auto-tune on the tracks, they can now mess with the auto-tune. They can put more, they can put less. So when Chris sings, that's how it will always sound, and no one will ever hear it any other way. And the only way you'll hear Chris without auto-tune is if you're inside the booth with him. I don't even hear him without auto-tune because I have the door closed. So it's like, with him, it's very important that we keep his sound not like someone can't mess with it. Does that make sense? Like no one can mess with it, no one can alter it. So when he sings a take, if he doesn't like it, he'll re-sing it. If he likes it, that's now the take.
Yeah.
There's no changing it. So that's part of the reason why I do it with him. The main part is obviously issues with the computer.
So if ever, do you ever feel like auto-tune like acts up like while you're recording?
No, not while we're recording. Auto-tune acts up, or it used to act up a lot with my Hackintosh. I don't know if you guys knew I had a Hackintosh for a while. I just got a Mac Pro now. But the Hackintosh had this problem with the auto-tune where I'd have pops and clicks everywhere. And they were random. And they were just like, you'd play over a section, it would pop. And then you'd play it again, it wouldn't pop. And you'd play it again, and it would pop. So when I was bouncing the song, if I heard a pop, I'd have to stop the bounce and punch in the bounce. And sometimes I'd get hella frustrated because they're like, hey, we need the bounce now. And I'm like, I'm trying to bounce this shit. I really am. But I can't. Go ahead.
Do you use the same auto-tune that he's been using?
No, so we've switched. And it hasn't really affected him because all the auto-tunes do sound different and they do react different. But Chris is such a professional that those things he doesn't even realize them. Like we might be on, I could probably pull up the Waves tune. You know, the Waves tune shit? I could probably pull that out. He probably wouldn't even notice. Just because he does him. You know what I mean? His voice is his voice. Like, as long as he's being corrected into the right key, that's all he needs. It don't matter if it sounds... He might be like, not like usual or whatever, but he's not really going to care. Yeah. But we use all different autotunes. So we started with 5, which is like the oldest version. And then now we're on like Autotune Artist. I prefer Autotune Live, but they don't make that anymore. Now it's Artist, I think. But Live was the best. Because it sounded like 5, but it had no latency issues. Now you got Autotune Pro. That thing's a bitch, bro.
Have you seen Metatune from? I think that's.
No, I haven't seen it. Actually, I've heard of it though.
Yeah, it has like a negative like speed. Like you can get that fast.
Oh, it has. Oh, so it goes past 0.
Right.
Bro, what's that?
It sounds pretty crazy.
It probably sounds like Morse code. Like
no, it sounds pretty musical.
It does?
Yeah.
But does it sound like hella like T-Pain, like mad T-Pain?
Not like it's weird. You gotta.
I gotta try it.
You gotta.
Who makes it?
Yeah, I think it's Stephen Slate.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I gotta connect with him. Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, yo, so, this is a question about, like, organizing takes and just, like, making comping, like, easy.
Yes,
Is
good
there,
question.
Like, a specific, like, personal workflow that you do? I know, like, some engineers like a lyric sheet, some people like to do the session notes, like, in Pro Tools or something.
Yeah,
like,
so
like,
big thing is playlisting. So one of the reasons why I keep every take. So if we're just gonna keep using Chris as an example because I don't record anyone else, but anymore. So with Chris, I keep every single take. So if he fucks up, I hit record immediately. So it's like he fucks up, it's recording. I hit stop record. It's starting to now record again. While it's starting to record, I'll playlist that. So I playlist that take that's messed up. And the reason why I do it is for multiple reasons. When I get to the mixing stage, occasionally a background will be out of tune, or there'll be a pop, or he'll like touch the microphone or something on, and you won't notice it in the recording process because it's a background. When I get to the backgrounds and I'm like, oh shit, I'll go to the record track and I'll open it up, and it'll open up to like 10,000 takes. And then I'll go in that section of the song where I'm at and I'll find another one of the same one. Even if it's just the at the beginning, I'll grab that.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I do it. A lot of times shit gets fucked up. Sometimes on the lead, to be honest, sometimes the lead will have like some weird ass sound that you didn't hear in the booth. But now that you're mixing it and you're brightening the vocal and compressing it, all that shit is coming out. You know what I mean? So I keep all that shit because I keep extra takes for everything I need. All the leads, there's extra takes because he won't get. Occasionally, he'll get a line on the first try, but usually he'll do it 2 or 3 times, and then if he doesn't like the third one, he'll tell me to use the first one.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I keep every single take. No one will ever be able to say that I lost a take, which I used to do with Juicy all the time.
Yeah,
so
that's that live and learn shit.
Exactly, live and learn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, D.
The Skybox Studio on Twitch asks, best approach on working with low end, i.e. kick and bass relationship to get nice tight sound without making money.
So the main part for me with that type of stuff is gain staging. So everything has to be done in stages. You can't just like mix a record and then be like, all right, it's time to get loud now and push everything loud. Because what will happen is everything will start to come apart. The vocals will be too loud. The kick will be smaller because it's being limited now, and everything will be brighter and bigger, right? So the way I do it is in gain staging. So I'll start the kick. The first thing I pull up in a mix is the kick by itself. I mix just the kick. I get that kick to a volume, right? And then I bring in the snare and the hat and all. I'm mixing all around the kick. Everything is based on where the kick is sitting. Once I've got that right, I turn everything up, right? Once I turn everything up, I'll bring the bass in and the music. Once the music and the bass are in, I'll bring everything up to now almost as loud as it's going to be, -9, -8. Once I'm at that loudest point, then I bring in the vocals. Because the vocals is the first thing to pop out when you're mixing, when you're limiting.
Are you gain staging for the reference?
So no, the reference, unless the reference is mad loud, usually I'll surpass the reference's loudness once I've reached the final stage of my gain staging. But occasionally the ref will be super loud and I actually will not be able to get to the loudness that the ref is because the ref probably doesn't have any kick or bass in it. That's why they're able to get it so loud. You're not going to get a mix that sounds really heavy in bass at -9 all the way to -5. You're never going to do it without it sounding like totally horrible. Yeah. But if you were to turn down your kick and your bass and then push from -9 to 5, you could probably do it. But you'd have less bass and kick, right? So part of it is retaining dynamics, and sometimes you'd rather have dynamics than loudness. You know, sometimes I turn in songs at -10, -9 just because I can't get it any louder than that without sacrificing the kick. That's the one thing that kills the limiter is the kick. Go ahead.
When you're mixing and when you get your mix to a good level, you add a compressor or limiter to your master just to see how it would sound as.
Would I do what?
Would you add a limiter?
So I mix through a limiter. The limiter's not doing anything, and it shouldn't be pushing down until I'm at the final stage of limiting. So the limiter's on there. It's just not doing anything until I've pushed hard enough to hit it. Yeah. And usually I'm doing like a dB and a half of reduction on the limiter. That's like the biggest goal for you is to get as loud as you can with the most minimal reduction. That's dynamics.
I'm sorry. What's your signal chain for mixing? Because you're going out of the box into the.
Yeah, so the signal chain for mixing is, and we've gotten completely off subject, but I'm cool with it because, you know, y'all asking these questions. But the signal chain now is changed. It's going out of my summing track. So I have my drums. So all my drums go to a summing bus, right? And that summing bus goes to my summing mixer. Right. So the drums go to the summing bus. The bus hits the mixer on channels 1 and 2 on the mixer, and then the music hits 3 and 4. The bass hits 5 and 6, all on the summing mixer. That summing mixer returns to Pro Tools. When it returns to Pro Tools, I put the VT5 insert. So you guys have heard of the VT5? It's like a red EQ, and it's like 10 grand, and it's got like 12 tubes in it. It's essentially like having a small console, but it's an EQ. And I boost 20 hertz, which is like mad low, but the kick, you feel the whole low end come across the floor with the 20 hertz boost. But you're doing it with tubes, so it's like it's a lot smoother than doing it on a computer. Right. So I run it through that. That's my glue. Like if you were to take the insert off of my mix, the VT5, you would hear all the hi-hats get really bright, the open hats, those get bright, the snare gets bright, everything just kind of falls apart. You know what I mean? And when you put that thing on, it glues it all together. The VT5 is really good at, like, not to say de-essing, but sidetrack, but de-essing wasn't invented until digital. Because with tube gear, you wouldn't have those issues because tube gear would take all that away. When digital became a thing, de-essers had to be invented. So you're not going to see any de-essers from the 60s. That didn't really exist, you know, because they didn't have that issue. Vocals were mad full and dull back then. They weren't bright. So that's the whole de-esser thing, whole de-esser conversation. But yeah, that's the chain. So once it hits that, then it'll hit. Have you guys heard of the BX EQ? It's like this thing that has these notches, and when you click on the frequency, it solos that frequency, and you can sweep the whole mix. So I'll go through with 4 bands, and I find 4 of the worst frequencies, and I cut them all down. Because there's always going to be mad frequencies as things start to add up and pile up on each other. So that EQ, boom, down, and then I use the Shadow Hills. Do you guys know that one?
Yeah.
The Shadow Hills compressor, just a little bit of squeeze, and then the Oxford limiter. That's my limiter at the end. Yeah.
Oxford inflator.
Huh?
Oxford
Not in the inflator, the limiter. Yeah, they have an inflator too. Yeah, it's the limiter. D. What we got?
We got a lot of questions here. Luke Baker Official asks on Twitch, what are your go-to headphones when you have to mix on the go?
I'm gonna be honest, the Apple Maxes. Have you guys tried those? Apple AirPods or Apple, they are so good.
Yeah, they're great.
I was mixing one I was mixing one 2 years ago or a year and a half ago or something, and I remember I went there to the Apple store and I was like, I need to hear this mix. So I pulled up my phone and I connected my phone to the fucking headphones that were like tied to the thing, and I was like, I'll take these right now. They're like $500, but they were worth it. And now what's even more worth it is you can do Atmos. Sorry.
Yeah, you do Atmos.
So the Atmos and Spatial is based in that whole situation. What do you guys think about Spatial and Atmos? Do you guys like it? How do you feel about it when you hear it?
I want to be a tour guide for that pretty soon.
What happened?
I want to be a tour guide for Atmos pretty soon.
What do you mean a tour guide?
Like I got it from school, like Flat Factory Studios. I don't know if you heard of them, but
Oh, no,
they're
no.
looking for like for people to do tour guides for the Atmos studio. So
Oh, that's dope.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
but what do you guys think of how it sounds?
I haven't experienced it.
You guys like it?
personally, yeah.
It's like a new, because in my opinion, I think Apple's tried to kill stereo, essentially. The thing is that Atmos doesn't hit as hard as stereo does. There's a lot more focus because why? The shit is here instead of all around you, right? So if something's in front of you, then it's more focused. So for me, it's a battle because I want there to be like this cool thing, like, oh, there's music all around you, but at the same time, now I'm missing that hit and that 808 and all that shit, which is what all of us want. You know what I mean? Right. So definitely not on board with Atmos, but I do a lot of Atmos. I did the whole Lil Nas X album in Atmos. I did Nail Tech in Atmos for Jack. I don't love it, but we have to move with the times too, right? That's another thing too, is you see like a lot of people are like, man, fuck Atmos, I'm not doing that shit. Boy, in about 5 years, you're going to find yourself with no work. Because I don't know what's going to happen. You know, because Apple's already paying more for those streams. You got to start, look, when you're thinking about this stuff, think about the business. Because at the end of the day, all the decisions that happen are because the business people at the top are making them. So Apple's paying more for Atmos streaming, right? So labels are like, oh, you're paying more for the Atmos streaming. We can make more money if we start releasing everything in Atmos.
And
you know what I'm saying?
You can charge more because there's not many Atmos engineers, right?
Yeah. Fucking A. Atmos, they don't get paid nothing.
Really?
I'm sitting there like, bro, you gotta be fucking kidding. They're paying, they take the shit to Capitol for $750 for an Atmos mix. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's crazy, and it's undercutting everyone else because obviously Capitol can have a studio and only charge $750 because guess what? They don't really care. They're rich. But it kills all the people that were building rooms. I know people that have built $300,000 rooms. That's more than any really recording studio without a console. Like if you take a recording studio and you don't put a console in it, you could build a nice studio for $200,000 or less without like an SSL. Which I don't have an SSL. I'm not a console person. I'm just an in the box person with a little bit of outboard gear. Yeah. Times have just changed, right? Like everyone mixes out of their house now, really.
Yeah. What would you say about working in the box and analog gear?
It's difficult because I used to work all in the box and there's nothing like analog, to be honest. But a little bit, sprinkles of it. That doesn't mean go buy a console and go buy fucking 10 EQs and shit. Don't do that because your life's going to be complicated. It's not as easy. I mean, think about it. Like, we'll be working with Ignacio and they'll be like, we'll be mixing something and they'll be like, yo, we need to clean for this. I got to close that session. If I had a bunch of outboard gear, we got to recall all the gear. Pull up that, make the clean, right? Send it, recall all the gear back to the mix we were working on. That could take hours to do all that, like to do everything, you know what I mean? It could take forever, and then something fucks up, then maybe you have something that's not calibrated right, like all types of shit. So I keep my outboard gear to a minimum. I just had to calibrate my VT5 because one channel was coming back 1/10 of a dB lower than the other channel. So I had to open it, and then we had this like little screw in there, and we had to like put a signal generator and like make it match. So, but I have one of those. Imagine if you have 10, 15 pieces. Baines has fucking 30 pieces of gear in his studio. It's when you walk in his studio, it's just gear. And that's the computer right there. You know what I mean? Like it's just gear. So, but he has this the flock patch bay, which is the digital, and that shit is badass because it gives you all the recalls. So like it'll tell you all the recalls. It'll automatically patch everything. That's another thing. Not just the recalls. You got to repatch everything. This now going to this. This is now going to that. You know what I mean? And not all the gear is notched. Sometimes it's just a wheel. So you kind of have to just get it as close as possible. Which doesn't make your mixing process as precise. You know what I mean? So that's why Baines has this special recall thing that allows him to be more precise with his recalls and stuff like that. Because he's jumping between songs. Mixing one song that he's doing stems for this, delivering masters for that. That's all happening within a 3 or 4 hour period. You know, so it could be a pain in the ass to have like a lot of outboard gear. And I mean, look at here. I mean, there's like a little bit of outboard gear, but most of it is really the computer. You know what I mean? This is a small desk, interface, some people will use this. I can understand why it would be here because some people like faders and they like to touch shit. So it's, when you're working in a commercial studio, there's going to be more stuff for more people. Like in my studio, it's just my shit. Like how I like to work, you know? Here, they got to have it a little bit for anyone who comes here would want to work, you know what I mean? Right. But yeah.
I know you use the Neve and the CL1B. Have you used it like just through the interface, like the UAD?
Yeah, the microphone directly in
like
to the
directly
interface.
into like the Neve and then into the CL1B.
Wait, the microphone I usually plug it into a Neve preamp.
Right.
And
No,
then
but I'm saying without the actual outboard gear, they just have it like in the.
Oh, you're saying the UAD stuff? So I've
used it just.
I
like
have
that
used
before.
it in the past. It's not. I'm not gonna lie. It's not as good as the real thing, but it'll get you by. Like if you really don't got no other way and you recording, fuck it. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff, it comes out a lot worse than that. So now don't say, oh man, you know what? I was gonna buy the CL1B and the thing, but they got it inside the UAD. Don't do that shit. Because if you got the money to buy it, first of all, buy it. Because the CL1B is like a Rolex. You can't even get those things. You know what I mean? Like you could. I have a CL1B right now that I paid $3,100 for. I could probably sell it for $5,000, just because of the part shortage. You know what I mean? So if you have the ability to buy outboard gear, definitely do it. Don't just be like, well, UAD already fucking has it, so I'll just use that, because what they're trying to do is just make that extra buck too. You got to think about it. Everything is bucks with these people with money, so you got to look past it sometimes. If you have the ability to do it, do it. If you don't, then just use what you got. You know what I mean? That's better than nothing, right? So, date.
Yeah. Couple questions here. Let me pick a good one. So, do you master your own stuff? Like push into the limiter and that's the final master? How often
No, so I don't. Mastering and mixing are two different things, and a lot of people get it confused. Have you guys ever gotten a message from someone and they're like, "Yo, how much is a mix and master?"
Yeah.
Right? Because they don't know. And of course, you could. Jess Jackson, for example, he masters all of his own shit. He mixes it and masters it. Cool. Can do it. I'm not a mastering engineer, and I don't want to be a mastering engineer. I want to send it to the next best person that I know. So I trust Mike Tucci and Dale Becker. Those guys are my guys. Fucking, I know that when I send them the record, they're going to be listening to it and they're going to be like, yo, I'm trying to do this, but if you just turn down this vocal or take this frequency out, it'll sound a lot better. I need that. I want that second set of ears on my mix. I don't want to just be the guy that does it all and then here it is. I want to have Dale or Tucci be like, oh, if you turn up the kick, or if you lower the kick, I can actually get the mix louder, but I'll make sure that we replenish that low end that was lost from lowering the kick. And these are all conversations that I have with them. I'll send it to Dale and be like, yo, what should I do? Hey, take out 2K a little bit, just take out like a dB of that. Take it out, and then when I send it back to him, he's now able to work a little better. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't master my own stuff, and I do it for a reason, is because I want to have another set of ears on my shit. Now, there are times where you don't have a choice. Someone says, how much does it mix and master? You're like, man, that shit, 400. What's up? Yeah. I'll mix and master that bitch. You know what I mean? Word up. But my mix is technically limited. I never understood when people would, because I've seen this before, where they'll mix a song, and then they'll take off the limiter, and they'll send it without the limiter to the artist to listen to. And I'm like, you're never going to win ever any clients. You got to have that shit sound just like the master. Yeah. And the master, when it comes back, it should be even better than that a little bit. A little bit louder, a little bit clearer, a little less bad frequencies, just a little bit. You know what I mean? The mastering engineer is the guy that's going to get it loud as fuck. Louder than I am. You know what I mean? So, definitely, if you can, don't master your own records. Send it to. There's tons of mastering engineers, like tons of people that are upcoming, like you guys, that may want to do mastering and not engineering.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, definitely, if you can master. If not, do it yourself and get that money. You know, because a lot of people won't even notice. Like the people that come to you and they're like, "Can I get a mix and master?" They don't even know well enough. You might as well just do it. You know what I mean?
100%.
And charge them the extra bread for mastering.
They don't
Call
know.
it a day. Watch a couple videos on. You got YouTube. When I came up, you typed in Pro Tools on fucking YouTube, nothing came up because no one was making videos of themselves on Pro Tools in 2009.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So on YouTube, just type in "How do I master a song?" I guarantee you'll have some professional on that bitch telling you. Chris Garinger just put out a master class for mastering. You could literally watch that shit and watch what Chris does. He's one of the biggest mastering engineers in the world. And that type of shit is easy too, because like with mixing, there's hella shit you gotta do. There's the cleanup, the mixing, the taking out the bad frequencies. With mastering, it's like you've already got the mix. Find out what frequencies are bad, take them out, try to get it louder. That's like your two jobs in mastering.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you can, watch a video and you'll be straight. You know, sometimes you just gotta do it. You ain't got a choice. You know?
Word.
This is a question from Ricky Tunes. Is there ever too much work? If so, how do you handle that? Like
So
busy
that saying no, sometimes you just have to say no. You just have to pick whatever's the biggest shit and then say no to the rest of it. Or you can say, hey, I'm busy. To the smaller projects, you say, hey, I'm busy with a lot of shit. Can I do your shit? Can I get it done by next Wednesday? And usually, if they really want you to mix it, and they're not in a hurry, which they're usually not if they're like a small artist who's independent, they don't really have a release date where people are waiting for shit. So you can then try to push it. If they say, nah, man, I need this mix now, then shit, you gotta say no. Saying no is hard. Because, of course, what do we want to do? We want to do as much work as possible. We want to make as much money as we can so that we can continue to provide for our families, right? So, saying no is the most difficult thing to do. I have to say no sometimes. I really wish I didn't because that's a missed opportunity. You might say no to something, and then that artist might blow up with another mixer now, and then it's over. So, saying no is definitely difficult, and you just have to go out feeling like, do I feel like this person's actually good enough for me to like push other stuff out of the way for it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that happens like with the jack shit that I'm doing now. I can't take a lot of independent stuff. That's just what it is. Like, you know what I mean? It's priorities.
I mean, would you refer someone else?
I tend to not want to.
Okay.
I have though. So I was doing DC's album. That guy that I was telling you was a mess, and I was in the middle of doing. I think Ian Dior shit that just came out, and they were like, we need 9 songs mixed by Monday, and it's like Wednesday. I'm like, why'd y'all, first of all, let's have a conversation. Why the fuck did you wait till Wednesday to tell me it's due on Monday, and you got 9 songs to mix? So I called Baines out, and I know, see, Baines' sound is very aggressive and like hip-hoppy, so I was like, let me call Baines and see if he'll take half the album off me. So I told him to give Baines all a hard, like, because a lot of it's like screamo rap shit, like this new shit that's coming out.
Right.
So I was like, Baines, you do those records, I'll do the records where it's more singing.
Yeah.
And he took the half the album. But Baines is dope because it's like me and him are really close. So I don't worry, like, shit, if he wants that job, he can have it. I don't even care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but he's in the same boat as me. When he got the sessions, he was like, bro, what the fuck? So we were both like, get us away from, you know what I mean? So that type of shit. But I will refer people, but I won't refer people that I maybe don't trust or know, because then if they fuck up, they're gonna be like, man, TEEZIO said that guy was good. You know what I mean? With Baines, I trust him and I know him, so I'm like, whatever he gives them is gonna be straight. You know what I mean? So sometimes you don't want to give the work to someone you know, because you might feel like, damn, they gonna have that shit, and then if that shit blows up, it's always that thought in your head about what might happen if you aren't the one to do it. You know what I mean? But it's one of those things, you're only human, you can only do so much, and you gotta put yourself ahead sometimes. You can't, I hate it when people be like, man, I was in the studio for 3 days straight, no sleep. I'm like, boy, you about to die. Get to bed. Like, you really about to die. That shit, it's not cool. Like, when we get in the studio, like, Ignacio will come to my house at 10. We'll mix literally a record and a half, maybe 2 records. He'll go home by 4. And then I'll hang out and do, like, cleans and, like, little stuff. Like, go send files here or whatever. I'll just be at home. You know what I mean? I get all the work done, not as fast as I can, but I get it all done quickly. And then I'm done. I don't want to be in the studio for 12 hours every day. That's not what I want to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? When you're coming up, yeah, that's all you can do, right? Is be in the studio 12. Then you get to the level where you're like, I need to live a little bit too. Because how am I supposed to be inspired if I sit in the studio for 12 hours with no windows?
Right.
I'm not gonna be inspired to do shit. You know, so you gotta. But the music shit is so difficult because it's a vibe. Like, you don't need to be vibing to go work at Bank of America. You just gotta get your ass up and go fucking be a teller. But with music, everything is vibe and feeling. The whole thing.
Energy.
If I don't feel like recording today or working, I'm not gonna work today. Just what it is. I might tell CB, yo, I'm busy tonight. You know what I mean? Because I may not be in the right headspace. Something. So you get to that point where you don't want to like give all of your time to it because you sacrifice. I mean, you guys right now are sacrificing like I did when I was coming up. Everything. You're sacrificing everything you live for, your family. If you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend, whatever it is, like you sacrificing your time to do this shit. To be here with me today, 4 hours. You know what I mean? You're sacrificing shit. Maybe y'all had work today and you had to call out. You know what I mean? It's a sacrifice. That's what we all do. But the reward is incredible, right? Because doctors don't even get as much praise as we do. We got the Grammys. Doctors don't have the Grammys. They be saving people's lives, bro. They put your brain back together after an accident, and they don't get no award for it. You know what I mean? So it's like we're definitely blessed to be in this world because when it pays off, it pays the fuck off. Like a lot of these engineers, you got to think about it, these guys like Manny, all these guys, they're millionaires. They make millions of dollars a year. And they're not even the artists. Steven Slate, that guy's richer than all of them. That man right there, he be throwing parties at his house. He look like Hugh Hefner. I'm not even fucking. I don't know. That imagine you're Steve Slate, right? And you like make plugins, right? But you're just partying with models and celebrities every day of your life at your mansion. And he doesn't even he doesn't even engineer or do nothing. I mean, I'm sure he engineers, but I'm saying like he's not like a hot mixer right now or a hot engineer or some shit like that. He makes plugins, but he lives, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he started as an engineer. There was no Slate plugins when he first started. He started with a dream, like shit, I'm gonna do this shit. And now he's living better than most artists, I would say. Like he's really, because he's got a subscription-based business. Like subscription-based, you're good.
You can't even buy individual plugins from him.
You can't, right? It's all subscription. Why? Because if they sell it to you, they make $100 one time.
Right.
But if you pay $10 a month, after 10 months, you've given them that $100, and now it's profit for them for the rest of their lives. Crazy, right?
You see yourself coming out with a plugin?
I want to do that. See, like Slate. No, I want to do it, but not in that sense where, because I find it boring to not be on the front lines of this shit. Like, I want to be mixing records. I don't want to just be like a plugin inventor and that's it, because my life would get pretty boring. But I would love to have a plugin though. That'd be dope. I got to figure out what it does though.
You seen the God particle yet?
The God? Oh God! Wait, who are you talking about? You talking about Jason? Jason. Is it a movie? The God?
No, it's a plugin that he's coming out with.
Oh, he's coming out with the God particle. No, I haven't seen it. I know he always tags that shit in his shit.
He always tags that shit, but it's a plugin.
It's a real plugin? Oh, that's dope. We gotta see what it does. Did you guys like the Mike Dean shit from Acoustica?
Yeah. I love that shit. The gain stage?
Yeah, the gain stage you could put on your drums. Like a lot of times when the drums just don't have like that knock, you just put that gain stage on there.
Did you do the middle finger thing? That little...
What? There's a middle finger on it?
Yeah, there's like a thing that if you like click a certain thing, there's like Mike Dean's like
oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
shit, I'm gonna
try
that. I'm gonna try that. No, Mike Dean. I mean, that's a perfect plugin for Mike Dean because he loves saturation and distortion. It's perfect for him, and it's doing really well. I love it. I use it a lot too. So, what we got?
Is Steven as creepy in real life as he is in that? No, I'm just kidding. That was not.
Oh my God, I don't know him. I don't know him. Shit, he gonna see this guy and be like, man, cancel his subscription. No, I don't know Steven. I just know of him. I know Swivel knows him. I know like a lot of people know him, but I just know he lives a crazy life. I think he lives like Hugh Hefner. I swear to God. It's crazy.
Zay Ortiz on Twitch asks, how can an artist get a song to CB or other artists as a songwriter?
So usually it's done through Teams. You can either send it to me. A lot of times I'm really busy with shit, so I'm not going to be able to listen to every little thing. Usually it's difficult. Like if you go, a lot of times you can get a song to an artist through their crew. Like, because guess what? The crew needs to be fed, right? So if you say, I got this beat for CB, right? I'm telling you, I got a beat for CB, right? And you're in CB's crew. You're going to be like, shit, give me 5%, I'll give it to him. Yep. Now you got 5% of a song. Now you can go get a publishing deal if that's a single and get an advance. Like, So the crew needs to be fed, the entourage.
Mm-hmm.
So the best way to go is usually through the entourage because they're the ones that are closest to the artist. They might be playing it on their phone, and the artist here's like, "What's that? Man, I don't know. This guy sent me this record. Man, tell him to send the files." And then you're the connect through the guy, so you get your 5, you're straight, or 10. Sometimes people get greedy; they want 20% of it, and they didn't do anything. But when you have 0, right? If you got to give someone 20%, that's a lot better than not getting anything, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times people are forced to give up more than they would want to, and then the entourage really eats.
Right.
But that's usually how it works. Is you can always get to the artist through the entourage. Sometimes through the A&R, it's a lot more difficult through the A&R, but they can do it. Some A&Rs have more control over projects than others. Like with CB, we control it.
Yeah.
With other artists, the A&R might be the one that's booking the studio, making sure the artist gets here. Like the A&R might be doing all that shit.
Yeah.
So that time you can get it through them. I would, if I were you guys, when you guys see people post like, my boy so-and-so just got put as VP of Columbia now, or whatever the fuck, follow that guy. Follow all the people that work at these labels. They're not going to be out like when you see like engineers, they're going to be on those little posts where people are like, so-and-so just got, got a raise, or got promoted to so-and-so position. Follow those people. Message those people. You know what I mean? Hey, I'll engineer for almost nothing. I'll engineer for $500 instead of them paying $1,000 to the engineer who usually does it. Reach out to these people. You know what I mean? You never know, because trust me, the A&Rs want to save money.
Yeah.
They want to save all the money they can. They would rather honestly get a record mix for $1,200 than pay someone $4,000, just because it's 4 times cheaper.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If they get a bad product, then they fucked up, and now they got to go pay the $4,000 guy on top, which is where the saying comes in: do it once. If you do it, what is the saying where if you do it once and then you do it twice, it's more expensive, or like? It's a saying basically. If you go through the cheaper guy, it's gonna cost you way more when you have to go to the bigger guy essentially.
Right. Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing. Also, the high price actually helps too, because someone might see a price that's $500 and see a price that's $4,000 and be like, well, the $4,000 guy probably knows what he's doing, right? So sometimes having your price higher helps give you more of that thing, because they go, oh, there's a reason he's charging this much money. What is that reason? He must know what he's doing. You know what I mean? So. What else we got? It's almost lunchtime. We're going to have pizza. We're going to smoke.
Yeah, we could take a break. Let me follow up about the pizza. But I have another question here. First off, we have someone that said, trying out the gem dopamine right now.
I'm on that shit right now. Did he say he likes it?
Yeah. Also, someone did reply and said, Mama112 said, Steven Slate is actually a really nice guy.
I'm sure he is. I didn't say he was a bad guy. I just said he lives like a pimp. Shit, that don't mean he a bad guy. He lived that lifestyle, boy. He lived that lifestyle.
What's your best story about an artist wasting time in the studio?
How about just not showing up? I'll tell you one story that it's good. It's not my story, but it's a story that I've heard. Lil Wayne will book the studio at 6 p.m. and will show up at 9 a.m. the next day for that session. And you're the dumbass engineer sitting there like, is he here yet? Is he here yet? It's 2 a.m. You looking at the cameras. It's going to be about 7 hours before he shows up. So Wayne is like that, and that's got to be like horrible for the engineer, bro. Because it's 9 a.m. You don't know whether to sleep or not. If you take a nap and he shows up, so you're up. It's 9 a.m. You're about dead by 9 a.m. You're tired as shit. Because another thing, too, is when you're sitting around like this, you get tired. When you're moving, like I could work till 10 in the morning easily, but if I'm sitting around, I ain't staying up till 10.
Yeah.
I'm going to pass out. So this engineer has been doing nothing for 12 hours. He's ready to go to bed, and that's when Wayne walks in. And now he's got to record for 12 hours. Go ahead.
And do you still take like late night sessions?
I do. CB calls me. The only sessions I take late are CB. I don't really record anyone else out of that just because it's more, I have to reserve all my time for mixing. And then the one time that CB will work, I'll work at night with him. So I mix throughout the day. But definitely, what was your question?
Like late night sessions?
Yeah, late night sessions, yeah. I do a lot of those, but I try not to. I hate those. Staying up all night is not fun. I used to, when I was like, you guys stay up all night, 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning. One time that shit went till 4 in the afternoon the next day. I said, please do not call me again. Don't call me. I was there from like 4 in the afternoon the day before. I was there for 24 hours at the studio. It's terrible. So that happens though, but you gotta just rock with it, you know?
What's your longest shift?
I think it was 24 hours.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. It was bad, but it's not 24 hours of chilling. It's 24 hours of fucking recording and recording and recording, and then the artist falls asleep and his boy wants to record, and you're like, bro, I want to go to sleep too. You know what I mean? And that's actually the worst, especially like with Bane's, because their crew is so big. Like if Thug goes to sleep, someone else might want to record, and Bane's got to keep recording, and then Thug wakes up 6 hours later and he wants to record now, and Bane's has been not sleeping. You know what I mean? It's just part of the whole thing. Eventually, though, you want to eventually get out of those situations so that you don't feel like you're being like, you don't get to sleep or anything like that. That's horrible. You know what I mean?
Sleuth says Baines is a fucking machine.
I know, Baines is a monster. It's my brother.
People are asking about, can we pull up the template after the break?
Yes, we are going to pull up the template after the break.
Sweet. And just for anybody, I'm still following up on the pizza. I think it's on its way over right now. But we will probably do the Loud and Audio giveaway during the break.
That's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
That's cool.
The thing about the template I want you guys to know, I'm just going to give you a little background, is how many of you guys are like, think that the template is more like for all the effects and shit like that? Because a lot of times people think like it's all about the sound. Like, I want your template because I want it to sound like Ty Dolla $ign, for example. I want it to sound like Ty Dolla $ign, so I want your template. It's not that. To be Ty Dolla $ign, you gotta have a raspy ass voice like Ty Dolla $ign. You're not gonna sound anything like him without that. Because you'll be surprised to find out, for example, with Chris, ain't nothing on his vocal except an EQ cutting 80 and boosting 10K, and then an R comp, and an H delay and an R verb, or a Valhalla. Sorry, that's it. The sound comes from the artist. Now, what the template is for recording and the process that happens with recording, which I'm going to show you. There's a process with the recording that happens, and you need to have organization and color coding and routing. That's the most important thing. If you pull up a song, like if an engineer walks in and he pulls up a blank session and starts making new tracks, he's fucked. Yeah. He's totally fucked. Because he doesn't have no verb. He's going to have to make the verb, make the H delay, make all that shit, put the auto-tune, make the master fader, all that shit. And the tracks, he might have made 5 tracks. He might need 100 tracks. You know what I mean? So the template is really important. CB's template, I'll even use it to record rappers just because it's like, it's overkill for rappers, right? Because I have a whole section of backgrounds, but I'll just use the top section, which is the leads, and then the ad-lib tracks, and I could just use that section for rappers. And if they want less reverb, cool. I'll just pull down the little reverb thing. I'll just pull down the whole reverb volume and the H delay. Maybe they don't want any reverb while recording. Mute it. You know, it's all there, though. I don't have to, oh, man, you want reverb? Hold on, let me make it. It's going to take you about 60 seconds to make it. He's going to be sitting there. It's going to be a long 60 seconds. So, template is really, really important. It's mostly for routing. I was thinking, I didn't necessarily want to give you guys a template as much as, like, I'll teach you how to make it. Because right now, I could sit down and make the template from just my memory, which is just routing and creating all the routing. Which we can do if y'all really want to do it, or I can pull up my template. What I want you guys to do is possibly take pictures of it so that you can see how the routing happens. Because I want you to create it yourself, because at the end of the day, it's like having my template is like the saying, if you teach a man to fish, he gonna eat forever. If you give a man a fish, he gonna eat that night. So if I give you my template, you just have the template, but you don't know how it actually works. So if for some reason you found yourself without my template, you would no longer have a template, right? But if you knew how to make the template, then you're good. So I want you to show you, and it's really simple too. It's not a difficult ass template. You could literally remake it. But I want you guys to take pictures of it and take it and try to remake the template. You know what I mean? It's really simple. If with the pictures you'll be able to tell, because each track will show its input and output. So as long as that all matches, you're good. You know, and it's really simple. That's like the most important thing. And then from there, add all the plugins you want. Let's say you're working with Travis Scott, you're gonna have to add a lot of plugins, but the template is there. So I've done that. Like I work with Young Blue. He wanted a specific plugin on his vocal, so I just put it on the record track, and he had his plugin on there. And then when Chris went to record, I turned him off. I turned that plugin off. So the template is the most important part. From there, just add all the plugins. If you want to add more plugins than I have and do more shit because it sounds dope with what you have, but you want to use my routing, be my guest. It's because for me, the most important part is the routing. It's not the sound of it. Everyone has a different sound. People are like really think CV's sound is like really like some shit. It's not. It's just his voice and auto-tune. That's just how he sounds. I don't know. Yeah. You know what I mean? So yeah, I want to give you guys a template by having you guys go home and make that shit. You know, and I'm going to show you the I/O. It's really simple. I didn't know how to use the I/O years and years ago, and now the I/O is really simple. You know what I mean? You want to pop a break? What do you want to do?
Okay, yeah, it's up to you. Pizza's arrival is at 12:30. We could take like a little break now and wait for the pizza to come.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. You guys want to take a little break? Maybe smoke something or something?
Yeah.
All right, everyone feels
We'll also do the giveaway before the pizza comes too then.
Perfect.
So y'all can like use the bathroom, go smoke, or whatever you want to do.
Y'all having fun? Everything cool? Y'all straight? Y'all learning some shit? I want you guys to ask, because I know you guys got questions, especially if it's stuff that you feel is going to directly help you. You know what I mean?
And if you are on the stream, please stick around because we will be doing the giveaway during this break. Don't leave. You do not want to leave. Stick around for the stream.
What is it? Like Morning Estrada.
Yeah, Morning's my boy.
I used to assist for Morning actually.
Really?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah,
Over at Paramount?
Yeah, so I'm actually at Paramount right now as an
Working
assistant.
as an assistant under Adam and them.
Yeah.
Adam.
Yeah. It's actually funny because like when you started saying like, we're just gonna talk about Paramount, and I'm just like, okay, that's literally.
But you see how I was breaking it down? That's really how it works.
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, when you're an assistant, when you're a runner, you can't be in the room hanging out.
Yeah, I'm just starting to get more engineering gigs.
That's
through
amazing.
Paramount.
That's what's gonna happen.
But I'm just trying to like lock down like the whole recording.
Yeah, but keep going with the Paramount because what'll happen is it's a great place for you to be there and for people to see you and they're like, man, this guy's good. Can you come record me too? And then all of a sudden you got a job.
Yeah, because I'm starting to get more mixing sessions because of it too.
At Paramount?
So they see me record and they see me. They're like, oh my god, I love what you're doing. Blah blah blah. The effects are crazy. Blah blah blah.
Right.
Can you do my mix?
Yeah.
So I was just.
That's what it's all about, bro. Paramount is a great place for you to be in meetings. Morning's there.
I'll be honest. Yeah, and then you were working with Ruby Rose, right?
Yes, I'm mixing her shit.
So my friend Khalid does the recording for her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just funny because like I have all these like random connections. And
That's
they all
amazing.
they
Yeah,
go
no, I
back to
love
you.
Ruby. Man, Ruby to me, I think she's the next hottest fucking
That's
rap
what I'm-
artist.
yeah, bro, she's fire.
Just the way she raps and says shit that I like. I'm like,
That's what I'm saying. My homie's been showing me some of this stuff, and I'm just.
Does he like the mixes? Your homie? Does he like the mixes? Because I don't know. The boy that records.
I kind of want to hear what he thinks.
He's more on just. He's the other way. He's like, man, I hope this is okay for TEEZIO.
I just didn't know if he liked it. No, the shit always comes in. His shit comes in. He's organized.
Awesome, yeah, because he was always telling me like I'm trying to like clear all the clips for him, do all this extra
Yeah, no,
stuff.
he's doing. No, yeah, tell him to hit me on Instagram so I could, or like something.
Yeah, I'll let him know.
Because I'd like to talk to him since he's the one that's recording it.
For sure, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
that's awesome, bro. Yo, doing that shit at Paramount, you can be
Because
good.
like by the time I was
Trust me, one day someone's gonna walk in and be like, man, can you work for me?
I had to like make my way across. Yeah, I'm trying to get like that right now.
But it's all time, bro. You just
that's
gotta
why
chill,
every
just
time
keep
I hear
going.
like we're slow,
Don't
I'm
be in a
like,
rush to help.
27.
So that's what I'm saying. Don't be in a total rush. You're not even 30 yet. You know what I mean? But you're in the right place.
Yeah, I'm just trying my best.
Yeah, no, you good.
Thanks, bro.
Dude, how's it going? Are you watching it?
Yeah, I was in my office. That's why every time I heard you like, "Where's Lou?" I was like, "Hold on, I'm gonna make my way."
How's it going, dude?
Oh no, it's super dope, man. You're doing good. Yeah. Honestly speaking, like I said, questions because I don't know what to say. Me either. That's odd. Like when I remember the first time I did it was like I think the second one we did. So like people were still kind of new to like how it all works.
Oh,
I was done before. Yeah. So I did mine like 3 months ago. And the funny thing is, like, there wasn't a lot of questions, so I'm like, alright, I guess keep talking. Like, I don't know if this is helping or not, but like, shit. Like, you guys aren't gonna ask questions, I already got shit to answer.
So with the template thing,
I think it's like a mixer.
I was gonna say with the template thing, I'm gonna pull it up. I think it's better to let them like
Never watch studios copy it.
then give it to them. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, let
And
them
I have a screen capture
Yes,
on this
yes.
screen, which is beautiful. Going to like seeing better.
Now is your time to go to the bathroom. Yes. But don't leave the stream.
North Dakota. It's like way up by Canada. It's not quite in Canada, but it's like
on this.
No,
Yeah,
right
it's like, hey, if you missed how I do CD's template, like, this is like,
Got it.
yeah. That way it's like, I'm not giving it out, it's not a download thing. Just learn how to do it.
Build it. Yeah, make it.
Minnesota, you got Milwaukee, then you got Minnesota.
I don't know how the fuck you did that with the bands.
What?
My friend's.
I had to use a roller.
My friend's mom lives in Minnesota, and I have a friend in Milwaukee.
Oh, really?
That's why I know, like.
Yeah, it's definitely.
D, is it? We good?
You're killing it.
They like it?
Yeah, everybody's like, there's like 50 people right now.
Oh, that's amazing. There's like 50 on that one, there's like 10 on yours. There was like 10 on mine, but I don't know what the fuck happened.
Oh, it's stopped midway through?
Yeah, I don't know. I went back on Twitch and it's not even showing a screen or anything. I remember when I was making my coffee,
basically
I got on my phone and I was able to watch it.
And every time it's just be a great producer.
Also, if you want to announce anything,
so I do reference to
it's super hot right now, so if you want to announce anything, you just have to whisper.
Hey, y'all!
You get on point, like, be like,
that's right. Do you want to run HDX or native?
good sounding, like, reference.
Native? Alright, then I already have it
I think
running.
I should pull up like the recording session.
I'm sure you're making moves though. Yeah.
I think so.
Just the recording session.
Yeah.
It's on a different time.
Wait, but that song's out already, right?
Yeah, we're working with
so they could see the recording.
I got the dry right here.
I usually
every Wednesday. No, do you have one that has
have you heard Playback Away?
No,
no, because I have a cable.
Like almost.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm gonna bring mine from my office.
I have been like IT studios in LA because I work in neighborhood project.
Yeah, right.
And it was like the first love.
Oh, really?
Apart from the first sight.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've never been there.
You should
I
go.
definitely gotta check it out.
Yeah, should walk us through the session.
Yeah.
Have a dope equipment there. And this is pretty dope. I like this. The vibe, the energy.
Yeah, I do too. So yeah, you work for Neighborhood Watch too, right?
Yeah, that's why I know for Neighborhood Watch. It's good. Have you ever been to the Neighborhood Watch Studios, bro?
Well, just this one, Record Book Studios.
Okay.
I've been to Omar's room, and then I went to one of those twin rooms, you know.
Oh, that's inside of
Yeah, great pricing.
Yeah, great price. I usually only work at the one at the wedding tent.
Oh, yeah. I seen that one. I've been there.
Yeah, I'm only located there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you still in Jordan? Huh? Do you still in Jordan? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm there. I don't know how long the period is for interning. I haven't spoken to Davin or anything about it because lately they've been engineering. They've been throwing me sessions every now and then a lot, so I don't really get the chance to do the intern. So I don't know.
I think it took you like 2 or 3 months more, so then you will be done.
I think I've been with them for like 4 months already.
Do you mean like internship? Like it's up to you. Like if you want to hang out and do this all this stuff, because it's more about networking instead of like learning something.
How's playback going?
It's going good. Great, yeah. Actually, I'm going today. Every Wednesday. Yeah, every Wednesday. We have a listening party yesterday. Last Friday.
Yeah, I was done being rough here, so I'm good.
No, once. It was downstairs. It was.
I'm gonna grab that cue.
You've probably seen Dave or Dave Mark. I haven't seen him. We are working together.
They're good? How's it going?
Yeah. He's like, that's a vibe, you know? Just like talking. Because you were like ready after like the first 5 minutes, like, oh shit, what are we gonna do now? Yeah, he was like, well, so these are the basics, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh shit.
You fucked up.
No, but you did, like, this is the vibe, bro. Just people want to, like,
after the drinking, like, yo, you have to check out the playhouse.
yeah, this shit is, like, everybody's saying this shit is fucking amazing. Yeah.
So then we'll go back home and start working in like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I'm gonna plug in the drive so I can
Is that TV drive?
No, my okay, so I can pull up the
You wanna pull up your template?
Yeah. The recording template.
Yeah.
I'm just at Tyson_music.
Hell yeah. That's my boy right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You like the Grace?
Oh man.
You know what? I should have had that little ball flow about the back right here.
Yeah.
We gonna play right now?
How you feeling?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm chilling. I just thought I was gonna run out of shit to talk to.
Nah. These people have mad questions, man. This shit could go on forever.
passed. And then a year and a half passed. I met Eric at Santa Coy, and I had told him about the intern position. And then he was just like, "Oh, this is really good." And I hit up another worker that was there, and I was like, "Oh, fuck." You can try it. Yeah, enjoy it, bro.
What do I get hold of?
David. I was like, I think he was Instagram.
What you guys are doing. That fucking looking for like independent creators.
Did that on Instagram? I got He's such a cool guy, man.
I'm tracking like $10 an hour.
$10 an hour?
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I'm trying to. I'm like, nobody's better than me at my price. You know what I'm saying? That's my thing.
Anyway, it's kind of like $10 or zero.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, word.
Yo, man, how did you start? When you first started, how did you get your foot in the door? Like, I know you said that you were
establish my credits.
But how long did that period take?
Just by working students. And so then I had.
It's funny you say that because the first thing that I did was the juicy records. I left Juicy. That's when I was kind of on my own and had to figure out how I was going to get my foot in the door. Not having any credits or anything like that. And it's just mostly was doing it for free, to be honest. And sometimes it's not even for free. Like you might do one thing for free, and then that'll come for something else again. You know what I'm saying? So everything in that happened for, like I said, to this day. Sometimes I still do stuff for free. So it's never going to go away. But in the beginning, it'll probably be 4 or 5 years of doing that, getting paid, doing some stuff for free, getting paid, and then you'll reach the point where you're actually getting paid more than you're doing stuff for free. But it takes time because you can't convince someone that you're good by just telling them.
Just showing them. That's true. I see DK.
And you're not just dealing with one person. Maybe you're dealing with multiple people.
Yeah.
You're dealing with one client and another client. You have to convince all these clients.
Were you still doing things for free when you were getting flooded from work?
No. Like, if I'm flooded right now, I won't do shit for free.
Oh, you won't do it?
Unless for some reason, like, it has to be a crazy ass artist, and I'm like, I love this artist. I have to do this. But if not, I just turn it around.
Okay.
I mean, I'll only do stuff for free when it's like I have time to do it. I'm willing to do it. Like I might chill. I might have a day where there's nothing happening because I'm waiting on files for one thing and I'm delivering later for something else. So I'm kind of in a pocket. I can take 2 hours.
Sorry, what was your name?
Oh, hey, Devin, that's good.
I haven't met you, but I know so many people that talk about you. So I'm really good friends with Nick.
Oh, Nick, yeah. So me and him did that shit together. Yeah.
I know.
Ruba, that's my brother.
Actually, just
you know his dresser, Javon? You look just like him. He dresses Chris.
But I'm learning every day.
Like
6 months.
Ruba's Chris's like right here.
And I know
getting started, you know.
So I know a lot of
you know all this shit is getting
freaking learning from one of the best people.
Oh yeah, I'm blessed. I'm really blessed.
Like you're in the control room at the live room.
Do your best job, you know.
No, I don't know.
Damn, that's 8 years later.
8 months.
Oh, you said years. Come on, man. I was like, no way. I was like,
yeah. That's what I was like,
I would make a
like,
make
yeah, I get that though. Like, I feel like
Man, like, I'm doing it, I'm like,
we can do a FaceTime later. I was kind of talking about it because what I would like to do is also debate on this one.
No, I'm definitely learning as much similarities. They don't really, I mean, they work with style. Yeah. What's up?
Good. Hey, I'm gonna have your thing today.
No rush, bro.
I apologize. Thank you for making me.
Don't worry about it.
Hey, it's good to see you. Thanks for having this event, dude.
I know, I'll be man.
They actually want you to listen. Yeah, so, like, I'm hearing picks and pops, and, like, our ex won't even take Then we have Miss Sweetie, maybe Teddy. It's definitely like a combination of both. Definitely good.
I am about to approach TEEZIO to ask him what his favorite strain is.
Time compression, like it's a whole thing. Like even just that alone, like. But yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to be
I mean,
awkward.
definitely
Let me be
clean up
awkward.
won't be as much as music.
Exactly. Yeah.
Ayo, TEEZIO.
He's not happy with you.
Hold on 1 second. I'm like whispering because the mic is really hot.
Oh, I see.
And I'm trying to like maintain this awkward persona.
That's what I was like, is that the Sonar?
It's a Sonarworks mic.
Like to try it out.
Yeah.
But I didn't get the mic though. I was like,
Are you talking into the mic?
Yeah, quietly. Okay. Because it's super hot.
My name is and
So here I go. I'm trying to maintain this awkward thing. Here I go. The audience wants me to ask what TEEZIO's favorite strain of weed is.
I want to say it's the Oogie Boogie Bluey Gorilla Grip 5000.
Yeah. We gotta
I'm just saying. That sounds like a real
Remember
thing.
that meme that was like, you can go to a weed shop and genuinely ask, be like, yo, I need this strain, I need weed that like make me forget that the back door's open and like make me get over my sense of sleep, whatever.
And they're like,
give you a serious answer.
Did you know that there's doctors now that will take a blood test of you and tell you what your perfect strain is?
Really?
It's a real thing. And now they're trying to implement, because meth is a strain of weed added with gasoline.
Hey, we have a question from the podcast, or not from the live stream. What's your favorite strain of weed?
Gorilla Glue.
Someone actually said that on the stream. Someone actually said that. That was one of the guesses.
I jokingly said like the Gorilla Grip 5000.
Let me find out.
That person knows then. Not a lot of people know, but there's a few people that know.
Hold on.
Quick. I'm always in LA and shit. That's a drive for me. But yeah, so I mean, it's always works too. I said you seem to be doing pretty good yourself. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say because there's not a lot of people that can talk.
I do, yeah.
We're back in the live stream. We're back in the live stream.
I'm dying. Gorilla Glop Glop 9000. What speakers are these?
These are the Questeds.
What happened to the ATCs? You got rid of them?
I got rid of them. So I got rid of them, bought the Strauss and the PMC, and I bought these for this one. This one is very similar to kind of like a middle ground between the PMCs and the ATCs. Like really good mid-range, really tight low end, like really fucking tight low end. Like if it didn't have a sub, the low end might be too tight, you know?
Really?
And the top end is really smooth on these.
Oh, I'm on the mic. I'm an idiot.
Oh, nice to meet you, man. Yeah.
Hello.
Luke, yes. The guy that selling something.
We will announce the Loud Tip Audio winners soon. Pizza is on the way. Please stick around. You have to be present in order to accept your prize. If you'd like to learn more about Loud Audio, Google it, motherfucker. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they're dope. TEEZIO, well, actually, Baines uses a lot of the Loud Audio stuff. We have Loud Audio Eden here, and we're giving away a 220. It's dope. In the second half of this broadcast, TEEZIO Sorry, I'm really. This is just funny. Okay, second half of this broadcast, TEEZIO will be going over a recording template and how you can build one for yourself. And I think we can all agree that the first half was actually super duper super informative in many senses. And we're literally waiting on this dude named Matt. So Matt is dope, and he's getting pizza right now. He's also in control of picking the finalists, picking the winner. So when the pizza arrives, we'll immediately go into the Lounge giveaway. Again, you have to be on stream for that. If you haven't already, like and subscribe. Follow us on Twitch. We will be doing more events in the future. We were at an event for Tucci's birthday party, mastering engineer that TEEZIO was talking about earlier, and kind of was doing like TEEZIO was kind of giving like the elbow bump to Baines. It's like, yo, we should do something like this too. So Baines, if you're watching, I doubt it, but if you're watching, we'd love to have you. Jesse Rarister, we'd love to have you. Anybody that is engineer, producer, we'd love to host you. That was a host you non-sexually. I am. This is a really dope event. Hey, would you like to comment on the event so far? Do you want to comment on the event for the live stream?
Yeah. The event.
Talking to the mic and not too close to the mic.
Yeah. The event is really. Can I cuss?
Yeah. It's clipping right now, so
okay. Yeah. The event is honestly really good. Really fucking good. I would definitely. I was just like, definitely a lot to learn, and if you're on this Twitch, like, dude, please ask questions. Like, TEEZIO's totally up for it, and you learn so much in like probably the next hour or two that we have. But yeah.
Alrighty. Yes. Let me look at these comments. The computer's way over here.
Is that your DIY keyboard that you made?
Noah says, bruh, I can smell the weed through my speakers. Obscure Asian says, I'd love to come down for a seminar. Do it! Exclamation point. You look like you should be interviewing hockey players. What the fuck does that mean? What is that? What? Someone said, you look like you should be interviewing hockey players. What does that mean? Have you seen the SNL skit where Chance the Rapper is interviewing the hockey players? And he's acting as the usual like NBA host, and then he's like subbing for the hockey dude. He's like, yeah, and he knows nothing about hockey. He's like, go hockey, play that hockey. It's so funny. Can you have a slice of pizza for me? Hell yeah. I'll dedicate this one to you, Obscure Asian. Oh, the pizza's been here.
Oh, it just got here.
Oh, it just got here. Pizza's been here. All right. We will be hosting doing the giveaway now, like in like T-minus 5 minutes probably. Hey, Matt. TEEZIO, is there any? What's your catchphrase? If you were a pulled string doll, what would be your catchphrase?
Shit. Where's the weed?
That's the first.
That's the only thing.
First thing when he comes in. Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, let me turn the clip game down. What is that's like way more clear. Oh man, it was like hella distorted like crazy before. TEEZIO, what is a fun fact about your personal life outside of music?
I recently got into golfing. My handicap's 43. I'm not that good, but that's it.
You said you got 40 points?
No, I have a 43 handicap. That means
40.
I shoot over by 43.
There you go. That's not bad. That's not bad. Indica or sativa? Well, Gorilla Glue
Indica.
is-
Well, Gorilla Glue's a hybrid, but definitely Indica / hybrid. More than
Nice.
Just no sativa. How about that?
No sativa. That makes sense. Any other questions? This is a good time for personal questions. What is the craziest shit that CB has ever said, like out loud? Like the funniest shit, like makes for good stories. Not like nothing that makes us like concerned for him, like
Think of something exciting that he may have blurted out. Oh yeah. Okay. He did say that I am Rick Rubin and he is Jay-Z. He said that. I thought that was outlandish. My beard is even white. Or long enough to be Rick. You know what I'm saying?
That's so funny. That's awesome. This is awesome. This is what I love about Twitch. Everybody's like trolling and having a good time. Ooh, morning routine.
Okay. Get up. Drink coffee. Water my weed plants outside.
You grow weed plants outside?
Well, I don't go like I'm a grower. It's just like my friend is like a grower and he's like, yo, I got these extra plants that I need to get rid of out of my shit.
So you don't smoke them, you just like pet them?
I pet them and water them, but they are growing though. They're gonna be ready soon.
Are you gonna smoke your own shit?
I'm gonna smoke my own shit and then I'll be.
That's kind of hard, actually. That's actually really hard. I'm not gonna lie to you. How many plants do you have?
A few, like 3, 4.
I heard that the California limit is like up to 6.
6 per person, so
6 per person.
2 people in a house, you get 12.
Holy sheesh. That's a good one. What keeps you inspired?
It's difficult to stay inspired. Weed keeps me inspired, but that's like, I'm just gonna talk about weed the whole time.
You're really passionate about it.
I love weed, not just because like smoking it, but I love everything about it, the culture about it. A lot of my friends are in cannabis, so it helps.
That's awesome.
Inspired me shit. Doing good music, working with the best artists, you know, and always learning. I'm a student.
There you go. If you could have Baines' beard or John Castelli's hair, which would you have?
Baines' beard.
That's such a good.
I got enough hair. I got a lot of hair.
The bucket hat's really nice.
I got a lot of hair, but shit, I think I need the Baines beard. I got the hair already. I don't.
That's
think
like
I
a
could ever
talent.
bald. My shit is just too fucking thick.
That's a really good question. Let's see here. Someone says, "Don't let me make any important decisions on sativa." Let's see. Favorite video game? Do you play any video games?
So, favorite video game? I actually have it up here. It's the new version of Pro Tools.
Oh shit!
It's my favorite video game.
Have you ever played like Fortnite or Call of Duty?
No, I tried to play Call of Duty, but to be honest, it's cool, but then it starts getting really addicting. And I don't, I have too much stuff to do, so what'll happen is, if I'm really bored, I might pick it up and then try it, and then once I start getting busy, I kind of fall off of it, which means that I regress on my ability, right? Because I'm not doing it anymore. And then I suck at it.
So what do you do? What do you try to do during your downtime? Watch movies?
To be honest, bro, I sound like an old man, but I love golf now. I'm addicted to golf.
Oh, that's amazing.
Golf is cool because business in the music industry doesn't really start till 9 or 10 a.m. So I'll go golf early, 6:30, 7 in the morning.
Oh, really?
And then I'll be back by 9:30 or 10. And
so you're maintaining a healthy morning You're not doing as much late stuff.
The late stuff is less.
Well deserved, well earned.
Every now and then I catch a late one, but I just don't golf on it.
That's something that's like well earned for sure. Favorite taco spot in LA?
Tacos Tijuanazos.
One more time.
Tacos Tijuanazos.
More choices
Those
with the
tacos are fire. You
largest
got the hot
selection
sauce
of
on the
free
pizza?
5G phones,
Hey,
like the
can we get Matt?
Samsung
Can we get
Galaxy
Matt?
A13 and
we
more
call
5G coverage on the T-Mobile network. Only
Can we
at
announce the
Metro.
winner? Right now? Yeah. Can you just pick a random person? Yeah. It's all on you. Hey, also,
Your name happens to be Louise.
hey, come be awkward on the mic for a second.
Prioritization video recording.
I don't know if I can be awkward. I've never been awkward in my life before.
What's up?
How's the winner picked?
Oh, I'm gonna go find like the list. I don't know off the top of my head.
Pull it out your ass.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Put me on the mic.
Wait, let me ask you. Are you gonna shred up the paper with all the names so that each paper is just a little strip of a name? Put it in your butt and then fart so it can
Stop.
And whichever one you catch in the air.
Like at a concert.
We're done.
Oh, brown confetti.
No. Go get the answer. I'm sorry. I apologize on everybody. This is an awkward stream for different reasons now. Hey, Lou, wielder of swords, lord of the boards, how are you doing?
I am doing great. I have hot sauce on my pizza, and I got some new monitors today that make me question my life.
Nice. These are the old monitors. You.
Huh? Which PMCs did you get? 226.
The new ones.
No.
The old ones.
How do you like your new ones compared to the old 226s?
It's really different. There's a lot more mid-range on mine. You're not gonna hear as much mid-range on the 226s.
But I'm hearing more than on the Strauss.
That's weird because supposedly the Strauss are like
They're
revered.
They're really good for their mid-range. Don't get me wrong, it's really good. They're really smooth. But I came from
don't have
rock, so I'm
mid-range.
very used to mid-forward.
Got it. Yes, PMC 226s are mid-rangey, which
No,
will
they're a
have
little more upper mid.
You'll
Yeah.
have they're upper mid, which your mix will have a little more mid-range because you're not hearing that thing as much. My mixes I can tell have gotten less mid-rangey because I have the mid-range driver on the 6.2s now.
Yeah.
So I'm getting all that information and I'm able to.
I'll say this: if I sell the Strauss at like an asking price, I could probably buy the 6.2s.
How much are the Strausses?
They're $7,600 a pair before you buying an amp for them.
No, they're about
like
eight.
$8 grand.
I'm a user of the Strauss at the moment.
Yeah. But the Bryson amp, that's like a $2,000 amp or more.
Yeah, so I could sell them for a really good price and sell the 226s and just get 6.2s.
That's what I would
But
do.
I'm also in a
6.2s will
10 by
change your life.
15 room, so
I'm in a 10 by 15 room.
Really?
Yeah, my room's tiny. My room's smaller than this.
Also, I did appreciate your tiny bonsai plant that you posted behind your desk.
I have that tiny bonsai. It's still growing, and it will grow probably further than I'm alive. I'm gonna keep it alive forever.
That's awesome. I have a fake bonsai in my studio.
I just have a fake plant because I knew I was not going to be at the studio some days and not water it. So
If you give me a plant, it's like, let's watch this die slowly. That's what that is.
You know what though? We want the plants inside to be fake because if not, bugs get in and shit. Like my house, I don't have no bugs, no flies are allowed, nothing.
they're not allowed. Like so much so. All right, let me ask you: is it you or is it your wife that kills the flies?
Both of us. So basically,
Oh,
if a fly comes in, right, we stop everything we're doing. We pull up the electric rackets, and for the next hour,
It's like tennis with
Who's
flies.
better? Who's more coordinated? Who gets?
I'm better right now, but she's got some good ones. But I will say this: when a fly comes in, everything stops.
Oh, shit. See, that's what it's
turn
like
the oven
for-
off. It's time to kill this fly.
That's what it's like for my wife. Like, I'll be like watching TV. Like, I'm getting home from the studio. It's been a long day. I just want to relax. And she'll be like, "You have to fly," and whatever she's doing, it's gone. That train of thought is gone. She goes into attack mode.
It's attack mode.
Yeah,
We get
it's on
to,
site.
We get to this mode. and we turn the air off. We turn everything off, and we just listen because you gotta hear the buzz.
Yeah.
Listen closely.
Yeah, that's when you start noticing the buzz in the monitors because you're like, it ain't that.
All right, y'all. Hey, can we make an announcement? Hey, y'all! Everybody! We're about to announce the Loud and Audio winner if you submitted for Loud and Audio.
Henry,
we're about to. We're about to announce the Loud and Audio winner right now. Also, real quick, pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Pineapple on pizza, hell fucking yes.
What did you say, TEEZIO?
It's not bad. I don't know.
You said it's not bad?
But it just got a bad rap.
I just don't get why it's like people don't like it.
Ah.
Sweet and savory goes together, right?
Yeah. It's like Al Pastor.
Chocolate bacon.
Al Pastor, that's true. That's true.
Sea salt and chocolate.
Sea salt and chocolate, which is actually surprising. That's a great example.
It's like me and Pat, goofy and straightforward.
Exactly.
Obscure Asian says, bro, how can you be obscurely Asian and say pineapple on pizza is mild? That's some really, like, that is some, pineapple on pizza is like the most Asian shit you could possibly do. I don't know, like, you gotta be Hawaiian, Micronesian, Polynesian. But I'm not gonna decline if pizza is a pineapple. If I decline a pizza if it has pineapple. No pineapples on pizza. Grody. It's alright, it's alright. Hey, we have a winner here. For the Loud and Audio microphone giveaway, we have everybody that's signed up. The rules were you have to be here in person or be live on Twitch stream. Everybody, there's like 50 people right now, 40 people live on Twitch. Everybody say hi. All right, we have a winner, Matt. Tell us the winner as you look directly into the eyeball of the camera.
What I'm thinking I should do to absolve myself of the responsibility is have TEEZIO pick a number 1 through 41, and then there's also no guilt because it's just a number. So
1 through 41.
1 through 41.
What's your favorite ball player's number?
I don't watch sports.
Okay.
I just have to do this all fucking
All
day.
right. How many tracks are in this session?
More than 41. So,
Okay.
let's just go with a number 33.
33. Everybody drum roll, please.
It's our team.
Marcus.
Wait, you gotta do
All
that.
right, jump in front of the mic. Jump in front of the mic.
All right, everybody, I'm the winner.
I don't have to apologize.
Congratulations to Marcus. Thank you so much for Loud and Audio for sponsoring this event. Also, shout out to Ontaris, Auto-Tune. They're awesome. Isotope. We can get discounts on Isotope products. Talk to Lou for outlaw and stuff. Talk to Lou for just talk to Lou.
I'm the guy.
For gear. We're really grateful for all of our sponsors and for everybody that stuck around. We're gonna go into the second half now. Did you get some pizza?
No, I'm not eating.
Okay, you're good. You're good. As long as you're comfortable.
Let's go, boys.
Oops, hello, my bad. Lost the mic.
What's the Yelp rating?
I don't know about that, but the line is always like 40 minutes.
Is it clean in there?
It's outside.
Is it clean out there?
Oh,
It's
dude.
as clean as homeless people get.
Your girl was telling us about your favorite sushi spot.
Which one?
I forgot.
It's the most LA thing.
I forgot. I saved it.
Go? Is it called Go? It's really small. It's like
Yeah. It's really small, like really.
Hole in the wall. It's really expensive too. It's like y'all don't pay nothing for rent either, because it's like in a really like nothing area of the valley.
The features you've been missing are waiting for you.
There's
With
like
Spotify
one guy
Premium.
in there, and like,
Unlock
when
ad-free
he
music
passes
and
away,
unlimited
there will be
skips
no more
on
Go.
any
He's like
device.
he's the magician.
Plus, download your music
and
and,
he doesn't
listen
ask you
offline.
what you want. He
Even
just, like,
search
looks
Oh,
and
it's
play
it's
exactly what
omakase.
you're looking for.
It's omakase. He
It's on
looks at you and
demand.
he's like, I don't.
A world of premium is waiting. Come back
That's
to a better way
crazy.
of listening.
Actually, I want to go now.
Tap the banner.
That's
to
the
learn
spot
more.
that I went to in Japan. Like when they gave me like 10 pieces of sushi and paid like the $150.
Go?
They're like, no, in Japan.
No.
And
not Go, though.
It's not Go though.
So it ain't the place.
Does it like melt? Did it like melt in your mouth, kind of?
Yeah.
Did you melt after?
Was it an actual Japanese dude? Was it a
There's
Japanese
only
dude or
4
was it a
chairs.
Korean
Look,
dude?
there's only 4 chairs in there. It's Japanese. There's 4 stools.
There's only 4 stools.
Yeah, so if there's 4 people eating there, no one can eat there. It's that small.
That's crazy. Like one time to celebrate if we have enough profits from the studio kind of deal.
No.
It was like
in general.
$700 for.
$700 for 4 people.
Okay,
God
yeah, that's
damn.
more like using the profits.
No more profits.
It's like, hold on, I was cool with going to Sugarfish and spending like 200, but 700, like.
Yeah, it's a lot. But I did it only once so far. I'm not doing it again anytime soon.
Also, the coolest fun fact that I learned about I don't know if you mind me sharing this, but I learned from your girl. This is actually really badass and super cool. You and your girl eloped. That is fucking badass and very like romantic.
I didn't want to go through the process of like planning. We didn't want to do the whole like wedding thing, and it's such a waste of money. We would rather use that money to go on vacation or something than. We don't drink alcohol, so if I have to pay for a bunch of people's alcohol, I'm not happy that day. Because I don't even drink, so why the fuck am I paying for your drinks?
And she said, like, was it your brother or her brother that?
My brother.
He went through the whole process, became a priest.
And initiated us at Griffith Park, like off Brighton or at Griffith Observatory.
That is so badass.
Yeah.
That is so badass.
Way cheaper, and then got to smoke more. You know what I mean?
That's what it comes back around
Well, we
to.
did like a nice dinner and brought like family and shit, but we didn't. And also it was like we had to kind of like, it was like on a dirt area, so you had to like pull up, park your car, get out, and like walk over there and do it, and then walk back to the car and leave. So imagine if you have fucking 20 people there, it's gonna be a lot harder.
To be honest, that's kind of what me and my fiance are thinking about. Because, like, talking to my wife, dude, it's been 12 years. She's my wife. She's pretty much my wife. But, like, for both of us, we're both low-key people. Like
Yeah,
I want to be the center of attention.
Do it in
like,
the studio.
Shit.
Oh shit! I just thought of something. Rent the studio Conway, which is like $2,500, and then do the wedding in the grass area right there.
Oh shit! Or Glenwood.
Or Glenwood has that patio in the middle.
Have you been to Woodshed in Malibu? Dude, Woodshed is dope. They got a private pool and everything for you. Private
intro me to some people.
Yo,
I want to go see these places.
Yo, dude, I know the owner. We can literally pull up on it.
Pull up on it.
Yeah. See?
There you go. That's how it happens, yo.
That's it. Yeah.
Hey, cause you're like married, but you're not like loud about it in a good way. And so give us some like marriage advice.
Marriage advice. Oh,
is there any good one?
So hard. It's very, very, very difficult. I'm so proud of my wife for even dealing with me, because it's difficult. Because I'm dealing with a lot of shit all day, and my attention span is very little. So I have to find the balance of communication and time and attention, while at the same time dealing with fucking idiots. So it gets really stressful.
I really hope I'm not one of them.
No, you're the guy who saves the fucking day. I call you, Lou, can you please help me with this? Lou, can you come help me fix this? I always call Lou. He's the guy that fixes the shit and helps me get to a better place.
I'm glad I'm that guy.
You're not the other guy.
Okay, good.
No, but I'll get shit, or like I'll get files and I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and that stresses me out, and then a lot of other shit's happening, so you gotta find the balance. Being married and or just having a partner in this industry is so fucking difficult.
All right, so I hate to ask this really corny question, but this is what I do when I get those kind of files. By the time I actually see my girl, I just kind of want to like snuggle up, watch some TV with her, like, yo, get in my arms, like, let's go. I want to relax.
The real question.
Is that you, or like?
Yeah, definitely. After a long day of dealing with bullshit.
Yeah. Now, does she,
are you little spoon or big spoon?
No, she's not.
Okay, my girl finds that weird. She's like, I don't see you all day, and this is what you come home like.
You gotta snuggle up.
I want to snuggle.
It's snuggle time.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, what about let's see here. Any other questions? Personal questions. This is a great time. This is a great time for personal questions if you'd like to ask TEEZIO. We're learning some stuff that you will find nowhere else. I'm still curious about Big Spoon, Little Spoon. I'll make sure that comes to you, and we find out, you know, for all of us, we need to know. Shout out to all the engineer wives out there. This is sorry for the Spotify ads. We have a full commercial studio space, but somehow have not bought a Spotify account, which I now realize. What the hell am I saying?
Look, this is so unlike me to do these kind of things, but it's so like him. So like, it was the perfect like bond of business. Like, yo, like DK, you go ahead and be in front of the camera because I can't.
Yeah.
I can't.
Hey, I actually have a serious question. Now, I don't think you're not like The Rock Johnson, right? Dwayne Johnson, but you've gotten a lot more attention, especially in the last 5-10 years. How has it been coming from? Like, is it awkward, or how have you been able to, like, how do you kind of adjust to the attention?
It's kind of awkward, but at the same time, as your confidence builds in the studio and in the recording process and in the mixing process, your confidence also builds in your outside area too. As you develop certain things within the business, and this goes for everything, as you get better at something, you're actually able to apply those same things to your stuff in life. You know what I mean? Like, even with golf, like, and I hate to keep bringing up golf because I love that shit. I apply a lot of the stuff that I do in the studio mentally to the same thing because I know how to do this. So when I go to how to do golf and I'm learning something new, I treat it as if I'm learning something new within the realm that I already know in terms of how I learn and how I approach. When someone's telling me to do something different, I'm able to register that a lot easier, because when I'm doing that here, or when I'm telling someone to adjust something, right, I'm using that same mentality. So it's a lot easier for me to learn other things and do other things with this mentality that I have here. So as the confidence grows, your confidence grows in general, right?
Would you say that you've applied your learning methods with golf from here? Like, take, you know how like at the beginning stage, it's kind of hard to take advice because you don't know what really works or not. Have you felt that way about golf?
But it's the same thing in music. You can go to 10 engineers, they're all going to tell you how to do shit different. Oh, don't use the Pro key, use this EQ, use the metric halo. That's what I use. So everyone's going to give you different shit. Now, your job is to either figure out what works best for you or only listen to one person. Gotcha. Find one person you want to listen to and listen to that one person. You know what I mean? If you listen to too many people, just like here.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Too many cooks. Someone's like, hey, don't use H-Lay, use this. No, fuck, this guy's telling me to use H-Lay. This guy's telling me to use H-Lay.
So I'm just going to do me, and like if they're mad, they're mad.
Take what you want from each one. Maybe you recognize, okay, that part seems right, that part seems right, so let me put them together.
Yeah. What would you say? All right, because you know how it is. Coming up as an engineer, if you need to take that. Yeah. Already out. Let me see. Okay, hold on. 2 seconds. He's got a call. Alright, so let's see some of this chat. Watching from...
You guys want me to start bringing people back in?
Yeah, let's start bringing people back in. TEEZIO's doing a private call right now. Hold on. Oh, Lou, you're
No,
sorry.
Teez is not going to give away his template. He's going to show you how to make your own by showing you his, but he will not be giving it to you. He's going to teach you how to fish.
Yeah, you'll see his template.
You gotta fish, not just eat fish.
So I'm like really big. You can see my clean fade that I got the other day.
TEEZIO Zomasake is going to be him giving you the goods, but not the actual sushi.
Hey, we got people watching from Africa, TEEZIO. Wait, no, hold on. From Zambia.
I didn't see that. That never happened.
I don't think DK saw either.
What
happened? Y'all saw.
I mean, all the posts have.
Yes.
No, seriously.
Can we see the screen though? Yes. Scum Prophet. First off, crazy Twitch name. Scum Prophet. Yes. We will be able to see the screen. Don't worry. We got this whole thing. We are professionals in this bitch, and we will show this professionally. In this bitch. Hey, Ignacio.
Hey. DK, it looks like you're spilling out. I think I'll just be outside of the room again.
Oh, you can hang out wherever. I mean, we'd like to have you in if it's possible. But that being said, you can do whatever you want. The B room is cool.
I don't even know if I'm going to sit.
And just take one of the cadenzas now.
I'll just sit on Henry.
On Henry, oh my. Yeah, come on in, y'all. Come on in. Oh, don't step on my headphone cable, please.
Step on his headphone cable.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, what's the biggest thing that you've learned from TEEZIO from your time? Or step in front of the camera if you can, too. Just for briefly while we're kind of... One quick question. As his TEEZIO's assistant right now...
Yeah, do you want water?
Yes, I would love one. And some pizza. Pepperoni if possible.
Hello.
This is Ignacio, TEEZIO's current assistant right now. What is a couple big tips that you've learned for life that'll change your life?
It's not about the technical stuff. It's more about the other things you don't think about too much. It's more about how to deal with people and how to develop as a human in this industry, rather than like how to compress a kick. You know what I mean? Like more how to navigate this industry. I feel like I've learned a lot of that stuff.
That's actually a super good point. If anybody's wondering why I talk less about technical stuff on the podcast, if you listen to the Mixing Music podcast, it's probably because exactly that reason.
You can learn anything in YouTube nowadays and like in the internet. That stuff that he can tell you and like people like him can tell you, you can't find in the internet. It's only life experiences, like he said.
Yeah, you can look up how to do a kick drum. Ooh. Shout out to Matt. Thank you for the pizza. Hey, can y'all put this on my desk for me? Sorry. I wish I had some like obscure Nardwuar type questions. But any other last pieces of advice before we start?
No, just keep doing what you're doing and everything's gonna turn out fine. Just keep grinding.
Where's your home country that you're visiting?
Chile.
You're Chilean.
Saludo a todos los chilenos.
Hey.
I do have a question for you. Funniest thing you can say that TEEZIO has done in front of you in the middle of a mix? Like, it could be anything. It could be a fart, it could be a sneeze, it could be like a weird twitch, but funniest thing he's done. Not a habit, just anything.
Like, he stood up screaming as he yelled.
Did he once, like, sneeze fart?
Yeah, he farts all the time.
Just like the green fumes come out.
But I just got used to it right now, so yeah.
No,
you didn't listen.
It's not a. You gotta get used to it. It's the first number.
You gotta get used to it. Nah.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my wife for getting used to it.
Shout out to TEEZIO, man.
All right.
I learned to hold my breath for long.
That's amazing. You heard it here first, folks. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna start back into the second half. All right, y'all. Oh, can we close that door, Matt? All right, we're about to get started with the second half. Yeah, I'll have it. Yeah. So real quick, we failed to do this last time when we first started, so I'll kind of keep it brief this time. Oh, thank you. Once again, put your hands together for the illustrious TEEZIO!
All right, everyone have pizza? Y'all good? Y'all fed? Bet. So the next thing we're gonna get into now is the template. So 2 things. Right now is you probably don't need to like take pictures or anything because they're gonna record it, so we can always just get the footage. Can we get them just all the footage
Can
sent
we
to
also
them?
pause the Spotify?
Here, I got you.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
He's gonna record it all, so you guys can always watch it later because I'm just gonna show you how it all works. But one thing that was actually dope that you just brought up that we should show is how I'm setting the preamp and compressor for recording, right? So where's the pre? Is it?
Yep.
So on ours we don't have these EQs and stuff like that on there. It's not like this. It's just the big old knobs. But usually I'll start the gain at about 30 to 35. So between 30 and 45, because some people are really quiet, especially females. They'll be mad quiet. So I'll start between 30 and 45, depending on who it is. Also, the louder you go, just know there's going to be more noise that's getting caught on the microphone. So 30 to 35, CB is usually around 35. I might have to bring him down if he's really pushing full voice. And then the output trim, I usually keep in the center. The reason why I do that is because if I do have to gain up or down, I don't want to use the clicks on it just because... Have you ever had an issue where if you're someone singing and you click the volume, it
jumps the volume 5 decibels, so it's
instantly.
Pretty extreme
Yeah, it's pretty
change.
extreme. So you don't want to if someone's recording and they're like singing, you want to bring them down, and you bring that down mid singing, it'll actually sound like it's like popping or lowering. Yeah. So why I keep the trim on the middle is because now I can either bring him down or bring him up with more fidelity, right? I can get in there really tight and get in there. So basically, I keep that there. And then, this is the starting point. So I'll start here and then I'll gauge with this. And then you have the CL1B. So the CL1B is very quick on the attack. So usually, I see a lot of people that have quick attack, quick release. The way I use it, because CB can go from low to loud as fuck really quickly, and the last thing you want is your compressor to just smash that vocal, and then he's like, nah, but I like that take, and you're like, fuck. So I usually do... this is the in, so that means that the compressor's in. Let's just zero it out really quick. So it's down, this is at 0, this is on fixed. Okay, cool. So basically it's in. The attack, I'm going to bring it up to around 12 o'clock, just because I don't want it to be jumpy, especially because it's like once it hits that, you can't take this off. Once it's on there, it's on there. So you'd rather get a little bit less compression with this and then do more compression in the computer where you have more control and you can back it off. Yes?
Have you ever used serial compression coming in?
So coming in serial, do you mean like I have this on and then
like
when it hits Pro Tools there's another one?
Oh, okay.
You're saying
like
another compressor outside.
Yeah.
So I haven't done that. Mm-hmm. It's not wrong. I mean, I'm sure you could do it. It's not going to be bad. I don't know if you'll get better results.
I've done it before with the distressor because the distressor is kind of fast to catch some peaks. So sometimes
So
if
you
the
can
attack
serially
is too
do that.
slow, like you can maybe do that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's not very common. I don't see too many people.
It's
do it.
not common, and if it was something that helped, I think it would be a lot more of a popular thing because someone would have figured it out by now. So usually I just use this. Attack is around 12 o'clock. The ratio I keep 2-to-1 to like just a little bit above, because if you have it up here and it's like a 4 or 5-to-1, that means that if you hit that shit hard in 5 dBs going, you're only gonna get 1 out. So it's like you want to keep that ratio low. You can, as long as you're not distorting and you're not clipping in Pro Tools or anything like that, just get a little compression here and do the most of your compression here. So I keep the ratio low. The release, I'm gonna keep it slow. I keep that about 12 to 2, around there. So that's a little bit faster. This is already still a fast setting. And then I put it on either fixed, manual, or manual. So manual will be like fully this, right? So manual is like only this. When you go to fixed manual, it'll actually be a blend, right, of the manual that you have with the quicker release. So you can figure out which one you like better. It might be better to do manual and then adjust these exactly how you want them. Just because the fixed manual has a blend, like I said, of the other shit. This right here, the sidechain, I don't use it. I would assume that would be used for like if you had a kick that you wanted to sidechain whatever was going through this, which you wouldn't do with vocals. I usually only cut vocals through this. I haven't put other instruments through this. I mean, I've recorded like a bass, but still you wouldn't sidechain a bass while you're cutting it. You know what I mean? So it does have a sidechain if you wanted to. And then the meter, I always keep it on compression. So I really don't care about the input. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say I don't care, because if it's too hot, then it's a problem. But the compression is what's showing me what's going on, right? It's showing me how much compression is happening on the compressor. And I usually like to get maximum like -5 dBs. And that's like at the very max where I'm like, we need to back off the mic a little bit. Any more than that, you're just squashing it. And yeah, so this needle should be moving. It shouldn't be moving like this. It should be moving kind of like smooth. You know what I mean? That's what you want from the compressor when you're recording vocals. All the harder compression you can do in Pro Tools, because you can't fuck it up, right? If it's bad, you just take and put a different compressor on. So that's the basic chain going: microphone, preamp, compressor. You don't need phantom if you're using a high-end mic that has like its own power box, like a C800 or Telefunken. Make sure you don't hit the phantom, which in this case, that would actually be the assistant's job to do that, right? To figure out whether the mic needs phantom or anything. So when I sit at the computer, the assistant is setting up the microphone. He knows that it's got to go through certain tie lines. He comes, he patches it, patches the preamp to go through here to there. He obviously knows not to put phantom, so he doesn't blow shit up. And then we're good to go. So then we get into Pro Tools. Oh, shit. Is this the microphone that's for Twitch?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so this is the template. I think it might be maybe better to run through the I/O setup first, or we'll do it after actually, because visually, since you guys like visually can see Pro Tools better, you'll be able to tell a lot better. So the first thing is the master. That is what. Do you guys all use a master?
Yeah.
Everyone here uses a master, right? Okay, that's really important because that's what's going to tell you how loud and what the fuck is going on coming out of your session. You won't be able to tell if you don't have a master, right? So the master is like my seeing eye, so I can see how loud things are happening. One of the main things which we'll get into is when you bring a beat in, you can't just bring the beat in and just like start recording. You have to level it so that when the vocal starts coming on, it's like leveled, because if you have the beat at 0 and the beat is mad loud, that vocal will never get loud enough to go over the beat, enough to record it. Everything will start distorting. So actually it would be cool if we pulled in, is there a beat on the desktop?
Yeah,
just so I can show you
downloads.
which one, downloads?
Yeah.
Which one's just a beat for like if someone wanted to write something.
You can do.
This looks like a beat right here.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So I want to show you guys kind of where the level should be before you start recording, and it's a percentage thing. It's not like every song is absolutely different. It's actually how I look at the meter. So what I'll do is when I pull in a beat, I'll pull over in this meter like this. Is this on Pro Tools Classic? Yeah. All right, cool. So I'll pull in the meter.
Oh, I'm not the only one.
So see, does this have drums?
Bitches, the queen of hearts, Helly Hansen.
Alright, so that shit is loud as fuck. I could not put this in and just start recording vocals because it's already kind of too loud. It's already hitting up to the top. So what I do is I'll bring this down. It's usually around -5 to -7, but it's not always the same. Some people print louder or lower. So I want the peak to hit right above the halfway point on the meter. So around here is where I want that beat to be peaking out. That's going to make it so that when the singer starts recording from 0, meaning I don't have to turn up their fader, they're already loud enough to be over the beat already. That's like one of the main things I see people not doing. Is the mouse kind of weird? That's why.
Stash.
Fuckers. That's the shit that happens to trackballs. So I have it there. So that right there is perfect for me now to bring someone into the booth, and I'm not going to have to gain them up a lot. I'm going to be able to bring them in at 0 essentially. I like to work more at 0. I don't want to have to gain all my shit up. So once we have the beat in, that's the master, and that's how that works. After that, we're going to get into the reverb and delay. So the reverb, which I've named reverb main, and I've also named the bus reverb main, right? Where's the buses? So I have reverb main here. So basically I named, when I made this template, I routed this shit. So basically bus 1 and 2, for example, I named reverb main, right? So now from any track I'm sending to reverb main. It's really bus 1 and 2, but I called it. So that way you can pull up on any track on these vocal tracks, for example, and you can pull up reverb main if you want to add more reverb to it, and that's going to the reverb bus. So we'll talk about that routing situation, but we start with the reverb, right? And on here I just have Valhalla. I just probably have it on the standard setting, which I think this is just like literally the default setting. Oh no, I have it on less. So a little less. So that's the reverb. H delay. If I can get this thing to click. H delay, real simple. The analog is off. How many of you guys deal with the analog shit? Right? I don't know why you didn't do it. It's I've never been like, you know what this song needs? Noise. It's not
You hear Key and Peele in the background? Noise.
That's it. So the analog button, that's the number one thing that everyone in here, we got to deal with when we pull up the H delays, always that shit. I usually try to low pass and high pass because I don't want the delays to sound just like the lead, because it kind of sounds stupid when it's just the same shit. So I'll pull down some of the, so it's a little less low end, and now it sounds more kind of radio-y. And that just gives a distinction between the delay. It sounds a little cooler. There's not even any, I'm not even adding reverb to the delay. Like in this point of like recording, it doesn't even matter. Like we're just moving, and then at some point I'll figure out what I want to do. I may want to add some reverb to the delays or whatever I want to do. Then I have the 8th delay, which is basically a nice little delay that it's like a slap delay. And I think I have it, I usually keep it on ping pong. Yeah, so I keep it on ping pong. And that will actually just give it a little width. So if it's low enough, and you see how I have this radioed out as well, so it's just a little bit of space. So on the lead you'll hear it, it's very light, it just goes left to right, and that's basically all my effects that I have on a recording session. Now this is where things can get better. Now you guys may be like, yo, I have this one delay setting that I love, I have all these delays that I really like. You can bring those into this. You can bring that shit, import that shit in, or remake it, right, since you guys know what it is. Make new ones, delay whatever underneath that, and you can add to this template. Because not everyone's going to work like me. I like to work really simple, like whatever. If I need a special delay, I'll make it in the moment. But y'all might have stuff that you already like, and I don't want to kill that for you. Just keep that in the template and just keep rocking. Just use this as your organization. So, H delays, easy, that, boom. Then I have my background vocal bus, which is basically filtering stacks for CB, which is doing that, and a little bit of compression with a harder ratio. This threshold will change. Right now it's at 12.4, but when the vocals come in, this stuff starts happening, I'll open it up and back off the compression or compress more. Then we have another background vocals, which is the same, it's got the same shit on it, but what'll happen is sometimes the background vocals from the verse need to be treated different than the background vocals from the hook. Sometimes Chris will be like, yo, I want the background vocals in the verse to be more thinned out, so they sound lighter, so they're not like as aggressive. So I'll route those to BG Vocals 1, or no, everything's going to BG Vocals now. I'll route to BG Vocals 2, which is empty right now, and I'll send that there, and I'll radio it from here. Because if I have to radio all the backgrounds in place down below, I'm going to have to go track by track and radio everything out. So I'll just do it on the bus. So I'll just radio these out like this, boom, and then now all those backgrounds from the verse are going there. Done. Lead vocal has the same treatment. Like that, until things need to change. With CB, what'll happen is this area right here needs to be like fully taken out. You know what I mean? But I won't do that until the time comes necessary, because it's not always that case. Different keys bring out different frequencies in his vocal. So if he's in one key and then he's in 3 keys higher later, his voice is going to be more aggressive and more abrasive in this 3 key higher song than the 3 key lower. You know what I'm saying? Because his low tone is not as abrasive. You know what I mean? So that just depends. I'll pull that down. And then from there is the very famed auto-tune print bus. So basically, Pro Tools out of this compressor right here is going to go to the aux right here called tune. So this is on input 1. So this is taking input from the CL1B. I can put any plugin on here and print it. I can put Meta Flanger, I can put anything I want. In this case, I'm only going to be printing auto-tune, but this is a cool way if you wanted to, like, let's say you had a guitar player, right, and there was a plugin that was really, like, it took up a lot of processing on your computer, so you can't have 10 of them for, like, all the guitar tracks. What you could do is find the sound, if you were willing to commit to it. You could have the guitarist pull up the plugin on the tune track of the guitar, right? Now take the tune off, obviously you can do guitar. Fucking put the plugin for distortion there and have him mess with it, and now when you cut all of the distortion guitars, it's like it's going through a pedal. Because like when guitar players play through a pedal, that's committed. There's nothing you can do to take that off unless they replay it, right? Same situation. You want to save on having all those guitar plugins, which I know the really good ones like Archetype, Pellini. That thing, you can't have 5 or 6 of those in a session. Like that thing is really latent with the processing. So I would put that on the tune and I would cut the guitar player through there, and then we'd find the sound he likes, because that's what guitar players do. They find that sound and they're like, this is the sound. Boom, and then you record it. You know what I mean? So you could do that with the tune track too. This just allows you to like save on processing when you're willing to commit to something, no hands, no questions asked. Cool. So auto tune, I'll set the key. What I'll usually do is I'll put auto key on here. This has the key, so I don't need it, it's C minor, but I'll put auto key on here, and then when it pulls up the key, I hit send to auto tune, and if it's the newer auto tune, it'll actually take. Have you guys done that? Yeah. Where the auto key just sends it right to this, and then it's good. And that's kind of cool, because let's say you didn't want to print auto tune because someone's like, hey, I don't like to print it. Someone might tell you I don't want to print it, and you just don't print it, right? That's really good for when you have all the plugins open and you hit auto key and it says C minor, you hit boom and it switches all of them to C minor. So that's cool. Like that's the one cool thing about it. Cool. Let's take this off. So here's where we start getting into the concept of how I record and why I have these tracks. So if you look closely, I have lead V1 and lead V2. So basically I have 2 tracks for the verse leads. And then I have lead pre-1 and lead pre-2. That gives me 2 tracks for the pre-hook. And then I have hook and hook 2, and that gives me 2 tracks. The reason why I have 2 tracks per lead, that doesn't mean that one is the first verse and one is the second verse. That just means that I'm staggering them. And the reason why I'm doing that is a lot of vocals, they overlap. Even if it's the breath, sometimes the breath or the S will overlap the next line. So if you have 1 track, you're fucked. Like you're gonna definitely, the artist's not gonna be happy. So I keep 2 tracks because a lot of times overlap. So when I'm recording, I'm actually bringing up this keyboard. So if I'm recording, I'm actually bringing these up. But I will show you how I'm doing it, because I don't know if you guys have heard of my 3-track recording things, where when I'm recording a verse, right? So let's just say, I really don't like this mouse. It's really annoying. All right, so if I'm recording, and this is my record track is here, right? It's going to take me a second to get this all the way up to here, right, when I'm recording. So what I do is, if I'm working on the verse, I'm doing this. Boom, and I'm putting this up, I'm putting it here, and then let's say here's another one, and here's another one, right? And now we're done with the verse. When he's done with the verse, I can pull all these up, and now they're on the verse track. You know what I mean? But this makes it, because Pro Tools and recording is about speed and about how fast you can get to the next thing before the artist can even say anything. You know what I mean? So that's why you want to keep the path short. It seems like a lot to be like, oh, well, it's like, it's not that. It's really these seconds that it takes you matters, because on a 12-hour period, you might have spent an extra 10 minutes making moves, like longer moves, and taking more time to do shit. So like, for me, it's about the small steps. Once I get the verse recorded, I pull it up. Then we'll do, over here, we'll do this fucking, we'll start doing the pre-hook. and then we'll do the pre-hook here and pre-hook here, and then now we've got the pre-hook done, right? And now we go up to the pre-hook, and now it's on the pre-tracks. So this is my workspace, and everything is quickly accessible. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? So that's why I have 2 tracks for each one, and then I have at the bottom 2 ad-lib tracks. So usually that's for obviously ad-libs, hook ad-libs. I usually have 2. What will happen with CB is because he stacks his ad-lib sometimes with harmony, so he'll harmonize an ad-lib sometimes 2 times. So you'll have a low and a high harmony on an ad-lib, which is very rare. It's more of an R&B thing to do stuff like that. So what I'll do is, if that does happen, I'll be like, yo, give me 1 second, and then I'll duplicate this quickly. And then I'll have it. I usually don't want to have 2, like, it doesn't happen all the time, so that's why I only keep 2, because I don't want to have a ton. The more tracks you have up here, the more messier it is. So you want to keep it to like the minimum you need. If you need something extra, just give it a quick right click and just duplicate it. Which can happen here. Like there might be, like the second verse, for example, might be a different artist, for example, right? So if I know we're going to be working with another artist, I'll make a duplicate of the verse tracks, so that now this new artist has 2 tracks for his verse on the second verse, because they're not going to have the same processing as Chris's verse, for example. So I'll have now 2 and 2. So now I can do a feature on there. Bet. Awesome. So that's that. On here too, this is a really important thing. Hold on. Something really important is this. Okay, so my record tracks, you see how all these tracks, all my leads, all these leads go to lead vocals. That's all going to the lead vocals bus, so I can process that all together, right? When you look at my record tracks, they don't go to lead vocals. And the reason is, lead vocals has compression on it. If I'm listening to a take through the CL1B and it's also getting smashed by that R comp that I have, I'm not really hearing what's happening here. I could be over smashing here and not smashing on the R comp. I don't know where that heavy compression is happening. So I actually like to keep my record tracks going out to 1 and 2, which means, hey, you're not going to be hitting that Pro Q anymore because it's on the bus, right? So, boom, I put the same Pro Q that I had up here. Hold on. Dude, you got to get me a little cheap mouse. Like the little Logitech shits. Where's Fab? Oh, this has Fab. Huh?
Do we have one in B?
Do you have a regular mouse?
Yeah, let's check it out.
Pro Q3. It's taking longer than ever to do this shit. Why wouldn't it pull up? Huh? I see it. Alright, cool. So I put the same EQ that I have up on the buses on this on the tracks, because I need that same processing to be happening on the leads that I'm cutting, right? For CB's, for his lead, right? So his lead should be cutting 80 just like that thing is up there, but I don't want to be hitting the what's it called? I don't want to hit this R comp. So I'm not putting an R comp on here. I'm just giving him the cut. Trust me, a vocal sounds way different with a low cut. That shit sounds terrible when you don't have a low cut on there. It's like way too much like low end. Is this? Oh,
yeah, new message.
What is this? Batman? Is it beyond? Oh no, it's on.
Here, Matt.
Oh, no,
yeah, the bus power
Thunderbolt dock right there.
Cool. So that's the reason why I have that. I learned that trick a long time ago. Does anybody have any questions so far? I haven't even like. There you go. You guys good so far?
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Yes, go.
When you were showing us the auto-tune, do you mess with the format in the classic?
So I don't mess with the format. That's gonna change like the pitch of the vocal,
yeah, right.
And it's gonna. I mean, you can do that. There's been times where after the fact, people have wanted to use the format as the effect of lowering it, but that's usually after the fact. You would never record, especially printing, unless the artist is like, "That's my sound. I'm Travis Scott. I do what I want." Then no, like you don't want to record with the format. Also, it's really, really intensive on the processing to be real timing the format.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We good? Anything else?
Question
Yes.
from the audience. Can you show us quickly how do you playlist clips?
Oh,
What way
easy.
that you do it?
All right. So, the mouse works now. All right, we gotta change the speed. It's a little fast, but we'll figure it out. All right. So let's say I'm recording a take. Which this is great practice too for you guys. If you like don't have an artist to record, you can literally just record air.
She said, yo, you ain't no type of
Alright, so if this take is bad, right, and he's like, do it over, I hit record again, and I hit control backslash, and then I hit enter, and that's playlisted underneath. Even though I'm already starting to record again on top. You know what I mean? So, recording, and then he says, do it again. That's boom. And then he says, okay, do it again, but punch the last line. So boom, you pull this up, and then you punch the last line, and then you grab just this side, and that's it. And then he's like, okay, cool, we're gonna record a stack here, and he says, do it again. I'm gonna keep that, and I'm gonna playlist it. So it's constantly playlisting everything underneath it. You know what I mean? You wanna keep all those pieces no matter what happens. It could be air, you know what I mean? Just keep it, because it keeps you in the habit of doing it. If you're like, oh, I'm gonna choose what I keep and what I don't keep, then you won't get in the habit of just keeping everything. After you're done, if there's a bunch of takes that aren't being used, what you can do is Apple Shift U, and that'll actually pull up. It won't happen in it won't happen now because I don't have any. Oh, it does. See how I just highlighted these clips over here? Those are clips that I'm not using. So I can literally clear them out. So like after you might have tons of shit and you're like, now my session's 5 gigabytes big. Like I don't need all that. You can clear out the takes that are not used, essentially takes that are in playlists or stuff like that. So yeah, that's that. That's kind of like, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna ask because I can't really see it from here. I'm not wearing my glasses, but I know some people like to run their record track through a bus. I typically go out 1 and 2. What do you like to do?
Wait, what do you mean a bus? Because I'm going out 1 and 2. Oh,
1 and 2?
Yeah, I'm on 1 and 2. Yeah, I'm on 1 and 2.
I've had that questions previously from different people. I don't know if anybody's asked it in the chat. Because why not run through the bus?
Well, this is another thing too. If you run through the bus, you're hitting the compressor, right? If the artist says turn up my lead, like in my ear, like so, because artists, have you ever noticed how loud artists like to listen to? Like they want to be hella loud on top of the beat. If you're going through a bus, that compressor that's working with the leads that are already there that are not really loud, his headphone feed needs to be really loud of himself. That would be smashing the compressor. The more you turned him up, the more he'd be getting pushed down. It would almost be the reverse effect. You know what I mean? Same thing with like, let's just example is like if I turn this vocal up a ton, I'm gonna be fucking smashing the compressor. And what's gonna happen is other vocals that are also running through that at the same time will also be smashed because of that one vocal that's pushing the compressor so hard. If there's multiple vocals, like for example the background bus. If I have the 4-stack background and I push that really loud, it's gonna compress all the harmonies and everything more along with what I'm pushing into it.
Does your vocal bus, are those plugins just the same on your record track then?
Well, they are minus the compressor.
Okay.
So it's just the EQ on there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and no compressor. The compressor that I want to hear when he's recording is only the CO1B. That's all I want to hear. I want to hear exactly what this is giving me. I can make any changes I want inside the computer. I cannot make any changes on this once it's cut. Right. And one thing about it is like, yes, I could tell Chris like, oh, yo, there was like some distortion. Can you record it again? But you don't want to make that a habit of like you constantly having to have them do it again, because it does happen where they might even like go too close to the mic or like move forward too close and get too hot for a second, and you'll be like, yo, you got too close. Can you back up? You save that for when it actually does happen, and not when you can avoid it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I know you said that with on the compressor you keep it at like I guess the peak at 5, right?
What? Yeah, the very peak on the CO1B. Yeah.
What about in Pro Tools? The meter, where would it be hitting for you if you're recording for Chris? I know sometimes it's different.
Oh, how loud the vocal would now be hitting in Pro Tools? Yeah. Okay, so the meter. Let's open this up wider. Shit. The meter would probably be hitting somewhere around. I call it percentages, so I would say around 70%. Maximum 80 up around here. That's about as loud. But I don't like to record him down here around 40. 40% is too low. Yeah. You're gonna have gain issues with that. You want to get a healthy. I call it a healthy waveform where it's nice and healthy and full, but it's not obviously over squashed, distorted, or anything like that. You want to get healthy waveforms because when you start having to gain things up, all that noise floor that's in there is gonna start getting drawn up with it if you're recording too low. You know what I mean? So definitely a good thing is to have healthy waveforms. That was a good question. Where to keep the vocal?
Do you ride the vocal on the preamp?
Yes. So I usually, and this is another thing, when you're working at studios, don't let the studio have you sitting like this with a preamp behind you. tell them to pull it out or rent one or do something, usually they'll pull it out. Will you guys do that for somebody or no? I mean, this is not a bad place to
we try
be.
To keep it next to them. We used to have all of our inputs on the left side of the desk.
Cool. So you would, where are you at? With Paramount,
Yeah,
right?
like
in
C.
C room,
It's right behind
you're sitting here. I swear to God, the gear isn't until that wall right there.
Yeah,
so
you're
you're
right.
like, you can't even get up and run to it fast enough.
I had to do that one time, and someone was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm just like, "I'm trying to adjust the fucking."
Yeah, no. So I usually, what I'll do is if they don't want to adjust it for me, if they don't want to pull it out of the wall for me or whatever the case is, I'll have my assistant, who that's his fucking job, is to stand behind me, and I'll be like, cut it down just a little bit, and he'll be writing this output right here.
Okay.
Cut it down just a little bit. All right, go back up a little bit. All right, bring it down now. We're gonna do the verse. So bring it down like 2 more notches. Boom, boom. So you're writing it, and I'm telling you, I'm feeding you this information. You're listening to me, and you're writing it. You know what I mean? So that can happen. I always tell people, don't let the studio bully you into leaving that shit far, because at the end of the day, it's like, if you can't control this shit or see it, then you're being set up to fail. You know what I mean? Because you need to be able to reach it. So in CB Studio, I have the shit right here, kind of where this CO1B is. So with my right hand, with the mouse, I keep it here, and then I'm just adjusting it. And I don't ever take my hand off the mouse, because the mouse is where I can click. When I go to click to go somewhere, I keep my hand on the mouse at all times. That's the one thing I try not to do, is take my hand off the mouse. And that's what you guys should do too. Try to work in a way where your hands stay on the mouse and keyboard, because that's your steering wheel. You know what I mean? So if you need to do something, use your left hand, keep your hand on the mouse. Because if he says stop, you need to click. And while you're clicking, you release this hand, you hit stop. But if you don't click, and you have your hand off this mouse, then you're gonna have to hit stop, and then you'll have to reach, move the mouse, click, and then hit start again. Does that make sense? So it's those little tiny things make a huge difference. Even the shit where, like I was showing you, like if someone's recording, hold on, let's see, where am I at? Oh, it's up there. All right, cool. So if I'm recording, and he says do it again, right? Back to recording again. Right away, stop, record. It should be that fast. It shouldn't be stop, click, record. Because there's too much space. Go ahead.
Do you ever use pre-roll to kind of
So
for that?
I'm very manual. I don't use nudge or pre-roll. Some people are like, I use the 10, I use the 20 on the nudge. You can do that. It's nothing against that. I'm a very like, if he's like, yo, nudge the vocal a little bit, I'll grab it and see how I can see. I can see where, see that dark gray? That's where it was, right? And see the yellow? That's where it's going. So with that, I can say, okay, he says nudge a little bit to the left, boom, hit play. He says, nudge it a little more to the left, just a little bit, boom, hit play. Now, with the pre-roll, yes, that could be good. But the problem with the pre-roll is sometimes the pre-roll needs to change.
Right.
And when the pre-roll needs to change, that's where it gets time, because you got to go up there and change the value of how much the pre-roll is. Some people, like, if you're working with a rapper, which is pretty easy, where there's no backgrounds, and he's like, I always want a 1-bar pre-roll. Then you can set the 1-bar pre-roll. You know what I mean? But some people it's different. Sometimes even like, I can feel this with CB too. Like we'll be recording a line, and then he'll be like, we'll record it, we'll do another line. When we do the third line, now I'm gonna give him three lines back from the first line to get some reference, just to feel out, make sure it's good. Even when we're recording, so I'll show you something that's kind of cool that we do. So let's say these are 3 individual pieces, right? And he says, all right, bet. So record this next line over here. So we record it. And then when I let him hear it, I let him hear the line before plus that line. I don't just let him hear the one line he just did. That gives him, context. That gives him context to make sure that the line before is matching. And then when he goes to the next line, if this line matches this line, which matches this line, and it goes all the way back, right? So I always give him pre-roll. Now the cool thing about that too is it gives you enough time to, he's gonna record over here, it gives you enough time to hit stop record and pull this up. If you only play just the line you did, you have to hit stop and then you have to go like that and pull it up. You know what I mean? So it actually, you're doing these little things that allow you to have more time, but they don't notice.
Right.
Because it's already recording again. They can't, stop, like it's done. They're listening one line to the next one. So, and that allows me to quickly get things up onto the thing without him even noticing what's going on. You know what I mean? Boom. And then he's listening to that. He's gonna sing this line now. Boom, and then pull this up. So it's just a constant thing, and it's a flow. and he doesn't even notice what's going on, but I'm bringing him back to the previous line on purpose because it gives me time to pull the lines up and make edits. Maybe sometimes he'll say stack, and the stack will be right here, right? So if the stack is on that line right there, hold on, let me make sure it's not fucking something important. Nope. All right, so if the stack, let's say this bar right here is he says stack right there, right? So when he records it, that gives me time to hit stop record and pop the stack off the end. You know what I mean? I'm doing all this. He doesn't know. No one knows what's going on. But there's a lot of steps that are happening in order for it to be really smooth. It's almost like driving with no speed bumps. You're just smooth.
Yeah.
But the engine is like, you know what I'm saying? So that is kind of how I record vocals essentially, and then we pull everything up. But yeah, so that's the record template. I mean, that's the record track. So I only use that bottom record track. These two tracks right here, of course, I have them in position to be able to record, meaning I can actually hit record here, and it's also taking input from tune. So if there's an emergency, maybe another artist comes in, right, and they're like, I don't want any reverb. So now I have, or delay. So now I have that record track that I can use for Homeboy, and then I have this one that I can use for CB, which has the reverb and delay. So there's multiple ways that I can kind of use it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to have the full work space to do it, but that can happen. An artist can come in and they need to do a verse, and I don't want to mess with CB's setting. Maybe it's the EQ that needs to change. Maybe he wants it to be really radioed out. That's a lot harder to bring back by hand when Chris goes in the booth. I need to have the other EQ ready, the original EQ ready. So yeah, that's part of it. Let's get this back. And yeah, so that's the record track and the record process. Now we get into the stack process. So, just like the leads on the track, right, things stagger. So, when he does a 4 stack, I have 8 tracks here. And they're all grouped together so that I can, when he's recording and he starts to stack, I can bring all these down together. And they're already grouped like part of my template. Because that's the main thing is, where I have the beat, sometimes when he records his vocal, once he starts stacking the vocals, those stacks get really loud. I can bring them down all at once. That all needs to happen quickly. Imagine this isn't grouped, right? And the vocals are too loud, and now you're scurrying track by track to get it down because it's so loud. You're gonna take forever to do that. So I have it pre-grouped. Yes.
So all your volumes on your backgrounds are the same.
So they're all the same for now. Those things change. So when I mix it, I actually have the top 2 be louder than the bottom 2, and the bottom 2 are wider and lower, and the top 2 are narrower and louder. So that creates more of an image like this instead of an image that's just like this and there's nothing in the center. So it creates like the 2 main vocals will be here, and then the 2 lower vocals that are wider will be over there, and that creates more of like a dimension for his shit. When it's a recording process, none of that really matters. Unless you're in with someone who's really picky and they're like, oh, I need to hear this shit sound like damn near mixed, like to be able to hear it, then you're gonna have to go through, but they're gonna have to give you the time to do that. You can't pre-guess that type of shit. So that's why it's staggered. So when we record, he'll record a stack and then he'll say stack it. So then we'll pull it down. This mouse is fucking not receiving that down pull. So then we'll stack, and I'll be cleaning up. As he's recording, I'm cleaning up because he doesn't know that that's happening. I'm cleaning up these pieces. Maybe I want to get a little closer. He's recording. I'm not worried. You know what I'm saying? So then we go again. Now we have 4 stacks. Now it's the next line. He hears that. He's going to start doing the next line. So I'll start from here. And let's say this line overlaps. So boom. Now this line is overlapping the other line, and I'm staggering these together. It's like a ooh, maybe that overlaps right here, right after the line. And now we're gonna do, let's get 4 of these. Here, I'll just make a copy so we can move to the next one. And then now, boom, we're back to this track. So these are gonna start staggering. And you see how I'm doing, like you guys can literally do this at home. Like with nobody on you just practice on Pro Tools. This will make you, if you can just do this over and over and practice hitting stop, record, and pulling the region down and making the cuts with A and S, which cut the region sides left and right. So now I'm hitting A, bring it down, I'm gonna hit S, and it's gonna cut off the end right there. And then I hit again, and I bring it down. So now I have, and like, let's say I fuck up and I bring it back up. Look, let's say he keeps going. I can still access this region. No, I mean, when I pull it down, I am, but right now I'm not. And then I hit control. If you don't hit control, what'll happen is this. And that's bad. Very bad. So I hit undo, and that's happened before. Sometimes I'll be recording fast, and when I go to pull it down, it doesn't, like, the control doesn't trigger, and it'll come down like that. What I'll do is I'll let go, hit undo, it'll go right back, and then hold control and pull it down. So the important part is how you move, and that's also something you practice. Go ahead.
I see that you're in absolute mode. Do you ever use relative?
Wait, where am I?
You're talking about the grid.
Yeah, grid.
Oh, the grid.
You know how you can click on grid, it'll go purple and go into
Yeah,
relative.
I don't like relative grid. Okay. I found it. Something's weird about it, right? Like the line sometimes.
So there's a flip to grid and relative. They work in opposite. So absolute will get you to the grid. And the downside is when the beat slightly is off. You know, like when you import like off of Ableton Beats and all that.
Or like
they
a live.
have that little thing. Yeah. So what ends up happening is in absolute you can't just go relatively to the same spot. 8 bars down. But there's a trick. If you hold command, it goes into slip mode momentarily. So you can do that. If you're in relative grid, if you click on it, just like grid, it'll still snap you to the grid. But if you were to like go into slip mode and cut it from a weird spot, it'll put you in that same spot later instead of snapping you to the grid. So it's two options. I do relative all the time because like, if you want to do like whatever, let's say you want to be on grid.
The thing is, look, I want to be on the grid, but check this out. I don't ever work outside of grid mode. I only work in grid mode. I don't ever touch any of this. The only time I'll work in shuffle is if I'm doing an edit where I need to cut out a piece of a beat and make it snap together. Yeah.
For flying hook, like flying a chorus.
Yeah.
Do you just copy and paste it? Or?
Yeah. So I'll do this. So like let's say right here on this marker is the hook, and right here the marker is the hook, right? So let's say that's the hook. Let's say this is the hook. It's a terrible hook, but let's say. So all I do is literally highlight from yellow to yellow and duplicate. Okay. And that's really easy. Markers are another thing too. You have to use markers because when you're down here, I can't see the beat right now. The beat's way up here. I can't see it. I'm relying on this right here the whole time to get me to places. When I'm going down the timeline, I'm looking to see where these other markers are. The hook, the pre-hook, call that 3. So I'm able to see the whole song from these markers, and that's how I kind of move, because it's not very often you're at the top with the beat. Especially if you're doing backgrounds, you're way down here. Sometimes I'll be down here, I'll group these, pull these together, now I'm on harmonies. So we'll get to that in a second, but that's the whole process with recording. Definitely wanted to touch on markers. You want to marker up the thing. Even if you don't have music there, you can look at a beat and see like, okay, that's the verse and that's the hook, right? Mm-hmm. You guys can do that, right? Like the hook is the loudest, most exciting part, usually 90% of the time. And the verse is like the lower part. So you could actually go through, and if you find the hook, you can at least marker the hook. You know what I mean? Marker the hook and marker the verse, so you kind of have an idea of where things are when you're recording. Because trust me, it's easy now, like, oh yeah, the beat's there, but when you have an artist cussing you out or making you nervous, you're going to be fumbling a lot. Like, it's a lot. It's really easy to do this on your own, but when you have the pressure, it's a whole nother. How many of you have been under pressure and been fucking up? Me too. Me too. The more pressure you on, the more likely you are to make mistakes. That's why you'll notice if an engineer gets cussed out, it's all downhill from that. Because now he's lost all his confidence and he's going to make 10 more mistakes in the next 10 minutes and 20 more mistakes after that because he's now lost all his confidence. You know what I mean? So it's difficult to do this under pressure.
How do you battle that within a session though?
It's really hard. I'm not gonna lie. Like when I first started working for CB, I was so fucking nervous, and I would definitely fuck shit up. Like there'd be times where I would record a stack, like a high harmony one, and then when I go to record the next one, I wouldn't record it, or something would get fucked up. So what I'd do is I'd make a duplicate of it, and then I'd slide it to the right, and then I'd even change the cents by like 2 cents just to give it a different pitch. Very slight. You can't even tell, but it's enough to create panning. Because what happens is with harmonies, if it's the same one, and please tell me that nobody in this fucking room does this, but when you take a vocal, you have to physically stack it. You can't take a vocal and just copy it and now it's a stack. That's not how it works. If you try to pan that, you're going to notice that it doesn't pan. It just stays in the middle. That is wrong. A lot of people try to do that shit, and I'm like, there's no shortcuts to this shit. You physically have to stack it. Now, in an emergency like I was, where I was shitting my pants with Chris Brown behind me, I copied it. It was a harmony. It wasn't a lead anyway, so it wasn't that big of a deal. copied it, and then I shifted it to the right so that so it wouldn't phase essentially, and it created a little bit of a stereo image. But later on, I was able to fix it better by fucking using a pitch correction and just pitching it slightly and just making it different. Because all it is, a stack is it has to be it has to be from a different source, right? It has to be two sources.
It could be the same source.
It's the same
as
source,
long
but
as the physical waveform does not match exactly.
Which it could never,
exactly,
right? Except one guy, Mario. I don't know if you guys know Mario, the singer. That motherfucker can stack identical to the point where that shit starts phasing. You're like, bro, he's that good at stacking. Where he can physically make the same. I don't know how he does it, but sometimes he'll have phase issues because it's stacked so well, and the waves match up very closely. So that's the record part. Any more questions? Yes, go ahead.
Do you print your effects ever? Like
So I will usually. Okay, the only effects I print is, let's say he wants to put a pitch. I don't know if you guys have heard on Chris Brown songs, like a low pitch, like a where you pitch a 12 or the up thing. So basically, that I do audio suite. So I'll basically take his lead, cut it onto. I have a ton of tracks at the bottom. All these tracks are just extra tracks I can use for whatever I want. So I'll pull one of these tracks up to the top. Let's say there's a vocal here that he wants to pitch up. So I'll copy it here and I'll pull down audio suite and I'll just go to the what's it called? Just the pitch and the pitch 2. Yeah. I can see, this is another thing too, is like even with something like this where I'm committing it, right? Let's say I cuz at his house, like I have like Serato at my house and shit like that. I don't really have that at his house. So with this, I'll pitch it here. Let's say he wants to do fucking, where's the pitch on this? I don't even, there you go. All right, so it says 24 up, right? Later on, that sounds like shit, right? So later on, I can go home and I can recopy the lead on there and I can use Serato to do the same thing. So even stuff like that, if you think about it, you might be like, oh man, I only have pitch here. You can do it again later. Just remember what lead you used to pop it up, and then you're good. So, and even if you don't have the plugin, your friend might have Serato. Send him the one piece and have him pitch it up and send it back to you. There's like all ways of doing it. You know what I mean?
Where are those extra tracks routed to?
Those extra tracks are all routed to the BGs, to the BG Vox 1. Gotcha. So everything that's not leads goes to BG Vox. Gotcha. It's just close enough. You don't want to overcomplicate your sessions. You don't want to have too many like lead 1 bus, lead 2 bus, because when they start having you make changes, you're gonna be like, oh fuck, okay, so this lead right here is actually going to this bus because, you know what I'm saying. So if you overcomplicate it, it's a lot harder. It's a lot easier to say, okay, I need a different lead Vox because now we have fucking a different singer. Just duplicate the lead Vox easily, change the input. You already have the plugins, you already have the reverb, you have everything on there. It's a lot easier to do that than to have hella shit in there that you don't, you know what I mean? It's like too much stuff going on. So yeah, boom. We got the bussing at the top. Some people like their bussing at the bottom. I don't know. I like it at the top. No, go ahead.
I've been asking a lot of questions.
When you like get down to your harmonies, do you move your 3 record tracks down so you
No,
drag them all
I actually will do this. So see how I have this type of real estate? So this right here, normally I have it open when I'm doing the stacks, right? When I go to do the harmonies, I'll actually go like this, and I'll just drag them down to here, and then we'll stack the green one, so he'll stack it. And the cool thing about this is I can get even closer because the lead is playing at the same time. If he doesn't hear the stack, like let's say he does the first one right away. Hold on. Do that. Let's say he does the first one right away. I can get right up on it. Like this. He's going to do the first one. I'll get right up on it. And while it's recording over it, I'll pull it down. I don't even give him that extra space. I give him less time with the backgrounds because there's already a lot going on. He won't even notice. The more time I can shave, the better. You know, if I could shave it to nothing, I would, because then I can get out of the studio faster. But I try to shave as much time as possible because the artist, when you're in there in the booth, right, with your headphones on and you can't see anything, time goes by hella fucking slow. Like when you pull up like a plugin or something, they're in there just like, they don't have any idea what's going on at all. Unless they can directly see you and you're communicating like, yo, I'm about to, I always do this, yo, I'm about to, because I have a pedal, but yo, I'm about to do a plugin right quick. Okay, cool. You go, wait, but usually they're lost. They have no idea. Imagine recording and not being able to see Pro Tools. That's how the artist feels. We don't even think about that because all we do is sit in front of the computer. They're singing and doing all this shit, and you're guiding them. They're blind, and you're literally holding their hand. That's how it's going. Like, I'm telling Chris, like, no, you got to do that again. I'm gonna bring you back 2 bars and do it again. He doesn't know what's going on. I'm giving him all the guidance, and I'm driving him through the session. You know what I mean? Like, or I'll even tell him, like, we get to the line before the last line of the hook. I'll be like, all right, bet, last line now. So he knows this is the last line before he goes into the hook. Like, I'll give him, you want to communicate to them what's going on because they don't know what the fuck's going on. Unless they're sitting next to you, which, for example, Young Thug with Baines, he sits right here and Baines sits right there so he can physically see, no, grab that take, put it up, all right, grab the other one, he's there. You know what I mean? So in those cases, which will happen, have you guys ever recorded someone that sat next to you?
Yeah.
It's actually a lot easier to communicate with that person, especially when you don't know them, when they're sitting next to you, because A, they can see what you're doing. So if they can see you're doing something and editing, they're not going to be as much to be like, hurry the fuck up. The only reason why they say hurry the fuck up is because for some dumbass reason, they think that when they're in the booth and stuff is taking time, you're just sitting there like this. When you're really like, oh my God, I got to figure this out. So when they can see that you're physically doing shit, then they won't be so pressed. They're going to let you do your thing because they can physically see, oh, he's doing something right now and he's recording me. So I'm not going to interrupt him and be like, yo, hurry the fuck up. You know what I mean? Now, there are some artists that are experienced enough to look at the Pro Tools and be like, this motherfucker doesn't know what he's doing. So that can also happen, which Thug, for example, he would know. If you're doing some shit you're not supposed to be doing or you don't know what you're doing, you're going to know right away by looking at you because he's so used to seeing Baines record and do his thing and he knows what exact motions need to happen for everything to happen. So that's where it can kind of bite you in the ass. But I find it to have easier communication with people when they're sitting next to you. Now, that brings other problems, right? Because if you have people in the room, there's noise, there's phones, there's doors. In the Gunna takes, there was the door opening. You'd hear girls talking in the back. You know what I mean? Because they record in the control room. Now, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's hip hop too, so it's like they're not gonna hold it against you. Now, Ariana Grande had a bunch of room noise and doors opening. They're gonna be like, "What the hell? It's supposed to be some high-end pop music." But with Gunna, man, it's just like, fuck it. It was a party in the studio. That's the vibe. You can hear it on the takes. They gonna come up with any excuse that makes them look cool. Hey, man, if you ain't got it on your take, you ain't peep. So that's what they gonna say. They're gonna find any way to make it cool. So there's nothing you can do but try to get as much out of it. Have you guys used D-Click?
Yeah.
So D-Click is a lifesaver. I get sessions all the time that have clicks. Usually the click is like some random equipment thing, a computer thing, whatever it might be. Easily get those out. That's an amazing tool. That'll happen too. Like there might be a click and Chris doesn't want to recut it, so I'll just D-Click it out and that always seems to work. Okay, back to the template. So after these stacks of the main, so these 4 stacks that I'm showing here, that's where the hook usually goes. If it's a full stack hook. Occasionally we'll do a hook where it's just a lead and backgrounds. In that case, I'm not going to use any of these blue tracks and I'm going to use my 2 lead hook up here. Now, if it's a stack thing, I'm not going to use these leads up here. So it just depends, but I have them both there because you never know. Also with CB and other singers too, they'll stack 2 lines and then they'll go to a lead on the hook and then they'll come back to the stack. Sometimes it's actually dope because the hook part will have the little like the backgrounds and then boom, the lead is the response to those backgrounds. It's part of writing music, right, where you have the call and response. And to create a really dope like difference is you have the call to be in stacks or the response to be in stacks and then the opposite with the lead. So now you have this call and response happening, which is really dope. It actually keeps listeners engaged because you're going from these sections where the repetition is there through the stack, no stack, stack, no stack. That repetition is almost creating the hook as well as the melody and the lead. So occasionally and a lot of times we do have a lead here and then it'll be stacks for the rest and then another lead halfway through and then like a lead at the end. Sometimes the very last line of the hook, if you notice, on songs that have stacks, the last line won't be stacked. Like the whole hook is stacked and the very last line, it's that moment that it's creating, and that's you start to like see these moments. And maybe nobody's here's a producer, maybe you guys are producers, but I wouldn't consider myself a producer. Like I make beats, but I could definitely produce and be part of the songwriting with someone because I've learned about songwriting and structure and producing being in the room. which is the best way to learn. And it's not even asking questions. Like, I don't really ask questions. Oh, how'd you do that kick thing I just watch and listen. You know what I mean? Oh, damn, that's hard. Oh, he took out the hi-hats right there, and then boom, it came back in. It felt like the song lifted. I'm learning all this as an engineer. So next time, now I'm working, sometimes I work with an artist who's new. I used to work with, like, sometimes new singers, and I would help them the whole process. Like, yo, we should have this. Okay, that's a dope verse melody, but this is the pre-hook, and then, this part's cool, but we can make that the bridge. So I'm literally using all the knowledge I have, being in the room with big producers and writers, and applying it to now me being able to show someone how to structure a song. And everyone here is probably, if not already doing it, going to learn how to make a song. Like, I could sit in the studio and have musicians in there and probably create a whole record just off of the fact that I've been in the room with big producers and I know how it's done. I may not have the laptop to do it, but I sure could tell people what to do, you know what I mean, and get it done. So that as an engineer is priceless, because you may want to at some point not be a recording engineer, and you may want to produce people, but you're good at recording, so that's even more of a plus, because there's a lot of producers that aren't good at recording, and what happens is the artist works with the producer, and then the mix engineer gets the fucking FL files with the vocals that were recorded in FL, which happened to me with some Spanish shit where they recorded everything in FL. So when I got the vocals, it was like really difficult to mess with, because it was a microphone plugged into like a shitty interface directly into FL. How many people use FL here? It's hard to record audio in FL, right? That shit ain't easy. So I don't know what the fuck they doing over there. They doing everything backwards. I'm like, y'all just get Pro Tools, way easier. Making a beat in FL is already hard. I feel like it's like Photoshop. Photoshop has like the different layers. It's the same thing. It's like Photoshop. It has the layers. It's like a video game. So I have all these harmonies. So basically I have 3 main harmonies. The green is like mid-range. These are like really high falsetto. And my browns are my lows. And that just gives every record, every Chris record is going to have at least these 3 harmonies somewhere. After that, it's added harmonies. So there might be another harmony. All these harmonies can now be whatever after that. And usually this is enough. I don't need more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'd be an 8-part harmony. Right. It's not a lot of that. It's not D'Angelo. It's not or Brandy. Yeah. Brandy, man, I can't do it. I'm not recording for Brandy. Yes.
How do you pan
the backgrounds?
Yeah.
Actually, the same as the stacks. Okay. So I can always widen these. So, actually less. So I pan the harmonies less than the main stacks, and I think that's just so they don't sit on top of each other. The reason why I don't like to pan my vocals in Pro Tools during the recording process hard left and right is you're going to hear all those mistakes that happen between the leveling. So when I'm mixing 4 stacks of vocals, I actually go through and make sure all of them are the same level. So it doesn't sound like when it's playing, it's like louder now and then louder now, and it's not even. So that's why I keep it closer. The closer, you're not going to notice that. Now, in the mixing process, I start to bring that stuff out. But I level the here is really loud. You'll hear like the come out of here, and then it'll keep playing. You got to bring all that shit down and level it so it's really clean and even. Then you can start panning stuff, because if not, you're going to have lopsided mixes that play louder on one side for a second and lower on the other. Harmonies are the same thing. When he's doing those high harmonies and all that stuff I need to level, and sometimes one harmony will be like 3 dBs louder than the other harmony. And I need to lower one down or bring the other one up, and then that'll create an even image. My thing is I love even images. Sometimes I'll let that go when it's like a record where it's like a vibe to have like the guitar only on the left and nothing happening on the right. Sometimes it's a vibe to do that, but mostly I like symmetry. I'm very symmetrical. Go.
Yeah, I know DK wanted to say
yeah, just like a 10-minute warning. So you can go as long as you want, but like it's 10 more minutes till 2. So if you want to wrap
we'll just go for a few more. We almost done with the template. And then I would like us to make a video.
I'll make a video with you. We'll make
a video so that we
video
can
on how to
maybe like all the people that showed up today and give it to them, because I want you guys to be able to make this. Do you guys think that you can look at the routing and recreate this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. What I would suggest. Go ahead.
So it involves the ad-libs and the harms.
Yes.
Do you use the same preamp level and the same settings on the compressor when you record the ad-libs and the harms?
No. So basically, with harmonies, I usually have to turn the gain up on here, because low notes and falsetto notes don't have as much power as full notes. So when he's doing false and lows, I have to gain them up a little bit. that gain up will actually even out with the CO1B. So I usually don't have to touch the CO1B unless it's an emergency.
Okay.
That's for ad-libs. And then for harmonies, I usually bring him... Sorry, did I say for harmonies first? Sorry. Yeah. Ad-libs, I bring him down. Because that's when he's going full voice. And doing like those full voice things. So I'll bring him down. But I usually try to stick to the trim.
Okay.
The trim is a good place because the trim is what feeds the CO1B. Mm-hmm. So I'm feeding the CO1B less and more depending on how much compression I want to happen. Occasionally, too, I may need to bump up the gain because I want to get louder, but not by pushing it into the compressor louder. I just want the vocal to physically be louder. That's another thing, a part of getting level. Like, it's not always at 0. It's not always, the threshold always isn't in one place. The only thing that doesn't change for me is the ratio. The attack and release can change. I may do a little bit less or do a little, but it does not go here. That's too fast. So I may even go hella slow here. That can all change depending on what's happening. You know what I mean? Depending on the song, how much energy. If it's a rapper, I'll probably have the attack a little faster and the release a little slower like that, or faster. And then I'll have the ratio maybe just slightly up and have a little, because I want to squeeze it, but it's also not going to be a vocal that's going to be super dynamic. So I'm able to know that I'm in a certain range with it. So all this can change, but this is roughly where I start. You may find that you need more gain going into Pro Tools after you do this, so you just push this gain up. This gain is very sensitive. The smallest amount will actually push up a lot in Pro Tools. So that gain, and that's pretty much it, and then this gain here. And then I never click, like I said, don't ever click this while they're recording, because it will create like an issue in the recording process. Okay, cool. So that's that, and then I keep my verse. So usually when we cut, we always cut the hook first. That's why the hook vocal stack stuff is at the top. Once it's time to do the verse, I'll usually, it could take a second. So we stop with the hook, and then it'll be like, all right, bring me to the verse. He'll take like 3 seconds to just kind of like readjust. I'll bring these tracks up here. Now what we're doing with the backgrounds on the verse is, usually these won't stagger because there's always a verse lead. So the stacks that I have here in blue are really for like ends of line stacks, where you do like, he might do 2 stacks here for the ends of the line. Boom. And then maybe on this one he does like a ooh, but he wants that radioed out. So I could just throw like a little futz box on these 2 and then have these 2. So these are kind of interchangeable where I can use them, where he'll usually do 2 stacks for the ends of the lines on the verses. So that gives me 2. Occasionally he'll want to do a verse that has 2 stacks on it. That's very rare. And then my harmonies. So I had one more, this one. For the verses, I keep a 3-part. I keep a 3-part on me. Bang. So I keep a 3-part harmony for the verses. If there's more, which there usually isn't, usually it doesn't get to the point where we have like 4 or 5-part harmonies on a verse, because that would kind of lose the focus from the hook, right? If the hook is here and you bring the verse too close to the energy of the hook, then it won't feel like a record that's going through these motions, you know? So I keep 3 on here. If I need more, I'll usually just throw them down here, or I'll temporarily throw them down onto these hook ones, because think about it. If I'm on the hook right here, let's say this is all harmonies happening on the hook, right? And that's all blocked off, and I'm working over here, and I run out of tracks here, I can just temporarily use this until he comes out of the booth, and I can use these exact tracks from the hook. Just temporarily, when he comes out of the booth, I'll move them and I'll put them onto the right tracks. I just don't want to. I want to steer away from making moves where I'm coming all the way down here and I'm getting this new track here and I'm bringing it up. That costs too much time. So you need to just, like, it's almost like setting something down on the floor really quick and grabbing it and then picking it back up. It's all these like really small things that you think about, and it's like, it seems so simple, right? It's just like, instead of trying to do everything always correctly right off the bat, just set it down for a second. That's why I have the workspace. So I can just quickly throw things up fast, you know? And then the correct thing obviously is to bring it up to the verse, but I can do that after, you know what I mean? So think about how you can shape time on everything, because the faster you are, trust me, people will be praising you, because there's so many slow engineers. Like, I worked with Shensia the other day. You guys know Shensia? She's like the Jamaican artist. Yeah. She signed I don't even know who she signed to it. You know her?
I do.
Yeah, she's fire. She's crazy, and she's from Jamaica. I'm sure they don't have a lot of fast engineers there. I started working with her because I had to cut her for a feature for Chris, but we didn't want to send the files while doing that shit. So, what's it called? She She was like, "Oh, you're so fast. You're so." I'm like, "You never work with fast engineers, right?" It's like if you're fast, people will love you, man. You will literally, they will pay you.
Yeah.
They will actually call you and pay you if you're fast for some reason. Like, because there's so many slow engineers or people that just don't care to like be faster or be better. I always want to be as fast as possible with making the least amount of mistakes. You know what I mean? What was that? Oh, the last thing is the I/O that I wanted to show you guys. So when you guys are making your templates, what I suggest, and this is a huge thing, because if not, you'll just make the template on top of your current I/O, which may have your old template. So if you look in your I/O right here and you go to bus, you're gonna see. To be honest, if you open up a blank session at your house right now and you go to your I/O and you look at your bus, you'll probably see all your old template shit on there. What you need to do is hit all, delete, and that'll delete everything. Here, you know what? Let me do something. Let me pull up just for this last 10 minutes. I'm gonna show you guys what'll happen. So. I'm just going to show you on a template that I don't care about. I'm going to wipe the I/O so you guys can see what happens. So, I/O, we're going to delete everything out of the I/O, right? Boom, delete. Then you hit default. When it defaults, it should give you a very simple thing. It should give you the channels that output to your interface, which if it's 8, then you'll have 1 through 8. This one's 16 because you have a 16 output, right? And then you'll usually have 24 buses that are just default. Great. From this point, I would make probably, I don't know, 16 new stereo buses, because you're gonna need them, because 4 or 5 of them you're gonna rename them to use for the template. So boom, you make 16. So now you have 56 buses, right? Now you go to, and this is what you could even do right here. You can start doing this. Lead Vokes. Boom. So now bus 1 and 2 is lead Vokes. Right here you'll do BG Vokes. And you can pre-name them here if you don't want to do it on the thing. And now when you go to your template, which I'm not going to hit OK, but once you go back to your template, now when you hit your go here, you'll automatically see lead Vokes there. So I know what I need to do and the routing. And everything here goes to 1 and 2 on these buses. Up to there. The tune track obviously goes to the tune bus, which is what input. So this would be bus, let's say it's bus 3, right? I rename it tune bus, and I make down here the input on these tracks is tune bus. Boom. But all this goes out to 1 and 2. It's super simple, and then I want you guys to add whatever you want. If there's EQs and plugins you want, use them shits. Don't let me tell you that it's too much shit. Like, just do your thing. Just try to keep an organization feel like this, because this is what's going to allow you to record people quickly and get the job done quickly. So I just want you guys to at least try to follow like the structure of it, but as far as how it sounds, do whatever you want. You got a special reverb you like, do it.
How do you feel about folders?
I hate folders. I like to visually see everything. I work with massive sessions. The Lil Nas X session was 350 tracks. I didn't need folders for it. I just, whatever's there, I'm looking right past it. I just make everything really small. And then I'll pull open the stuff that I want to see bigger, what I'm working on. I might be working on horns. Cool, I'm done with the drums. That's up there. I'm now working on this section. So I just take it visually, section by section. When there's folders, it fucks me up because I might be looking for something, and then now I'm like, okay, I gotta find which folder it's in. So now I'm looking for the folder that it's in. It gets too complicated for me. If you guys like folders because you've already made it work, then by all means keep using it. I grew up, or not grew up, but like started working before there was folders, and I visually have gotten used to seeing 300 plus tracks at a time, so it doesn't bother me that I need folders. But you guys should use it if it helps. Anything that's gonna help you, do it. You know what I mean? Don't just listen to what I'm saying, because it's like, take what I'm saying with a little bit, but also make it your way too. You know what I mean? Anyone else? We good? Yes.
For metering.
Yes.
Do you use what do you like to use? K12.
No, on here.
Yeah. Or on the track as well.
I usually do LUFs. I do all LUF stuff, and then on the track I do Pro Tools Classic. You can do, here's K12 right here.
Yeah.
You can do K12. I do Pro Tools Classic only because I'm visually so used to seeing it that way that I can't see it in a different way. Because I know how the meters react. After doing this for 13, 14 years, I know how Pro Tools meters move, and I can visually tell when something is not loud enough or too loud. Sometimes I've seen it in VU, even the other one. There's another Pro Tools one, like
linear extended.
Linear extended, where it doesn't move the same. All of a sudden the meters are lower. I'm not knowing how loud I am. Like, it's complicated. If you're already used to something else and you've been using it and that works for you, cool. I use Pro Tools Classic in Pro Tools, which is what it's on now, and I've just gotten used to that. So, yeah, no, for sure. How you guys feeling? Any questions about the template? Do you guys think you're all capable of, at least with seeing the video that Lou's gonna make, that for you guys to remake these templates as close as possible? Cool. Because the thing is, like, I don't want to just give it out. I want you guys to make it. Because that'll happen. I pulled up to a studio before and been like, fuck, I don't have my drive on me. I don't have my template. I just remade it on the spot. And just made the master. Made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 auxes. And you start naming them. You know, reverb, delay, da-da-da. Then you start setting the inputs and the outputs. It takes 15, 20 minutes to do. But you got your template. You know what I mean?
And a lot of times we're there that much early for the session anyways.
Yeah, that can happen. Or you can't, I don't know. I mean, that shit can happen. I'm not going to say, oh, you should always have your template on you, because shit happens. You know what I mean? So, but knowing how to make it, you're good. You know what I mean? Like, that's all you need. And then do whatever you want with the plugins. Shit. That's on you guys. You might have specific sound. You might have figured out some dope shit I don't even know about. Just put that on there. You know what I mean? Fuck it. But yeah. I want to appreciate everyone for coming and taking the time to hang out and learn and fucking. Yeah, did you guys fuck with it? You guys fuck with the class? Alright, cool. Hell yeah, because I don't know.
Yeah, thanks for coming out, yo. Like, honestly, we'll still be here, so hang out for a little bit. You know, nobody's being kicked out right away or anything. I know you gotta go somewhere.
Yeah, I gotta go start a mix right now. Yeah.
But honestly, we do these things every month. We try to have seminars with a different person every month. We're talking to a cool few cats. Like, I've talked to Baines about doing it. Yeah.
You guys would love Baines. Y'all should really do that shit.
I gotta hit up Jason Joshua.
Get together.
Like, we're all friends in this industry after you've been doing it for a while. So the whole idea behind these things is just building a community around us. So stay in tune. If you don't already follow us on Instagram, it's just right there. Just hit us up. But you guys ended up here, so I'm sure you guys heard of us somehow. But yeah, honestly, we're gonna be doing a mixer pretty soon. We do pass the auxes here and everything. We just try to get people connected and working.
Yeah, and everyone here should network. Like, if y'all know someone that knows someone, like, this is what it's all about, really, is because it's like you got to come together. You know, like, everyone here we're all on the same team. We're all going for the same goal. Nobody's really in competition. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not in competition with any of the mixers that I'm friends with.
The funny thing is, there's so much work to go around.
There's so much work.
We can't take it all.
No, and like Baines will get one thing. I'll be like, yo, that's fire. And then I'll call him like, yo, I just got this shit. Oh, that's fire. Like, everyone's just happy for each other. No one's like, oh, man, I should have gotten that. Because it's not about that. Like, you know what I mean? If you let your ego get too ahead of it, then you'll be the guy casted out. And you'll be the lonely guy that no one wants to fuck with. And all the other engineers are having the time of their life.
Yeah.
So it's like, be cool with everyone and everything will be chill, you know?
But yeah, guys. Let's hear it for TEEZIO.
Thanks, guys.
Any outgoing words, DK?
Just make sure if you want to, we have got everybody's email, so we'll put it on our email list. If you want the video later, just sign up to our email list, but we'll take care of that automatically.
Yeah.
But if you're on stream, you're hearing that out loud. All right.
Yeah, if you guys are waiting for updates on that, Mastered by Lou on Instagram, just DM me and I'll let you know what the update on that is.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you guys.
Thank you. One more time, give it up for everybody.
My boy! Thanks, guys.
Let's play some of that background lo-fi.
Hold on, I got you for that. Wow, this mouse is on crack.
I told you. I told you. That's another thing too, is mouses, bro. You guys got to get a mouse you feel right. It's like getting in a sports car and you're like, I don't know, this doesn't feel right.
Okay, we trying to get a picture?
Oh yeah. Oh, real quick. Oh, before everybody leaves, let's get a picture real quick. Is that okay?
Yeah. What do you want to do?
Let's first get this couch out of here. Let's get this couch out of here, and then we'll do a picture.
I swear. I'm not trying to use the mouth to delete you.
Hello. We're back to the one-on-one interviews with your host, DK. DK on the 7-Eleven slushies. train and Slurpees. Ooh, Slurpees. That's what they're called, not slushies. Welcome back to the Mix Studios. We're just finishing up our session. We're gonna take a picture. Everybody, we're gonna take a picture. Y'all get in this picture. Yeah, get in the picture. No touching anyone inappropriately, please. Don't even think about it. And yes, walk underneath. We'll be having more seminars here at least once a month. Do you like this format? How is this format? I'm talking to you right now, live stream. I'm not talking to... Holy shnikes, there's a lot of people in here. Well, at least one of us has COVID probably. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. Too soon. I'm teasing. Let's all face this way. And then, Matt, can you take the picture? Is it possible? Or whoever's got a wide angle camera. And then Ivan's going to make all the content with it, right? No, just kidding. Gonna make some cool postables.
Can we take one with me too?
Yeah, of course. Actually, let's have someone.
Oh, okay, man.
Do you have a wide angle lens? Nice. All right, y'all. Any questions? Oh no. Get in the camera. There we go. Oh my goodness, Marcus. Hello. Format is great.
Zoomed in.
Gotta get this stream in the pic. Oh, we gotta get the.
Oh, my bad.
You're almost in it, Sam. Yo, get in there.
Alrighty. On the count of three, say money. 3, 1, 2, 3. Money.
POs and invoices.
Thank you.
About the discount we can set up?
Yeah, we'll send that on the email. Thank you so much. All right. Get the fuck out of here, everybody. No, I'm just kidding.
Video class is about caring for exotic.
Yes.
A selection of
G4?
The gaming channel?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's we're live right now. Oh, we're back. Hello, audience. Oh, we need to get to the bottom of, is TEEZIO Little Spoon or Big Spoon? What do you think? Put your money in the bets in the chats right now. Is he Big Spoon or Little Spoon? Oh, here's another ad. Oh, he's gone. Definitely Big Spoon for sure. It's he's the biggest spoon. I think that's the only appropriate answer to this question. Get GTFO. Now we have a session due in 5 minutes. For real. That's what it feels like most of the time. Matt. Oh, real quick. Yo, Evan.
Yes.
Say hi to the Twitch stream right now. What did you learn? What did you learn today?
I learned so much from TEEZIO. TEEZIO's an awesome guy. He showed us all the sauce that he does. Be quick and efficient at engineering, everything. So it was an amazing event. I want to show up to all the other events too. So.
And you're on our Twitch channel quite often, so.
I am, yeah. 32 Demon, Evan Munoz, engineer, producer. So.
First time meeting in person.
Yeah, it is the first time. I've been following DK and Lou for a little while, so.
Well, welcome to In the Mix. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You and Lou are fucking awesome. So.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem. Nice meeting you, man.
Nice to meet you as well, Evan. Thanks for coming. Hey, Jenny. Hi. How did you feel? Were you sticking around the whole time?
Yes, I did.
What is your biggest takeaway from today's seminar?
Networking. Networking is one of the most important things.
All right, then go network. No, I'm just kidding.
Opportunities can come from accident, and that's amazing.
That is true. There wasn't any sort of secret sauce or anything that he did to meet Chris Brown or anything like that.
So cool.
Which is dope.
Thank you.
All right. Yo, of course. Do you want to say something on the mic? Yeah. You're good? Dylan, come say something on the mic. All right. Also, I got this sweet Outdonesia shirt. Outdonesia. Oh, Dylan, we got purple today. We're Perp Gang. Tell us about the seminar today.
Seminar super dope, very hands-on. This is stuff.
Well, you didn't touch him.
Oh.
Not actually hands-on.
Okay, but anyways, TEEZIO talked about a lot of real shit that needs to be said more, especially the people aspect of things, just that part. I feel like that's like the most important part of like this kind of industry is the people part of it.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Dylan. Appreciate you. Is my voice loud? Probably. I'm using this microphone is brought to you by SonarWorks. I just needed an omnidirectional microphone. Not the best audio quality, but it is whatever. The loudest voice since Cher. Since Cher. Nice. Yo, Steezy, come say something on the mic.
We got more water, so if you want more.
All right, Steezy, how was the seminar today?
Oh, dude, it was fucking awesome. Honestly, it was great. Thank you for having this event for us, dude.
What's your favorite thing that you learned?
Honestly, I learned a lot of quick command keys, and I honestly learned about the ad-libs and harms, how instead of turning down the preamp, he would use the trim tool and also adjust the compressor.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you have it, folks.
Thanks, dude.
Thank you, Steezy. Thanks for staying. Thanks for sticking around. I can't. This camera is kind of like stationary. I can't really do anything else. Is there any other questions that you want to ask me or the In the Mix Studio team? We are offering discounts constantly. If you're interested in discounts, working here at In the Mix Studios, then you can sign up for our email list. Go to www.inthemixstudios.com. And yeah, that's it. We had a really good following today. Many people were in the chat. We're going to be doing this again. Make sure to spam. I'm actually kidding. I'm not even going to bring it up. But hopefully we'll have some bigger engineers in the future. Baines is super duper busy all the time. But then again, so is TEEZIO. So maybe we can get Baines in. I'm not sure. But if there's any leads or contacts to not just engineers, but producers, A&R, business execs, anything that you would like or would be interesting for the entire audience, please let me know. You can DM us at inthemix.studios on Instagram. Email me. You can email me at deekei@inthemixstudios.com if you have any sort of contact information or recommendations as far as letting someone come in and come through. We'd love to hear from all of you, not just engineers, but anybody, even professional dancers. Wiki, what up? If you would like me to speak at a seminar, just let me know. Well, sorry. Yes, we would love to. We would love to interview everyone at In the Mix Studios seminar. You know what? It's super chill. These events are super duper chill. You know what? Who we should have next? The easiest to contact is our good friend Bob Horn. Bob Horn at the Echo Bar Studios. He's a really good friend of ours, and we see him all the time. That'll be fun to do. Someday, my dream, I'd love to get my mentor in here and get Leslie Brathwaite in here if he ever comes to California, and have him on the podcast at the very least. I'm just a bitch, and I'm too scared to ask him to get on the podcast, even though he's probably waiting for me to ask. I'm too intimidated and scared because I look up to him so much. But we'll get some more people in here. This is honestly way less professional than Mix with the Masters, but that's kind of the vibe. This is the vibe. It's more like Nardwar meets Mix with the Masters, but he's really Asian and doesn't ask as good questions. So it's just like a lower quality of both those things combined. That's all. That's all it is. We have an announcement. We have a mixer next week. Tell us about. Here, come get on the camera and look into the eyeball. Tell us about this mixer.
Well, I'd love to. Let me find out when it is, so that I don't feed the internet false information. Can I put it in my butt? Okay. Yeah, fam. Let's see. So we have events from time to time. Like Lou said, we have Pass the Aux events, which are kind of like open showcases. If you're local to LA, definitely come through. Great networking opportunity, great way to get yourself out there, showcase what you've been working on. And the next mixer that we have is on Thursday, March 24th, and that's going to be less of an open showcase, more of just general networking mixer, a great opportunity to come meet some new people. You know, if you're a producer, work with different artists, find different mastering, mixing engineers, just expand your network. It's going to be a great time.
Yes, I turned on the mic, so now we can actually talk close and stuff. The mixers are really dope if you're here in person. Oh, also, this is totally random. If if you'd like to intern for us and help us out and help these events and future sessions and whatnot and kind of work your way into like a paid engineer for our studio, you can email me your resume and cover letter at dekei@inthemixstudios.com. Lou, tell us about Demon Slayer and why you like it.
It's really well written. It's very different from most American TV shows. It makes me cry like a bitch and feel proud as hell.
There you go. And the art style is very good too. I like the art
style. And I really, really like that I can watch it like a little kid when they're like overly animated. Like when he's like, I'm telling you, there's a demon in my hotel. It's like this.
There you go.
Like,
there you go.
Okay, that's not a very serious moment in a very serious show.
There you go. There you go. So it's a really good blend of comedy and serious. We compliments on this T-shirt from Sleuth. Nice shirt, Lou, in all caps. That means he's yelling at you. Can I get that email again? Yes, one more time. That is Delta Echo Echo Kilo Echo Indigo at inthemixstudios.com for internship. Also, here's another Spotify ad. No. It's for if people want to send me a resume cover letter to intern.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, we're always looking for helping hands. We got some people going back to Canada this month, and we have an intern in Germany that's going to be going back to Germany in a couple months as well. So yeah, we're going to have a good time. Any other last final words before we cut the stream off, Lou?
Yes, thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for supporting us. I know that TEEZIO was a big reason that a lot of y'all joined, but it actually helps us with our brand and how we do. So if you guys want to hear more from us and do more of these events, just let us know. Let us know who you think we should bring around. If they're in LA and they're local, we'd be happy to have them, but just hit us up with your ideas. It never hurts. Shoot your shot.
There you go. Hey Josh, come on in. Come say hi to the camera real quick. You're like way taller than I thought you would have been.
Yeah, I'm 6'3".
There you go, Josh. Tell us about what you learned at the seminar today.
Dude, I learned so much. I mean, pretty much I'm convinced to switch to Pro Tools after I seen how fast he was working on that. I'm currently a Studio One user, so that was next level.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you. And you drove all the way from?
Sacramento. So
there you go.
6.5 hours.
6.5 hours just to come to this seminar.
I appreciate you, DK, too.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for coming through. Hey, peace. Alrighty. I think that's it for the stream. You know, I'm like an Asian Jack Stratton. No, oh gosh, I'm gonna leave. Please follow us on Twitch. Thank you. Yeah. My voice is still in it. Yeah. We had TEEZIO come through the studio. And now I'm freestyling in the end credits. None of my shit is gonna rhyme because I'm not a rapper. Yeah. I like the color purple because it's very nice. And one time I took a DMT trip and I really learned what the color purple was, and damn, that shit was crazy. Alright. Hey. Yeah. I can't even see the comments no more. What happened? What are you saying? What is everybody saying? We're ending. Get out of here. Get out of here. Lodge, drop a bar in the ending screen.
I've been stuck. I'm in the cut like a band-aid. You know what I mean?
Nice. Get out of here. Don't make me play some smooth jazz for y'all. Get out of the stream. Why are there still 18 viewers? Get off the stream. I'm gonna start playing like some jazz stuff. Please leave. Wait, hold on. Don't play any DMCA. Yeah, leave. Get the hell out of here, please. Yee. Go enjoy your Pokemon Arceus. in your Call of Duty and your Fortnite. Yeah, y'all are Fortnite Minecraft players. What are you talking about? If you came into the stream, y'all play some Fortnite. You Fortnite players. And we here until the next thing. What the? Leave, please. Play the jazz. Play the jazz. The Get Out jazz.
The Get Out jazz.
play the Get Out jazz. Play the song. Hold on. Welfare Burrito. Wait, but that's not jazz. People are gonna stay longer. No, leave. All right, it's closing time. Get the heck out of my stream. It's closing time. What the hell you do to me? All right, peace, y'all. Enjoy. Hey, pause that for real though. Yeah, I'm actually ending the stream now. Love you, peace, bye. We'll see you around the next one. Yes, I hope this will be on YouTube. It definitely is going to be on YouTube with all of this end credit stuff as well. This is actually like the secret. I'm going to tell you the secret. TEEZIO told me that he's actually Little Spoon. After no, I'm just kidding. That's not true at all. That is. TEEZIO is the real. TEEZIO is the what? He's the real Justin Timberlake. Just kidding. He's not. That was a total lie. I just lied. I'm definitely lying. His wife is actually really cool. He's actually turned out to be really cool. No. Not like not in a weird way. No, they're just a really cool couple. Like in general, they're just really cool people.
No, not in a weird way.
Not in a weird way, but all right. Hey, love y'all for real. I love y'all for real. Let's get the hell out of here. Peace.